Alrighty. YouTube, very sorry for the delay. I've been trying to connect to YouTube now for the past few minutes, and it's finally allowing me to connect, so there we go. I actually had to, like, disconnect my OBS completely from the stream because it was just buffering the whole time, and then I reestablished it and finally worked. Dekai, thank you for the 100 bits. Gamer Mom, thank you. So we are about to dive into our snap reviews for the Getting Artsy Challenge. We saw some amazing snaps on Friday. Looking forward to seeing some more today. And yeah, thank you again, Bell B. First bits of the day. Thank you, Bell B. Bell coming in with that beautiful 200 bits. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thank you, my friend. And Jennifer... Jennifer said, yo, sorry I'm late. No, you're not late. You're not late. We're just getting started. I mean, all you really missed was the intro. So don't worry about that, my friend. Don't worry about that. You are good to go. And according to Twitch here, you guys, we are at 204 points out of the 300 we need for the Plus program, and we still have almost half the month left, so we're looking great. Thank you so much for all the support and help with this major goal, you guys. You know, if we hit August, we got to hit 2 more months following that, but I'm very excited to see the progress here. Oh, thank you, guys. Looks like a hype train's moving up here as well. Vox, thank you for the 101. Cambria, thank you for the 100. Shutter, thank you for the 100. And welcome, everybody. Welcome. How was your weekend, guys? Before we dive into the snap reviews, how's Horty today? Still broken? Yeah, he's actually been, you know, he was a little mad that I was starting to stream. He's been logging some formal complaints, walking around going, "Rah." So he doesn't like it when I, you know, he knows I'm going to be in here for a few hours. So yeah, he just wants me all to himself, to be honest. Tazzy, thank you for the 100 bits here. Much appreciated. Holly over on YouTube says, hi, everyone. Hello, Holly. How are you today? How are you? How was your weekend? Jenna said I've been weak like a puppy. Oh, no. Weak? Like, are you sick? Are you coming down with something? Lisa, did you make the YouTube Discord tiers? So the tiers are automatically made. They're automatically made as soon as YouTube approves it. And I believe Ashley went ahead and over the weekend and got the permissions taken care of. I'll have to check with her. Let me see what she said. Hang on one second. I ordered them in the rolls. Okay, great. Did you give privileges to the YouTube tiers for primary and secondary forums? Yeah, we'll double check there. Jedi said, yeah, I'm sick. Heck yeah, you are. You're sick, dude. Dang, Jedi is sick. I hope you feel better. Jennifer said, how was your weekend? Did the weather get any better for you? Surprisingly, today this weekend, it wasn't as bad as they were saying it was going to be. You know, we had some on and off storms, but, you know, they said it was going to rain pretty much all day Sunday, and I barely saw any rain. So it was actually not too bad. It was not too bad at all. And I think we got a little bit more rain coming this week, but I think tomorrow is supposed to be beautiful. I think tomorrow it's going to be like sunny most of the day. Lows in the mid 60s, highs in the mid 80s. So really nice weather. I might go on a bike ride in the morning. I might get up extra early because I love biking when it's like a cool 70 degrees. Because that's, you know, that's the temperature I usually live around, like in my house. After my last power bill, though, I set it to 72 because, you know, not you sound like a weatherman right now. You know, maybe that's my calling in another life, you know. As long as I'm broadcasting, you know, I feel like I've got a good presence for like radio or like streams or even a weatherman. So, you know, it could work. Can you send that to Texas? It's been in the hundreds. I'll put a good word in with the big man upstairs. I'll see what he can do for us. To everybody that play Pogo, get their perfect Mewtwo, says Bella. Yeah, now I have a couple of perfect Mewtwo's, so that was cool. Dude, some Pokemon Go players have been like really mad. Dang, I don't have a YouTube sub. Oh, you don't need to have a YouTube sub. You can also, Xbox Girl, you can also support on Twitch. It's not just YouTube. So the way it works, Xbox Girl, what you want to do is go into our Discord and read how to get reviews. This will explain everything to you. So the reviews go in, if any tier 1 supporter puts it in primary reviews. And then tier 2 supporters can put it in the tier 2 and tier 3 and tier 3. So whether you're a supporter on Twitch or a supporter on YouTube, either one, you get a review on stream. Now, the reason it's for paid supporters, Xbox Girl, is because I actually used to do these reviews for everybody. I used to do these reviews for even non-followers, like somebody that was brand new, isn't even following the stream. They could come in and send me their snap. But you see what happened here, Xbox Girl, is that these streams got very popular. And I was getting completely flooded with reviews. In fact, there was no possible way for me to do all of them unless I just streamed 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, and like had no life. That would be the only way I could review all of those snaps. So, considering I can't review everybody's snap, I had to say, well, whose can I review? And, of course, the best way to approach that would be to prioritize the people that make the content possible. So there's a lot of people that become YouTube members. There's a lot of people that become Twitch supporters. And if you hang out, Xbox Girl, if you don't have the means to be a paid supporter, if you just hang out, there's always a chance you'll catch a gifted sub. Then there's also Prime subs, which are, if you have Amazon Prime, you can use Prime Gaming and you can become a supporter for free to one channel each month. So there's a lot of options there. Not to mention, even if I don't see your Dream Snap, you can still get a lot of value out of these reviews by checking out other people's Dream Snaps and hearing the advice that we offer. I would also recommend joining our Facebook group, which is called the Dreamsnap Hub. I will sometimes just go in there and just give advice on snaps. I can't catch them all, but, you never know. But the community, most of the people here are really, really good at snaps, and they provide a lot of feedback there as well. So, there's a lot of options. But yeah, we have so many snaps to review today. If I was doing followers too, if I was doing followers, subs, and all that together, we'd probably end up being here today until like midnight or later. So yeah, I got a YouTube tier 2 on Discord's not showing up for me, says Lisa. Let me check it. Well, Bethany's in there. Showed up for Bethany, so it is working. Yeah, here's Bethany. So yeah, I see one of the YouTube members is in there, so it is working. I can refresh it if you'd like. I can give it a refresh. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, sometimes just like resyncing it will help. Sorry, just a moment, you guys. All right, I resynced YouTube. Let me go ahead and resync Twitch while we're at it, just in case anybody else has an issue. There we go. Twitch is also resynced. Yo, Jennifer, thank you. Jennifer with the gifted sub here, going to Snaketails. Very nice, very nice. That is very kind of you, Jennifer. Thank you, thank you. Snaketail says, I cannot afford to be a member, so somebody has never personally reviewed my snaps, but tuning in to the streams and watching the weekly guides has helped me get my first 4K streak. Oh, let's go, Snake. That's awesome. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. Snaketail said, so just being here will help. Well, Snaketails, first off, thank you for the very kind words. I'm super happy to hear that. That is awesome. That is awesome. I'm thrilled that you've been doing good on your Dream Snaps. And now, if you would like, you can participate courtesy of Jennifer for that sub. You'll have it for a month, so that's 4 weeks of Snap Reviews. Now, you will not be able to submit today because there's a 3 p.m. cutoff where the forums are closed because I can't take any more reviews while I'm live. But I can review your Snap tomorrow, so after the stream, the forums will be unlocked, and you'll be able to submit into the primary review forum. And I can take a look at your Snap tomorrow if you'd like. Would love to see your work, especially considering you've been on a nice 4K streak and you've been keeping up with the guides and stuff. That's awesome, my friend. That's awesome. Dakai with the gifted sub here as well. A gifted sub going to Xbox Girl. Thank you, Dakai. Thank you. Dang, Jennifer and Dakai hooking up both of our new friends here. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is Xbox Girl still here? Maybe they are... Oh, there they are. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Not sure how to do the gifts. Well, you don't have to worry about that. The gifted sub is just an automatic thing. When somebody sends you a gifted sub, you'll just be subbed to the channel for a full month. Like I said, you will not be able to submit for a Snap review today, but you will be able to submit after the stream. So what you're going to need to do, both Snaketails and Xbox Girl, make sure you go into your Discord. And in order for my server to know you're a supporter, you will need to link your Twitch and your Discord. That way my server will recognize that you are a supporter, and you'll be able to put your snaps right here in the primary review form. And we'll take a look at them on tomorrow's stream. Be happy to see your work, guys. Cozy Pixel Girl said, I love when that happens. It's literally how I became a consistent viewer and supporter, because someone gifted me... gifted one to you once, and I wish I knew who it was so I could thank them properly, says Cozy. You know what I think they should do? I think Twitch should keep a log of, like, who you get your gifted subs from. There should be, like, a little tab where you can see it, because that would be cool. Nana's Boy said, Snaketail, same here. LOL, I was only getting around 900 each week, but since I started watching, I haven't gotten less than 1,500. I'm usually a lurker, but I love the stream. Let's go! Nana's Boy, thank you for the kind words, my friend. Dang, that's awesome. What a way to start the stream today. Lots of positivity here, and I just, dude, I find myself caring more about your Dreamsnap results than I do my own. I often, like, push my snap off and, like, don't even do it until, like, pretty late, and I put more, I feel like I put more time into my example scenes and my videos in these reviews than I do into my snaps, but on refresh day, on Wednesday... You know, I get my results, and I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. But what really excites me is going live and seeing everybody talk about the results they got and making that Facebook post. So every Wednesday on Refresh Day, I share my snap after voting is closed, and I ask everybody to share their snaps and their ranks. And we get, like, hundreds of snaps shared on that post alone. And it's just so cool to see so many people each week saying, I got the highest rank I've gotten, or I'm on my first 4K streak. It's just very cool. It's just very cool. My Darling Mandarin says, hi, any tips on how to get closer to the pottery wheel with the Pluto pose? I'm always so far away. Oh, yeah. So, My Darling Mandarin, if you're using the Pluto pose, you want to get really close to what's pushing the camera up, like to where your forehead is kind of out of the frame. And then you turn your character a little bit, and then you initiate the Pluto pose. Because after you turn your character, the Pluto pose actually moves you back a lot. So you need to compensate for that by moving very close to what's pushing the camera up, and then turn in selfie mode, and then activate the Pluto pose. I don't have the game open right now, but I do believe we highlighted how that works in one of my videos, one of my weekly Snap Guide videos. Oh, yeah, we did. So here's, if you're looking for a video guide on exactly how to do it, go to my YouTube guide. It's an older one. It's for Crafted with Care. So if you just search on YouTube, Crafted with Care, weekly Dreamsnap tips. This video should come up, and I'm using the Pluto pose right here, and you can see I'm very close to the camera. In that video, I showed people exactly how to get the Pluto pose close up like this. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. My bad, hang on. There we go. So I showed exactly how to get the camera up close like this, and it's going to be in the Crafted with Care video. Now, the weekly tip guide we did this week focused on motifs and also how to get your villagers' idle animations paused. So that's a big thing we talked about this week because there's some good utility with that for this particular theme. All right. Yeah, Beyblade Crafted with Care. JMR says, curiosity question. Why don't you put your rank in your Facebook post? Honestly, because I don't want it ever to feel like my posts are braggadocious, right? I usually get, I'm almost always in top 1,000, top 500, sometimes, in a really good position. But as I often say on stream, rank is widely irrelevant. It's more about range you want to be considered with. So when it comes to Dreamsnap performance, I focus more because it's rank fluctuates a lot, so it's kind of a meaningless thing to focus on. What you want to focus on is the range in which you land. So considering I'm pretty much always in the 4K range, I just don't see much, I don't want my posts to seem braggadocious. I also don't want, people to fixate too much on rank. Rank is important because it determines what range you land in, but as we state each week, there's going to be snaps in the top 100 that aren't as good as some snaps in the top 5,000. When it comes to your rank, it is 100% totally decided by how many votes you get. That's the only impactor. And since voting is set up the way it is, since it's always a 1v1 situation, somebody that has a really, really strong snap could end up getting rank 6,000 because they popped up against a bunch of other really strong snaps. And then a dream snap that probably should have gotten 1,500 or 2,500 might be rank 50 because it popped up against a bunch of selfies and a bunch of quest photos. So there's a lot of fluctuation in rank. The only reason I ask people to share their results on the post, it's more about wanting to know who's in the 4K range, so when we look at the snaps, we can see what's consistently in 4K. So, yeah, I don't really bother sharing my rank because I already have that information. I mean, you can always ask if you're like, oh, what rank did you get? And sometimes in the comments, if I see somebody that's like right next to me in rank, I'll be like, oh, we got like the same rank. So I'll bring it up in the comments, but yeah. That's it. That's all it is, We also don't know how many times each picture actually popped up for voting. Exactly, Sunshine. There's no way to know that. And I do suspect on weeks where there's like less players, on some of these weeks where we're at the very end of an update, we've seen some snaps that were just as strong as all the other 4K snaps getting 1,200 or 1,500. And I think in those cases, there just weren't enough voters to go around, and that picture did not get circulated as much as some of the others. So sometimes you're just going to have a run of bad luck, and it could even break your streak. But yeah, that's a very fair point. One of those things we can't control too much.
Notice me, senpai.
Yo, let's go. Zombie, you absolute legend. Thank you, my friend. Zombie coming in with the beautiful 500 bits here. Moving on up, almost 33% of the goal already knocked out. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hope you're all having a wonderful, wonderful day. And we were talking about this weekend. Hopefully, you guys all had a great weekend. Babbitt, hello, my friend, hello. And yeah, real quick, for anybody that plays Pokemon Go, even if you haven't played Pokemon Go in months, let's say you downloaded it, you've only played it a couple times, guys, make sure you log in this week you get a free Master Ball, you get a free Mewtwo with a special background, and it's a guaranteed hundo, like guaranteed perfect Mewtwo. It could even be shiny. So they're actually giving this away because it's the 10-year anniversary of Pokemon Go, and it's probably the best giveaway they've ever done. All you have to do is log in this month, and you go to your events, and there's like a little special quest there, and it's super easy. It's like, I forget, like maybe catch 5 Pokemon or something stupid. So you can get it done so quick. So if I go on now, if you log on right now, it's just going to be a quest in your event tab. Completely free Mewtwo, completely free Master Ball. Don't use the Master Ball on the Mewtwo, by the way. Just catch it. Just catch it normally. Save your Master Ball for maybe Galarian birds or things with a high flea rate. Or maybe you're doing a raid and you find like a shiny, well, shinies don't run in raids. But let's say you find like a good hundo in a raid, maybe use your Master Ball there. 10 years, I feel old now. Yeah, I've been playing the whole time. I've been playing since 2016. I did take a big break. Feels like I haven't logged on Pogo in years. I'll re-download it. You should, because, maybe you'll play again eventually, but a hundo, dude, I have a hundo Mewtwo already, and I got it from GoFest this year, and I had to do so many raids to catch it, to find one. I think I did, like, between the Saturday and Sunday, probably over 100 raids at GoFest, and I got a 4-star or a hundo Mewtwo. It took me so many raids to get one, and now there's one for free, so you'll probably never get something like that again in the game unless it's like the 20-year anniversary or something, 10 years from now. So, yeah, if any of you guys have Pokemon Go, be sure to log on and claim that Mewtwo. Oh, and if you don't have Pokemon Go, you can still get it if you download it today, but I have a request, guys. If anybody here does download Pokemon Go to get this, like, free Mewtwo, will you please use my reference code? I'm trying really hard to get a bunch of platinum badges so I can level up. I'm at level 77 right now. Highest level is 80. And if I can get 50 people to use my referral code, I'll get a platinum badge for it. Not to mention, if you do use my referral code when you download Pokemon Go, we actually get these shared quests we get to do together. It's pretty cool. I'm a little obsessed with Pokemon Go. Like, Pokemon Go, Dreamlight Valley, and Pokopia are, like, my favorite games. I play them a lot. But I can get you guys my little referral code real quick. But, yeah, if you end up using it, that would be swell. There's my referral code. And I'll put one in chat as well. And YouTube chat. Yeah, there you go. So if any of you guys end up getting it, there are referral codes now. I've referred so many people. Yeah, me too, Bella. I've recommended the game to probably like hundreds of people. I just always forget to include the referral code. I always forget to bring that up. But if you do use somebody's referral code, you both get like a bunch of quests with a bunch of really good free stuff. So you get Stardust for logging in for the first time. You get Pokemon Encounter for defeating 3 Team Rocket Grunts. If you complete 25 field research tasks, you get an incense. If you purify 20 Shadow Pokemon, you get 10 rare candy. If you defeat a Team Rocket Go leader, you get 50 Mega Energy for Charizard. If you reach Great Buddy with any Pokemon, you get a Pokemon Encounter. If you reach Ultra Buddy, you both get 5 incubators. And yeah, there's lure modules, there's special stickers, there's so many cool things, even like Dragonite encounters and stuff. So if you use somebody's referral code, you guys actually get little quests together. Just got a Pokemon that was 1450.
Notice me, senpai.
Yo,
Notice me.
Johnny, let's go. My man. Johnny with the big 5 hundo here. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Catch 10 Pokemon and power up 10 Pokemon is the quest as Fallen Angel. Wait. Oh, that's the quest for the Mewtwo. Catch 10 and power up 10. Or power up a Pokemon 10 times. Yeah, that's so easy. And you have like all month to do it. So I would definitely do that. Not to brag, I already had a perfect shiny Mewtwo that I got a while ago. My husband's so mad when I got it. Dude, I have been playing since 2016. And I've literally never once encountered a Shundo. Like, not even once. Not even one time. It's, I have bad luck. I have bad luck. But I do have Shundos, thanks to the gold bottle caps. So I've, like, made some Shundos. And I have a lot of 4 stars. Like, I have a lot of Hundos. But yeah, I was really hoping that my Mewtwo from the giveaway would be a Shundo, but I didn't get lucky enough. Oh well, though. Well, you know. I mean, I have a really good roster for Pogo. Like, I have a freaking... I'll put it in Pogo Discord. Hang on. And then we'll start off with the reviews. I know we got to get into it. I'm losing it here. I brought up the Mewtwo because I want all of you guys to get it. Let me find my Pokemon Go. Also, I'm going to put in the Pokemon Go portion of our Discord, I think I'll also put the, wait, where is our Pokemon Go section? Support, community play, Dreamsnap support, Dream Teams, Dreamlight Valley. I thought we had... There's Schedule 1. Goose Goose Duck, Animal Crossing, Fat... There it is, Pokopia. Yeah, I'll put my little... Yeah, there's my top CP Pokemon. There we go. Okay. Under Pokemon games. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, I shared my, Oh. Oh, and let me put my... Oh, that's Pokopia chat. Dang it. Oh. Yeah, I shared it in the wrong place. Oh my god. First time on Discord. Don't mind me. First time on Discord. Hang on, let me move it. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of dumb. Yeah, Pogo chat. There it is. I'm going to share my referral code there, too. B9V HY 6FKT. But yeah, if I can get like, I think 48 people to use that referral code, I'll have another platinum badge, but that's not very likely. Getting old can be hard. Yeah, I'm an unk. I think we established that the other day. Unk status for sure. All right. Let's dive in. Okay. Such a rookie. Yeah. Yeah, even though I have, like, you know, run a whole Discord server, I don't know what I'm doing, I guess. Alrighty. Well, I think we're good to dive in. Let me go ahead and open up. Yeah, we have the challenge pulled up. Okay, guys. So, if you weren't aware, we already made a full guide for this challenge. I actually uploaded the guide Friday evening. So, if you watched it, you'll probably have a good idea of what we're looking for. If you haven't watched it, you know, there's still a couple of days before the challenge ends. And you might see some tips there that could be super useful. Yo, Wings of a Daydream, thank you for the jewels, my friend. What a beautiful butterfly. Thank you, Wings. Shutter said, I feel bad because whenever I found out another company was buying Pogo, I kind of moved most of my Pokemon into home because I thought I was going to stop playing. Oh, I wish they would let you move them back. But, I mean, you know, at least you still have the Pokemon you caught. Honestly, so since Niantic sold Pokemon Go to Scopely, it did get a little bit more cash grabby, but the rewards are really good. So now they have, like, season passes, kind of like how we have the star pads in this game. Now they're season passes, but they're really good value, actually. The only thing I'm not a big fan of would be, like, the Gigantamax and, like, Dynamax. Like, buying Max Energy is just, like, too expensive in that game. So, like, for a lot of the Gigantamax events, I just catch a couple and then just, like, stop. I don't even want to spend the money on them because I'm not too into the Dynamax thing. I just like the classic raids and PvP and gyms and just collecting. I love collecting Pokemon. Author said, hey, somebody, use your referral code. Let's go! Thank you, Author. Thank you. Well, that's exciting. That's exciting. And I will say this before we move on to Snap Reviews, guys. If you've never played Pokemon Go, even if you know nothing about Pokemon, the reason it's one of my all-time favorite games, I actually, for the most part, I despise mobile games. I do not like playing games on my phone. Pokemon Go is the one sole exception to that because it's a game like no other. You can't really tell a hardcore Pokemon Go player to go touch grass like you can with other games because they literally keep touching grass. The nice thing about Pokemon Go is it's a real-world game. You go out, you go to parks, you bike, you explore, and you get rewarded for that. They also have, like, a lot of different events. You know, even if you know nothing about Pokemon, it's just a really fun game to play. I love it. I love it. I think it's fantastic. But, you know, if you're ever kind of wanting to get out of the house, how do you use the referral code? Says Invisible Me. How to use Pokemon Go referral code. I think it asks you if you were referred. So it says to use the referral code, you must be a brand new player or a returning player that has not logged in 90 days. Wait, you can use a referral code as a returning player? So if you're a returning player that is not logged in 90, it says enter the code on the login screen or via your friend list within 72 hours of creating or logging back into your account. To claim 100 Pokeballs and unlock joint milestone rewards. So you can enter the referral code on the login screen or via your friend list. I never knew you could do that. And apparently, yeah, even if you haven't played in 90 days, as long as it hasn't been 72 hours since you logged back in. Oh, I got some new friend requests. Hello, guys. Hello. Yeah, add me. I usually do, like, Go Fest and the big events, and I'll invite you guys to raids. I go to a park where, like, thousands of people go play. It's like the biggest Pokemon Go hub in this area, so it can be really hard to get into the raids if I'm there. But if you join quick, you will sometimes. Yeah, I'm looking to see where this gets added here. Hang on. Yeah, I think you would go to Friends, and then there's an option that says Invite, and it has, like, a little letter. So here might be where you can use... I didn't know returning players could use that. Let's see, Salem Lynn sent me a request, and Jen Litwinski will accept both of you guys. There we go. Oh, and I think somebody else, too. Accept you, too. Now, the only downside here, for being my friend on here is I have like over 600 friends on Pogo, so I can only open so many gifts a day, and it won't let me open more. So if you send me a gift, I might not be able to open it for a while. I usually just go down my list. But I will send you gifts almost every day. Most of my friends can tell you that. I actually have a Pokemon Go stop on my house. So I constantly, even right now, my little Pokemon Go Plus is lighting up. And I'm spinning my Pokestop, like, you know, while I sit here. So I always have gifts to send. So at the end of every day, I go through my list and I send everybody presents. So if you open those presents, like, every day, we'll become best friends eventually. Okay, it says steps to enter the referral code. Open Pokemon Go and log into your account or create a new one. If prompted on the welcome/login screen, tap have a referral code ? And type it in. If you miss that prompt, tap your trainer profile icon in the bottom left, go to friends, go to friends tab at the top of your friends list, tap invite, then enter your friend's referral code there within the first 72 hours. Oh, okay. So, yeah. So, yeah, it's the little, when you're on your friends list, there's like a little, it says invite, and it's got like a little letter. If you click that, if it's the first time you've logged on in 90 days or more, within the last 72 hours, there will be a spot there to put the code in. Cool. Oh, I got more friend requests. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. My friends list is going to fill up quickly, I think. Oh, another friend request. Okay. I'm going to have to delete some old friends on here, because I think the cap is 650, and I think I'm getting close. Oh, dang. Nice. Yeah, my friend finder hasn't updated for the referrals yet, but that's okay. All right. Blues ever said, what's your trainer code? You can find it in the Pogo chat. If you go into our Discord, I can put it in the stream chat as well if you want. Sorry, I just said we're going to start Snap Reviews. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little off topic here. My bad, you guys, my bad. But I do love having friends. Pokemon games. If you go to Pokemon games here in our Discord server, wait, where is it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, if you go into Pokemon games, there's a channel called Pogo Chat. And I think my friend code is in here as well. Where the frick is my friend code? It might be way up here. Maybe near the top. Because I made this channel when I got back into it. All right, you know what? We're not going to worry about that right now. I'll just put it in chat. Because we got to get started on the Snap Reviews. Oh, dang, I just got the silver medal for referring friends. So we got 10 out of the 50 that we need for me to get that platinum badge. Heck yeah, you guys, thank you. I only need 40 more people to use my referral. Yeah, let me get you guys my friend code so you can add me, and then I will kick off the Snap Reviews. We did knock out a bunch of them on Friday. But we're going to make some more progress today. Oh, thank you, Ashley. You are a gem. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Ashley put my friend code in the chat. You guys should put it in the chat. Oh. I got Stardust for Author, I think. Author using the referral code. I just got 50 Stardust for that. Oh, and from somebody else that's brand new. I don't think they have a name on there yet. Oh, and somebody else that's brand new. Oh, and somebody else. Oh, my God, bro. We're going to have so many quests together. And by the way, guys... Oh, yeah, they just keep coming. This is cool. Oh my God, they keep popping up. Okay, I think that's all of them. So, just so you guys know, for those of you that are playing for the first time or just added it, and use the referral code, if you want to see your little referral code quests, what you'll do is you'll go to your friends list. Since I'm the one that referred you, you'll click on me. And then if you scroll down after you click on me, you'll see all of these little quests kind of like in a row under me. So if you use my referral code, you'll see all these little quests that'll give both of us rewards. And you get some pretty good stuff here. You get some really good stuff. Reaching Ultra Buddy with a friend is 5 like super incubators, which is a crazy good reward. If you want a tip on how to reach a high buddy level with your Pokemon very quickly, what you'll want to do is set the Pokemon as your buddy, feed them 3 berries, pet them, take a photo of them, and then once you unlock trainer battles, with the buddy fed and on the map, go to battle, and then scroll down to the bottom of battle, and there's training battles where you can fight the team leaders. And if you do, you can just go in there, start the fight, and then leave, and it counts as a battle for your buddy. So if you feed them, that's a heart. If you pet them, that's a heart. If you take a photo of them, that's a heart. And for the battles, that's if you go into a battle and then leave 3 times, that's 3 more hearts. So you can get 6 hearts per day for your buddies just by doing barely nothing. You can get more if you walk around with them. You know, there's like a lot more ways to get even more hearts. But yeah, that's the gist of it. That's the gist of it. And thank you, guys. Thank you. The guy said, got my Hundo Mewtwo. Yeah, that's definitely the big reason you'd want to hop on there today. Yeah, you really want to get the, if possible, you really want to try to get the Hundo Mewtwo because it's very worth it. Senpai procrastinating reviews for Pogo Friends is insanely relatable. Dude, I'm telling you, I love that game. I love that game. Honestly, I would really love to like stream Pokemon Go for you guys one day. I just don't really have the setup for it, but it's one of the few games that I play that I'm not making a lot of content for, and I would really love to like make some content with it at some point, you know? Like I'd probably have like another phone. I don't know. I might watch a video on like how to set it up because that would be a cool IRL stream. Like I'd be out in the world, you know? Even if I didn't have the camera on, I could always stream just the gameplay and have like a mic and like chat with you guys while I play. Could be cool. So you really do not have to do a battle, as I have no idea how that works. Yeah, if you're trying to to get hearts with your buddy, where it says, you know, battle with your buddy, if you go to battle and scroll down to the bottom of it, there's training battles. It's Blanche, Candela, and Spark, the team leaders. Click on whichever one, and then, you know, put your buddy in the battle team, start the battle, and then quit the battle. And you'll get a heart each time you do that. And the battles are very straightforward, by the way. Like, if you want to know how to do a battle, you literally just go in there and click. You just tap your screen, your Pokemon will attack. And then it'll charge up its charge move, and then you hit that circle and he'll do that attack. When your opponent uses a charge move, you have 2 shields. You can block up to 2 of their charged attacks. And the only thing that you would have to learn in order to do battles, the only thing you'd have to understand is Pokemon strengths and weaknesses. The game even tells you what's super effective. Like when you look at your charge move, it'll say super effective right above it or below it if it is a good move against the opponent. They said I've not done a battle or a raid. They're fun. They're fun. Yeah, aggressive tapping. Yeah, that's really all it is. And for raids, Lisa, there's like different tiers. When you click on a raid, if it has 1 little Rhydon skull, then that means it's a 1-star raid. Very easy to do by yourself. If you have any Pokemon over 2,000 CP, and the CP are combat points, by the way. That's what CP means. It's the number above your Pokemon. So if you have anything that's over like 2,000, if you have like a team like that, you can pretty much knock out, you know, whatever's in a 1-star raid. How many tier 3 reviews do we have today, says JMR? I can check. I think it was like 8 or so. All right. All right, we'll come back to Pogo later in the stream. I'll remind everybody later. Oh, no, there's not even 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Tier 3 reviews because we knocked out most of these on Friday. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Tier 2 reviews. And for Tier 1, it's actually not that bad because we actually, we put a good dent into the reviews on Friday. So we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. Unk, I answered them. Hey, listen, I'm just going in some more detail. All right, all right. Also, Lisa, one little word of advice for the battles. If you go down to the bottom again, by the way, these are training battles. If you scroll to the bottom of battle, where the team leaders are, like Blanche, Candela, and Spark, those are training battles, so you won't have to heal your Pokemon afterwards. You won't have to use potions. So if you want to learn how to do battles, just do the training battles. That's what they're there for. It's to like kind of, help you figure out how it all works. There's no downside to doing them. Can I double check mine? Made it in before the deadline, says Ims. You can still see the channel. Yeah, you can still see the channel, Ims. If you click on the channel, it's just it's view only right now because they're locked. Because but yeah, if yours is in there, you should be fine. All right. And Wings, thanks again for the jewels, my friend. Let me I need to add your jewels to the goal before we dive in here. So we're at, let's see, 450, so that'll be 225 on the goal, so we'll be at 2526. Okay. Quick update here, quick update. Oh, you're making me change my math. Thank you, Fallen Angel, thank you. We're at 2626. Much appreciated, my friend, much appreciated. Already almost halfway in the goal. Goal number 234 today. I can't believe we've hit 233 consecutive goals here on this stream. It's crazy to think about. All right. Fallen Angel said, just completed Mewtwo. Took me 5 minutes, and I live in the middle of nowhere. Dude, I'm telling you, it's so easy to get. And you get a free Master Ball, too, so make sure you hold on to that. Those are so rare. I was more excited about the Master Ball than I was about the Mewtwo itself. Because I already had a Hundo Mewtwo. The background is cool, though. And you even get Mega Energy to evolve it. It's sick. And it's also already Mega Level 3. So, like, if you're new, that's like such a powerful Pokemon to start the game with. Thank you so much, Senpai. Bethany, I uploaded to Tier 2 after the stream started, but we uploaded yesterday. Yeah, you guys are good. If you were already in, Lisa, if you were already in the Tier 1 forum, and the deadline has happened, you can still upload to the other tier forums. Silver Tap said, I'm just waiting for 4 more Pokemon to spawn. Yeah, you'll get it today for sure. All right. So, this week's challenge, I got the challenge pulled up here on the screen. It's called Getting Artsy. It says, create an artist's workshop where creativity flows free. Show off sculpted pieces, sew magical outfits, or paint enchanting works like Rapunzel. Express yourself. Now, when it comes to an artist workshop, we kind of define that on my video about this challenge. And, if you Google an artist workshop, it kind of gives you a little breakdown here. It says, an artist workshop is often called an atelier or studio, a room or building where a lead artist, students, and helpers work together to make art. And then there's some defining factors, some key features. You don't have to include all of these, but they could be good plays as well. A workspace, probably the most important. Teamwork, where a main master artist works with students. And then learning. So a lot of artist workshops will have people learning how to do art. These are just good storytelling opportunities. So a lot of fun things you can do there. Now, when it comes to the artist workshop being in a room or building, you do not have to absolutely do that. It's not like something where like, oh, I'm not going to get 4K at all because I left that out. That's not likely going to be the case for you. If your snap is beautiful and very well put together and you are getting artsy, right? However, I do recommend taking the workshop portion into account here, because if you look in Dreamer's Portal, or if you look in Facebook groups, or even in our reviews, you'll see that a vast majority of the Dreamsnap enthusiasts out there are building these kind of interior designs where they have these artist workshops. So there's a lot of ways you can do that. You could do an outdoor scene like this, where you kind of build walls around it and make it look like a workshop. Now, I haven't added villagers to this. It's just an example. Or you could do something along the lines of this, where you go indoors and you show your artist workshop. Now, again, that's not something you absolutely have to do for 4K. There will be plenty of people in 4K that are outdoors and have like these beautiful outdoorsy scenes where they're not in a room or building. But you want to think of it kind of like insurance, right? Or a life jacket. You know, you're on a boat, you bring a life jacket. Not because you're expecting the boat to sink, but it's just good to be safe. It's kind of the same thing with this portion of the theme, right? With so many people building these workshops and having these rooms and buildings they're working in, it goes to show that a lot of people really prioritize this workshop feel. And again, it might not matter, but if you do come across very picky voters and you're matched up against really good workshop environments, well, it might cost you some votes here and there, which could cost you 4K. Again, it's just insurance, right? It's not something I think you absolutely have to do for 4K, but I do think it's the safest play this week. But that doesn't mean there won't be plenty of snaps in the 4K range that do otherwise. So, again, you know, just think of it like a life jacket, insurance, whatever. Now, the last thing we'll see about the challenge is that it also specifically mentions Rapunzel. So she's a great villager to use here. Rapunzel has a painting animation that could be super useful, and she's also known for being an artist. But there's plenty of other great villagers you can use. There's a lot of great storytelling opportunities. Like, for example, you know, you could have a bunch of villagers painting. You can have a bunch of easels out, and you can have, like, Flynn doing a horrible painting of a capybara because there's a really goofy-looking capybara motif that looks like it was made by a 3-year-old. And then you can have somebody else next to him painting an absolute masterpiece, and you can have him looking frustrated, and the avatar's, like, giggling about it. You know, there's some great storytelling opportunities here. But at the end of the day, regardless of what you do, I do think it's going to be very, very valuable this week to have at least one villager with you. I probably wouldn't go into this challenge solo. I would probably bring, you know, for me, I'll probably use 2 villagers. You don't need a bunch of them, you know. But you could do a bunch if you want to. If you want to have a big artist workshop, I've seen some great examples of that. But the reason I recommend this, having at least one villager, is because this is going to play up the teamwork and possibly the learning as well. So, as we stated, you know, it's just a great opportunity for storytelling. It's a great way to make your snap competitive. And as we mention week after week after week, getting 4,000 moonstones is not necessarily all about... It's not all about time. You know, it's not about putting 8 hours into your snap. Getting 4K, one of the biggest things you'll need to consider is that it's about thought, right? It's about strategy. How do we make a beautiful scene, make sure our lighting is on point, make sure, you know, we're playing up all of these different meta angles, while also impressing the voter with, you know, villager positions, villager animations. When you can approach a Dreamsnap challenge with a bit of strategy, you can nearly guarantee 4K if you're going about it a clever way, right? Like if we look at Fabled Relics here, I feel like one of the reasons this did so well is because we have a lot of storytelling elements, right? Scar sneaking up on us while Gaston watches our back here and faces off with him. Flynn stuck in the spider web with Pumbaa worried, Sully lurking out of the fog to stop Jafar from taking this relic, and then Donald, Timon, and the Avatar all laying eyes on this fabled relic, right? You don't always have to have this much storytelling, but it's all about strategy. If I had left this photo empty with just the Avatar, it would have still had a decent shot at 4K, but I would say this is probably why it was more towards the top 100 instead of rank 5,000 or 6,000. Because it would still likely do well without all the storytelling elements, but they do serve very well to impress voters. And if you can impress voters, even if things go kind of south, where you match up against really good snaps, you're still going to be very likely to land in 4K. If you can make a very strong snap, have some great storytelling elements, can be just a great way to impress voters. Anyway, now that we've kind of discussed what we're looking for in this week's theme, let's dive into your snap reviews. Let's not waste any more time. As much as I love talking about Pogo, we'll get right into it. All right, starting with our tier 3s here. Chewy is up first. I'm struggling a lot with this challenge. The indoor-outdoor setup is already a stretch for me, and on top of that, I cannot figure out how to set up my Pluto pose to make it look like I'm realistically interacting with the pottery. Should I just pivot to a completely indoor scene and go with a safer pose? I'm ready to scrap the whole thing. All right, well, I will say I don't think this is the best way to approach an indoor-outdoor scene, and I'll tell you why. You want to kind of avoid the downside to doing an indoor-outdoor scene is you can't add things to your walls, right? You can't really add things. Now, I love this. So since you are doing this indoor-outdoor scene, the fact that you have a castle back here and you have her painting a castle is really nice. And I actually think you got the pose really well. Like, I feel like you got it really good. It looks like you're either reaching towards it or taking your hands away from it. But when it comes to your walls, that would be the main thing I would kind of consider reworking a little bit here. To give you an example of what I mean, we have this indoor-outdoor build here. If you've never done indoor-outdoor builds, they can be a little tricky because since you can't hang stuff on the walls, it's hard to have your background look colorful and fun, which, you know, vibrant colors and details really helps with performance. So if we look at the difference between these two photos, like in this one, we have these greenhouse walls from the Wishful Thinking Star Path, and it has this stained glass that looks really good. We're also clipping blossom trees through it so they look like vines that are growing on the inside of it. And then we're using some tall items like this lantern here to add a bit of texture in the back as well. And we're also adding texture around the doorway by putting these wood pillars, these wood beams here, and these columns here. That way we can have this indoor-out scene, but we have a lot of detail and texture on the wall. Now, if you compare that to what we have here, it's just these same wood beams, and it's a lot of dark brown. So my first question for you, Chewy, is do you have the walls from the Wishful Thinking Star Path? If you do, I would definitely prioritize those. Just to get some good texture and color in the back, because then we could see through the windows. You can put some beautiful trees in the back. The main thing I would work on here, if I were you, Chewy, would be... Oh, actually, you've already done really well with that on your... Yeah, this is nice. This is good. This is good. And then you have this one here. Yeah, I love that you brought the blossoms inside. You know, having them clip through, it looks like pink vines growing in here. So this actually is a good fix for the issue we were talking about. But I will say, I think you did really good with the pose here. So, I know in your initial review you said you can't figure out how to set up the Pluto pose. I think it does look like you're interacting with it. I think this does look realistic. Maybe you're trying to get your hands actually on it. That's going to be kind of hard to do with this table in particular. But I think this is fine. It does look like you're interacting with it. You know, it looks like you're either taking your hands away or you're putting your hands towards it. But this is really good. Though I definitely think you're going to need, you know, these wall details here. And if you got some free time this week, Chewy, you could always save this snap in your gallery, keep this one ready to go, and then try your hand at an indoor one as well. But I think this is really strong. I think this has a lot of potential. And you don't have to use that Pluto pose at all. Like, you don't have to use this. If you'd rather be painting, I would go in that direction. The only thing I'd be careful of is having your motif kind of go outside of the range of this easel here. And what you can do to fix that is just move up a tiny bit. Just move up that and move this up by like 1 square, and it'll be big enough to fit that on there. But I love that you're showing who you're painting here. Like, that's really clever. And Flynn over here looks really fun. But yeah, I think this is the strongest out of your current lineup. I think this does have some good potential. I do wish this wasn't so foggy, you know? You see how much color we're losing? Like how gray and washed all the color looks back here? It's likely just due to distance. But, you know, if we were able to maybe bring some of those elements a little closer, we won't have this fog and we can keep some of the beautiful colors, even if we can't see the whole castle. And if you have the Dream Castle, that might be better here. The premium one, you know, the one that kind of looks like it's modeled. I think it's called the Palace. It looks like it's modeled after the Dream Castle. But, you know, it's got the blue and white and gold. That might be really good here because it looks more like what she's painting. But yeah, I love that we can see both of your painting subjects. You know, I think that's fantastic. For this one, my only advice would be to maybe consider taking this painting table because this is such a strong item and we only see the tiniest bit of it here on the edge, right here. I would maybe bring that in a little bit. You know, maybe have it right here at the front. Or just in a little bit more. Just rotate it to where the small items are there so it's not blocking anything in the scene. But I would definitely try to highlight that painting table really well because it's a very, very strong item. That can also help fill out some of this foreground potentially as well. I definitely don't think you need to scrap it, Chewy. I think this is looking really good. So yeah, don't worry about scrapping it. I think it's looking good. Beagle Mama, beautiful work here. Hey, Sub, I got exactly 1 snap taken before my dang chandeliers cut off at 6 a.m. this morning. So this is very much a first draft. Open to any and all suggestions as always. Got a little bit of a top 100 streak going here. And I want to see if I can extend it. Totally unrealistic, but why not go for it? I don't think it's unrealistic, you know. It's definitely possible to have a nice little... It's just they're harder to keep, right? Because you never know which week you're going to pop up against some, like, insane snaps. So, you know, just don't be too hard on yourself if you get rank 300. That's still really good. But yeah, congrats on being in the top 100 for a few weeks. Well, I love the light casting you're doing with these wall sconces back here. Very nice. Really good storytelling with your villagers. Great pose here on the avatar. I will say with the lights hanging above you, this might be light coming in from the window and light from the light above you. But the white here is really strong to where it's kind of harder to see this, like, some of the details on the table here. The only thing I would focus on here, Beagle Mama, is trying to get the scene to feel a little warmer in terms of the lighting. It's got a heavy feel for the white light. I think time of day might be your best trick here. So time of day inside also applies just like it does outside. If you go to the sunset time of day, I think it's going to crispen up your colors here really well. And I know you might be having light come in from these windows, and that's why you're using the time of day that you are, but You can always move the windows around if needed to see if you can get the light to come in from another angle. And maybe then we won't have the light on the table here. And these tips are really more about trying to help you keep that top 100 alive. Because I think this is already looking really good for 4K. My other tip for you here, Beagle Mama, would be, with the challenge saying, show off sculpted pieces, sew magical outfits, or paint enchanting works. Now, it does say or, so you don't have to do all three. But since the challenge is called Getting Artsy, I would say the artsier, the better. So that's why in my example scenes, we're highlighting all three of those examples intentionally. So if we look at this example scene, we have those warm colors. We were talking about that warm lighting. Now this is outdoors, but we'll go to the indoor next. But we have painting, and I haven't added villagers to this yet. This is just an example, so we'll bring them in eventually. But we have our painting here and here, and then we have sculpting with this fun little statue, and then we have fabrics over here for the sewing magical outfits. And how, what better to play up sewing magical outfits than magical thread? So we're trying to play up all the things that the challenge brought up. And then even in the foreground, there's really fun art supplies, like this little jar of pencils. I believe that's craftable from Storybook Veil. And then having the painting table kind of angled, you can get some, and that's what I mean about the color. You see how, since this isn't being washed with that bright white light, these colors come through really well. And you can even highlight other forms of art that the challenge did not mention, like music or even photography. So the artsier, the better, I would say. If you want to make it as competitive as you possibly can. But yeah, beautiful work so far. I think you're pretty safe for 4K, but I do think there are some competitive angles you can play up here to make it more likely that you can keep that top 100 streak going. Finfeitao, hola senpai, thank you for your time as always. Top 3 picks. Oh, these are beautiful, my friend. Very well done. I love the warm lighting in here. The color is really nice. A great feature of the avatar. We have Rapunzel kind of painting back here. Now I know you don't want to bring Rapunzel up too much because then we won't see this pretty scene back here. But I would bring her up to maybe right about here, just so we can see her a little better. Like maybe have her, because we'll still see, the stuff back here as well. I love the workshop you've made. And again, you have the fabrics, you have the sculptures, and you have the painting. So you're highlighting multiple aspects of art. Now, let's take a look at your other scenes. Oh, this one you brought in Mirabelle. Very nice. Another villager. Rapunzel's just getting a little further away here. I do think I like this painting even more because I feel like the color palette of this painting matches the environment really well. But maybe it would be good to put another motif under this one. It could even be that circular starry night motif. Really just to make this feel a bit more full, if that makes sense. So with the motifs, you're clearly layering them really well here. I think this is the strongest shot in terms of where Rapunzel is, and also the angle of your avatar here. It's not as much of a side profile. Whereas this one, we get a like dead-on side profile. And Rapunzel's a good bit further away, but I love the inclusion of Mirabelle. So my advice for you here, Fim, would be kind of a combination of this. I would make sure there's a little bit of a tilt on the avatar so we can see more than just the straight side profile. Like, she looks best here. Even though it's only a tiny turn inward, we get to see, the definition of her mouth a bit better, her smile a bit better. We can see even a hint of the makeup on that side. So I would stick with this kind of pose for the avatar, but I would try to bring Rapunzel a little closer, and I would also keep Mirabelle as well, because I think she's fantastic there. Looking really good. I think you're very likely for 4K with these, regardless of which one you chose. I think these are all pretty much locked in for 4K. The advice provided is literally just stuff to make it even more competitive. Bob's is next. I almost rage quit because Rapunzel can't stop talking. Yeah, it's so annoying. It looks about as chaotic as my own art studio would be. Thank you for any advice. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. This looks really fun. I love this big mosaic in the back. That's cool. I haven't seen this used in too many snaps. I also really like the Van Gogh painting kind of thing over the fireplace. And, oh, the way you have the light hitting the stairs over here on the left is also really cool. Great shot of Rapunzel painting here. Avatar looks very happy and proud, or maybe laughing at the work here. Or maybe a giggle. So my advice here would be, I would maybe consider the painting table right here, if possible. I know it'd be annoying to capture Rapunzel again. So I think this is looking really good for 4K if you did roll with this. But if you did have time for any adjustments, I love this item here. But I think the painting table kind of at an angle here would work very well because it's got like multiple different art tools on it. Like the pottery set back here. That would also help fill out some of this space here. And it might be worth tilting your camera angle down just a little to try to hide a little bit more of the ceiling, if that makes sense. Like in this one, I tilted the camera down just a hair and showed a little bit less of the ceiling, but I'm using the Vizier's alchemy table, so I couldn't take it any further than this. But one thing I've tried to do in a lot of my indoor snaps is really work to minimize how much of the ceiling I'm showing. I mean, you can get some good detail on the ceiling, and I had an indoor snap that showed a lot of ceiling get rank 19, actually. So, you know, it's not like the ceiling's automatically bad. This is before we could change the ceiling textures and stuff, but this was Dreamlight Art Gallery, and this got rank 19. But I had a lot of fun details on the ceiling as well with these incense burners, the Mickey lights in the back, and these beautiful chandeliers on the side. And we also have light casting, so we have these shadows adding some extra texture to the ceiling as well. But even in this one, I think it shows a little bit less ceiling than we see here. So it might be worth considering, you know, just a little tweak on how much of the ceiling we're showing. And also panning that camera down, I think, would kind of put more of a highlight on the room you've created. But yeah, that's the only critiques I have for you. I think this is looking really good. Jen, thank you for the big 343. Vox is on one away. Oh, on the Mewtwo? I didn't know what you were talking about at first. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, Pokemon Go players, make sure you log in this month. Even if you haven't played in forever, there's a free Hundo Mewtwo. All you gotta do is catch 10 Pokemon and power up a Pokemon 10 times. That's it. And you get a Hundo Mewtwo that's Mega Level 3, and you get Mega Energy, and it has a special background, and you get a Master Ball. 1,000% worth it. Also, probably the best time ever to start playing. Imagine starting with a Mewtwo. Like, that's crazy. And again, if you do start, make sure you use my referral code. Sunshine is next.
Notice me.
Yo, Bobs, thank you, my friend.
for the review.
Of course, of course. We are officially halfway over on goal now. 31-26 on the board. Thank you, Bobs. Thank you. All right, Sunshine is next. Tinkering with a couple of non-painting ideas for this week and wondering if they can compete for 4K, or should I stay with majority vote and get back to painting with Rapunzel? Worried that voters will be looking and voting for painting with Rapunzel exclusively? No, I don't think that's the case at all. That's not really the reason why you see so many painting snaps. The reason you see so many painting snaps is just because they have good utility. It's not because people think that's the only thing that works. Because I've seen a lot of praise online for plenty of artsy snaps that are not painting. There's a lot of people that are, I haven't seen anybody say a single time, oh, that's not on theme because there's no painting. So the big reason why you see so many snaps where they're painting is not necessarily just because it's the only thing people think is appropriate. The reason why is because we just got these amazing overalls this week. Like, this is probably one of the coolest free outfit options we've seen in ages. And I think a lot of people were just excited to use these. The other reason is because the challenge mentioned Rapunzel. And when a challenge mentions a villager, it just kind of puts them on a lot of people's radar. And when it comes to getting artsy, right, Rapunzel is probably the most artsy villager. So for a lot of people that were like, wanting to use a villager, Rapunzel was just a great option, just a wonderful option to use. So it's not that anybody out there thinks, because the challenge is clear on this, The challenge specifically states, or, right, says show off sculpted pieces, sew magical outfits, or paint enchanting works like Rapunzel. So yeah, by no stretch of the imagination do you have to be painting with Rapunzel. It's a popular play this week because of the overalls, because of the mentioning of Rapunzel, and also because of the opportunity to use motifs in really unique ways. Like being able to put motifs. You just get a lot of good utility and freedom when it comes to going in the painting direction. But you absolutely do not have to. Like I said, I've seen plenty of pottery snaps. I've seen sewing snaps. And I've seen a lot of people give a lot of praise to these snaps. Ultimately, how you perform will just come down to what you pop up against, as always. So we have this one here with the crochet. I think this is fantastic. Very fun. I love the workshop space you've set up here. Like the sewing machine. You got all the tools of the trade. Some really fun villagers. And it's really unique and colorful. You're also playing up the new items that we just got. And I was expecting to see these get a bit more play, so it's kind of fun to see them here. And you have this one where you're going in the fabric direction. Yo, thank you. JDB 2206 coming in with the sub. Appreciate the Prime sub, JDB. Welcome to the supporter family. That is very kind of you, my friend. Very kind. Now, your fabric one here, I think, is also really good. I think this is super fun. It's a beautiful, beautiful workspace. It's got all the details that it needs to be a workspace, and I love the kitten. I think this would have a great shot at 4K as well, but I think this one is definitely the one you should go with. And I'll tell you why. In this one, your pose is like, hey, welcome to my workshop. You're kind of welcoming us into this scene. And you're showing, all these amazing magical outfits that you've made. But in this one, we actually get a glimpse of you getting artsy. Like you're actively working on this crochet piece. The fact that you're kind of turned around, lifting your hands up, it looks like somebody just walked in and you're like, oh, hi, like as you're working. I do think when it comes to being competitive this week, showing your avatar actually getting artsy, like showing them finishing a project or working on a project, I think is going to be the more competitive direction. So I would definitely go with this one here, Sunshine. Both are beautiful. Both are very nice. But I really like that this one you're showing off this new outfit, which we haven't seen a whole lot. I love that we have all this colorful yarn around you. This just has so much color. It's really fun. You got a nice little Mickey cloud back here. You have some great villager presents. And I love that you're highlighting all these little crochet monsters. It's just awesome. So yeah, definitely on theme. I think you'd actually be very safe with this. And if anything, I think people would really appreciate seeing something, you know, that's on theme, but different. Snaps like that, you know, typically get a lot of love as long as you're on theme. And you definitely are. So yeah, I would definitely go with this. Beautiful work. Tazzy is next. Took me forever to get all the characters I wanted and couldn't get Rapunzel in her pose with her easel because every time I tried to move her after locking the pose, the easel would disappear. Tazzy, did you not watch my video? I addressed that, Tazzy. We talked about this. We talked about it on stream as well. So, if you haven't seen my YouTube guide on this, you're not the only one that has the easel disappearing. You know, like that happens to me every single time. And I went into great detail about that in the video. I also went into detail about how to work around that. So, you shouldn't be trying to move Rapunzel. You should be trapping her exactly where you want her and just pausing her. Now, if she's facing the wrong way with the easel, just, you know, let the animation run its course, choose her, put her back in the trap, and let her do it again. Eventually, you'll get her facing a good direction. But for me, every single time I move her or rotate her, the easel disappears. And we went into a lot of detail about that. We talked about that a lot in the video and on the stream yesterday. So, my big advice for the scene that you have here, I do think it would be a good idea to, but even if you did get Rapunzel doing the painting animation, you don't really have a spot for her. You know, maybe if you didn't have this easel here, we could have Rapunzel here doing her animation. But I would say one of the things I would be wary of here, Tazzy, would be how much of the ceiling we're showing here. It's a lot of ceiling. And then the balance, right? You have a perfectly balanced background. So we have a chandelier of the deep here, lights here, chandelier here, lights here, and another chandelier. It's all even. But when we come up to the foreground, we have one really big chandelier right here and not one here. So do you really need this one? Do you really need this chandelier here? Because if you're trying to get light on the foreground, you can actually take that chandelier and put it behind the camera door where we can't see it. And I would also recommend tilting your camera angle down a little bit just so we see a little bit less of the ceiling. The other thing is, do you have anything other than the chandelier of the deep, right? Like, do you have any other lights? Because after 6 p.m., your time, so many things cast light. And the reason I would swap off the chandelier of the deep is just because it doesn't really fit the environment. You know, you have these beautiful painted walls. Then we have these, like, tangled lanterns hanging here. And the chandelier of the deep has, like, candles, and it has, like, a ocean-y kind of feel to it, but that doesn't really fit the environment. I would be very intentional with, like, what lights you choose. Like in this one, we're using these red hanging lanterns. But there's plenty of great lights that cast light after 6 p.m. Like if we go here, these Mickey lights will cast light. And they're very small. They're much less invasive. You know, they're not going to be like these big octopus tentacles coming out. But you see how in this example, you barely see any of the ceiling? That's because I'm right up against the island that pushes my camera up, but I'm tilting the camera down towards the scene just a little bit. And that helps me minimize how much, you know, ceiling we're showing here. That way, everything we see is kind of the art workshop, the artist workshop. So my advice here would be to find a light other than the chandelier of the deep. And remember, after 6 p.m. your time, changing your time off day will not impact this, by the way, unfortunately. So changing your time of day offset will not affect which lights cast light. Certain lamps will cast light no matter what time of day it is. The chandelier or the deep, the regular chandelier, the one from Jingle, thank you for the 43. Also the one from the Deluxe Ultimate Edition, whatever. This one. This one casts light no matter the time of day. But if you wait until after 6 p.m., there's so many lights you can use that are going to be a lot smaller and more manageable for this space. And since I would also recommend a darker ceiling. I wouldn't go light for the ceiling. I would go maybe like a dark wood if you are going to show some of it. Just because you have all these fun, bright colors. This paler ceiling texture is kind of absorbing some of the fun colors we have at the base of the build. So I would tilt the camera down just a little to show less of the ceiling. I would swap out the chandeliers of the deep, and I would, even if we're going to see a tiny bit of the ceiling, I would go with like a dark wood note. That way it complements the colors here and doesn't pull away from them. And if you do want to get Rapunzel doing the animation, just watch the Friday video we did. Yo, Sunshine, thank you, my friend. Also, Harper, thank you for the 100 bits as well.
For advice.
You're very welcome, Sunshine. You're very welcome. And yeah, I definitely think you should go with that snap. Like I said, I think it's very safe. I would be really surprised if like people were like, oh, that's not on theme because there's no painting. Because the challenge was clear on that. And then also what I would like to bring up is even if somebody doesn't read the challenge at all, with the title being called Getting Artsy, as long as you're involved in some form of art, then I think most people are going to be totally open to, seeing lots of different variations of that. 4269 on the board now. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Greatly appreciated, as always. Harper, Jen, and Sunshine. Thank you, thank you. 234. There we go. Okay. But yeah, that would be my focus. And if you wanna try to get Rapunzel doing the painting animation, check out the guide video we made for this challenge. You would just want to trap her, but well, check out the video. I could walk you through the whole thing, but that's just gonna take more time, and I've already made a video on it. So, you can just skip to the part, just fast forward to where when you see me working with Rapunzel and watch that section, and it'll break it down. So yeah, final thoughts. Less ceiling if possible. Different lights from the chandeliers. And if you do have a light here, I would definitely try to balance it. But I don't think you really need this light here. You can always take those and have them more towards the front of the scene. And yeah, if you want to try to get her, you can. But you don't have to get her painting. It's just a very good competitive play. Moving on to Tier 2s. JMR's up first. I had a hard time this week after much tinkering and rebuilding. I hope it is coming together. Always appreciate the advice. Oh, this is beautiful, JMR. This is beautiful. I love the hanging orbs here. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Lots of fun color. I also like how it ties into what you're painting. You have like these fun rainbow colors up here and this fun rainbow color here. You got a great shot of Rapunzel painting her masterpiece. Snow White back here, like she's working with the fabrics. This really does feel like an artist workshop, You have, it looks like Alice is kind of learning. Snow White is working with fabrics. You two are painting here. And your studio looks great. This looks great. I like the twin paint tables here at the front. Good workspace. And then we have like the painted windows back here. We barely see any ceiling. But I would go with a dark note on the ceiling here. Like a dark wood. It'll balance out well with the floor since you have like this like kind of casita style floor. And it would also be a good backdrop for these colorful orbs to have like a darker color behind them because you already have so much bright light around each orb. So having this very light color in the corner here just is kind of compounding that. So I think it's a tiny change. But I do think you'd be happy if you switched that to a nice dark note. aside from that, not much else I would say here. I mean, looking really good, JMR. It's a very clearly defined workshop. We can see you getting artsy. You've got some great villager presence. Only opportunity I see besides the ceiling is like kind of over here. You see where these boots are? And then we have the window. Might be cool to put something right here. You have fabrics, right? And you have painting. What about a little sculpture? You know, what about a little raven sculpture? Or maybe what about the pottery spinner, the one under the Lion King tab that we got from Timon? What if you put that little pottery spinner right here and you put a little vase or one of the little plates on it? You know, there's some really fun stuff you could showcase right here on this side. Like you have one here. You can just move another one over here. And that's just going to highlight, you know, the balance of art really well here. And this, again, is the only really opportunity space I see. Just a small pocket right here that could be useful. And if you are going to use Alice right here, if you attach Dinah to Alice, there's a very high likelihood you'll be able to capture Dinah right here, which could be super cute. Because you have this little open pocket right here. If you can't, like if Dinah's just running around and you just can't get her in that spot, don't worry about it. That's a tiny little thing that could be cute. Since you have a good spot for it. But yeah, looking good, JMR. Looking good. Brittany is next. This is my first indoor, and I'm not confident about it. Really struggled to get Rapunzel to cooperate. Every time I moved her, her canvas would disappear.
Thanks
so this is a compromise.
Tips.
Of course, of course. Tazzy, thank you for the big 400. Oh, man. You guys are really making it clear who watched my guide and who did not. So, you know, Brittany here said, really struggling with Rapunzel. Every time I moved her, her canvas would disappear. I think you submitted this before my video came out, to be fair. So it's reasonable that you haven't seen it. Actually, wait a minute. Submitted 8/14, 10:07 p.m. Nope. You submitted this after my video came out. That's a big reason why I would recommend watching the video. Unfortunately, you know, all that time you spent trying to get Rapunzel and then moving her, you could have saved all that time if you'd have watched the guide on it. Because I pointed out that when you're capturing a villager's idle animation, if they do that animation with a prop, when you move them, that prop will disappear. The only time I've had that not happen was like Wally's boot and sometimes Kristoff's little thing he jams out on. I've had that stay like once for each of them, but every time I move Rapunzel, and I mentioned that in the guide. So if you're trying to capture Rapunzel, you know, you could just trap her right here so you don't have to move her. Now, of course, that means you would have to wait for her to face the right way, because even if you aren't moving her to a new location, simply rotating her will cause the easel to disappear. So what you want to do if you want to get, you know, a shot of Rapunzel, kind of like what we have here, right? With JMRs. Like, look at how good this is. You can have her with the paint in her arm here on her hand, paintbrush in hand, painting this beautiful scene. What you'll want to do is trap her right where you want her to be and just keep letting her idle until she pulls out the easel at the right angle. It can take a bit, you know, it's kind of annoying that we can't just trigger it and make her do it. But again, this was very thoroughly discussed in the Friday video. And if you want the best value, the best possible value out of these review streams, they're going to be much better for you if you pair them with the guides. Because that way, you know, you already know all this stuff. And then hopefully you won't end up, you know, losing time trying to move Rapunzel and having the easel disappear every time. And you're like, what the heck? You know, you'll already be aware of things like that because, of course, anytime there's an issue like that, I'm going to address it in the guide video. But yeah, aside from that, absolutely amazing workspace here. I think you got a great shot of the avatar. I love the ceiling. This is what I mean about a darker color for the ceiling. Look how much this complements the space. When you have all these bold, vibrant colors, if you have a pale ceiling, it kind of draws away from those colors, kind of absorbs the color out of the scene. But this nice, colorful, darker note on the ceiling just complements this room really well. I like the dark wood notes here. Painting table here. And then we have some good fabrics. You do have a lot of open space in here, like in the mid-section of the room. I think you have some opportunities for maybe another villager, maybe one or two more small villagers. And there are plenty of ways, you can use whoever you want to indoors just as well as outdoors. I know some people are not aware that you can have multiple villagers indoors. But, for my... Where is it? So here we have Cozy Holiday Cheer. And in this Cozy Holiday Dream Snap, you'll see we have every Christmas dream style. Belle is at the center. Christmas Mickey, Christmas Eve, Christmas Merlin. And then Joy for Joy to the World. And we also have all the winter styles. We have Winter Anna, Winter Ariel, Winter Cinderella. We just don't have Winter Fairy Godmother, which is fine. So not only are we using multiple villagers here, but we're using very specific villagers, right? So one villager is fine. That's way better than having none. And considering you were having a hard time trapping Rapunzel, or moving Rapunzel, you still got a pretty good animation for her, It does look like she's painting. But if you want her to actually be painting, if you want to maximize the competitiveness of your photo and capture a scene more like this, don't move her. And as mentioned, this is exactly why I would highly recommend checking out the guides for these challenges, especially if you like to participate in the reviews, because I will typically cover these things in the guides just because we rarely find ourselves using idle animations. So they can be a bit of a pain to work with. But now that you know that, and also I would still watch the guide, because not only do I point out, that you're not going to be able to move her, I also show you different ways you can trap her, and I show you a reasonable amount of space that she'll need to do her animations faster. If you trap her in a really small spot, she can be very stingy about when she brings the easel out. There's also other issues like dialogue coming up while you're trying to take a picture with her. If she prompts a dialogue, you're going to have to reset her by choosing and putting her back in the trap. There's all of these things are discussed in the guide. And another fun thing we discussed in the guide would be layering motifs. Since you only have one motif here, you can have up to 5 motifs in a Dream Snap. You could have a cool motif behind this one to kind of bring out the colors of this flower even more, and to fill out this easel or this portrait a bit more too if you wanted. Not that you absolutely have to do that, but it could be a good wow factor to impress your voter. So, if we look at this example here, we're using 2 motifs. And the way we layered it almost looks like it goes under her arm, because the black line of it is kind of hitting the line of her sweater. So, just taking your first motif, having it as a backdrop, and then taking a second motif and putting it on top could be really nice. But yeah, beautiful workshop here. I really like your space. I would say on this side, the flower plays well as your portrait piece. I do like that we can see what you're painting. But that doesn't mean you can't have a nice little pretty background behind it as well. And then I do think a different stand that's not as pale. A great stand for this, there's a little wooden one. That's going to kind of fit the vibe of the easel itself. I saw it in another snap. Might need to go back to tier 3s. But I do think this was part of a premium shop bundle, so you might not have it. Yeah, this little wooden table right here, I think could be really nice. But you might not have that table. But yeah, the workshop's looking really solid. Final thoughts. You could definitely get Rapunzel doing her animation if you want to give it another go. Potentially add one more villager, like maybe Mirabelle back here with the fabric, since they're from her collection. Could be really nice to feature. And then if you got the new outfit, like the sunflower outfit that's in the shop, I think the headband in that outfit set would look a bit better than this bandana, because it's a darker color that's gonna match the vibes of this room really well. But don't buy it just for the bandana, of course. Looking good. Very pretty combination of motifs here. This is exactly what I mean. One layered over the other. We have lady here, kind of leaning up on the table. Really good lighting. Jasmine on the side. Cozy World, thank you for the resub, my friend. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. B Shielding said I did trap her. Well, that's not what we're talking about, B Shielding. I assumed you trapped her. But as I don't know if you watched Tazzy's review, which was right before yours, but I just mentioned as well in Tazzy's review that in my guide video, I covered the fact that even if you rotate her, it's going to make that easel go away. And if you don't want to waste time struggling with that, because, you know, you probably tried to rotate her a few times and you're like, it just disappears every time. We covered that in the guide. You know, that's why I'm recommending, if you want to get the best value out of these review streams, I would combine those two things. Because that way you're going to go into the review already knowing the full breakdown of the theme, several different competitive plays, what kind of issues you might run into. All of that is going to have you very well prepared. And I also discussed how to get her to trigger her animation more often. So, you know, if she keeps opening it up facing the wrong way, and you're having to wait a few minutes each time, it could be really annoying. So we discussed the space that you're going to need for her, and then how to reset her. And if you reset her, she might do the animation right away. All of these things, again, discussed in the video. So I assumed you trapped her. But what I'm saying is you can't move her. You got to have the trap exactly where you want her. And if she's not facing the right way, as soon as she pulls out the easel, just choose her again. You know, go to the toggle, hit choose, drop her right back in the trap, and that resets her. And do that until she faces the right direction. It's not going to take an hour, you know. Like, I was able to get her when we did this on stream. We were showing people how it worked. I think Thursday of last week or Friday, can't remember which stream it was. It took like about 10 minutes to get her to face the right way. We just kept resetting her every time she wasn't facing the right way. And eventually you'll get it. But yeah, it shouldn't take you like half an hour or 45 minutes. So you just want to make sure she's trapped in the ideal position. And don't even bother rotating her. If you're trying to get her using the easel, you can't. You know, you're just wasting your time. The moment you rotate her, her easel disappears. And the same can happen for Aurora's bird, right? Like if I want to capture this scene with the bird, this is just like Rapunzel. Now, I have heard some people say they've been able to rotate her or move her and the bird stayed. Doesn't work for me. Every single time I try to move or rotate Aurora, the bird will vanish. The same thing can happen with Wally's boot. Though it did stay for me in this photo. But what I did is every time Aurora wasn't facing the way I wanted her to face, I would immediately go back into the toggle, I would hit choose, and then I would drop her back in, and then set to idle and unlock her placement. I just did that every time she faced the wrong way, and it just took a few minutes for me to get a shot where everything was lined up. So for Dree, very solid work here, very solid work. Beautiful courtyard. Now, as mentioned, I think a good safety play this week would be, incorporating that artist workshop portion we discussed. An artist workshop, often called an atelier or studio, is a room or building where lead artist, students, and helpers work together to make art. Now, again, there will be plenty of snaps in 4K that do not feature a room or building. There's several really strong outdoor snaps. And if you are going to do outdoor, if you're not going to do a room or a building, as long as you're making sure you play up a clearly defined workspace, teamwork, and or learning, then you're still, I think, going to check most of the boxes here. So overall, very likely for 4K. If for any reason this doesn't rank as high as you normally do, I would say you probably just came across some picky voters. With so many voters going out of their way to build these rooms and building scenes, they might be more inclined to vote for them. And if you get those voters, like let's say you match up against a snap that's equally beautiful, right? It's just as beautiful as yours, but it also happens to feature a very clear workshop with more than just painting, right? They're getting super artsy. They have sculpting, they have pottery, they have fabrics, and they have painting. So these clearly defined workspaces that feature multiple types of art, if you pop up against one that matches your beauty, like you guys are tied in beauty, the decision for the voter will likely come down to theme. And if that's a voter that went out of their way to make the room or building concept, then, it could potentially cost you votes. But that's a lot of ifs, right? That's why I said for the building or room aspect of this challenge, it's more of like a safety policy. It's just insurance, just in case that happens. Because you can have a scene that's just as beautiful as this that also incorporates those elements. Kind of like we mentioned with this scene, right? We can have a beautiful outdoor scene with outdoor views, but we can still make it feel like we're in an enclosed workshop space. Not absolutely required for 4K. Just a good competitive play. Overall, very solid, really pretty painting. I like that. You got your subject right here. She really likes it. Puppy looks cute. Great shot of Jasmine here. Again, very likely for 4K. I would say if for some reason you get really bad luck and it ends up, it'll probably still get 4K regardless because the lighting is perfect. But let's say you get rank 5,000 instead of rank 100. I would just chalk it up to the angle we discussed there. But still, you might still be in the top 100. It just depends. Depends on what you pop up against. Depends on what kind of voters you get. Gamer Mom, I tried a unique approach. Hopefully this works out okay. Your opinion on how to improve is greatly appreciated. So it could work. It really depends on what you pop up against. But the tricky thing here, Gamer Mom, you do have some good light right here. So I think you have like a chandelier or something up here that's casting some good light. But there's a lot of white, right? A lot of white on the walls. And we don't get to see very much of the room. When it comes to Dreamsnaps, I've done a lot of indoor builds. I've never once gotten less than 4K on an indoor build. But pretty much all of my indoor builds highlight a lot of the room because it really helps to impress the voter. If you really show them your decorating talent, right? If you really show them how you built the room, how you utilized villagers. When it comes to getting 4K, it's competitive. To land in 4K, you got to get more votes than about 96% of players. That's a lot of people you got to get more votes than. So when going with an indoor setting, I've always gone out of my way to highlight a good majority of the room. It doesn't have to be the whole room like this, right? And we can go back to some really old snaps I did where we see a little bit less of the room, but we still see a lot of detail and a lot of that build. So my biggest concern here, number one, we don't see you really interacting or doing art. You're kind of revealing art, like you're showing this mosaic to Phil, which is cool. But since the challenge is getting artsy, and it's all about people getting artsy, seeing people actually making their art, and it doesn't have to be paint, right? If we look at Sunshine here, she's doing these crochet works. But you see how she's literally getting artsy? She's working on art. She's doing it. She is getting artsy. And that's the best way to play it competitively. You know, you see how Fem is kind of taking a step back from this beautiful painting she did? You'll notice all of these very strong players are actively making art rather than showing it to somebody like, oh, I finished this the other day. They're actively getting artsy. So the tricky thing here, I would say, is you're not going to have that competitive angle that other players have where they are showing themselves getting artsy. Now, you do have some good artist workshop elements in here, like this little drafting table, the little pottery stand, the pencils over here on this edge. But if we were able to see more of this room, we can see more of those workshop elements, and you can also include more villagers that way too. One thing I would highly recommend is swapping out these walls for something a lot less white. Another problem here, look at you see how you have this great sculpture of the raven? But you see how this color blob behind him is like the exact same color, so he kind of just gets lost in the wall. If you had a more colorful wall that didn't have this same shade that the raven has, we would see this little raven statue so much better. And then also for this to be, you know, with this being an artist workshop, there's some great items you can include. Like even having the painting table kind of on the edge here. Even, you know, you might not be actively painting, but it could just show some of the tools of your craft, some of the tools of your trade. So for my tips on how to improve it, one of my biggest recommendations for you is to keep in mind just how competitive 4K is. And when you go with an indoor setting, make sure you're building it with the goal of impressing your voter. There are so many other good Dreamsnaps out there that you might get matched up against, right? You could get 4K with what you've made because it is on theme, but it's going to rely on you not popping up against some of these other competitors and most of what we've seen so far. So if we look at some of these other indoor scenes, look at the color here. Vibrant color works really well in Dreamsnaps. Notice how they're limiting the white. They're not using the white walls. All the colors are very vibrant here. Has a very good, like, artsy focus. There's loads of art on the walls. So we have all these, like, good art elements. And then we have, you know, the avatar actively working on art. Because it's a workshop. You know, not really a gallery, but, you know, a place where all the work takes place. And most importantly, look at how they have the camera. They're not just showing us a tiny corner of the room. They're showing us almost all of the room. And because of that, we get to see way more. We see the fabric table over here. We see the fabrics over here on the side. We see 2 easels here. We see a sewing machine back here. We see stained glass here. Lots of beautiful portraits on the wall. And we see their tools right here. So if you want to have a great shot at 4K with an indoor submission, try to showcase more of your building skills by showing more of the room. And if you are going to do a scene where we don't see much of the room, it needs to have some really strong elements. Like a good example of that would be Zombies Snap from the Lazy Cozy Day Challenge. I do think if it was built in a way to show more of the room, it would have gotten a much higher rank, but they were able to get around rank 3,000 or 4,000 or something just showing a corner of the room. But it was a Lazy Cozy Day Challenge. They were sitting down in that corner, scrolling on their phone. They had Eeyore being lazy next to them. They had a basket of laundry that was going untouched. They had really good color, really good lighting, very minimal white. So they you can get 4K showing just the corner of a room, but it needs to be very, very strong. So final thoughts. We'll wrap it up on this one. Stay away from the paler colors. Try to go bold. Try to go vibrant. And really try to nail that workshop feel. Consider additional villagers. Like, you could be showing this to Phil, but you could have somebody back here working on pottery, There's a lot of different angles you can play up here. And if you're looking for great items to use for this week's challenge, I would highly recommend checking out the video that I published on Friday. There's tons of unique approaches you can do. There's so many great ways to approach this week's theme. Like, just look at Sunshines, right? Like, this is we haven't seen anyone doing crochet yet. There will be plenty of them out there, and we'll probably see several of them in 4K. But there's a lot of ways to be unique while still making sure the theme is very strong. So, like in Sunshines, this is a unique approach, but she's very clearly getting artsy. She's working on her craft. She's using multiple villagers, so there's a lot more storytelling here. And also note the colors. Minimal white, lots of bold, vibrant colors. This performs very, very well in Dreamsnaps. Okay. Breezy was hoping to get Rapunzel closer and a better angle than this, but I was struggling with her glitching and her easel disappearing. I'm hoping the composition of the rest of the snap saves it. Would love to get your thoughts or any suggestions on how to get better angle on Rapunzel. Just kind of what we talked about in the video, Breezy. So, her easel's going to disappear. Like I said, you guys are really letting me know. Who watched the video. Her easel will disappear the moment you try to rotate her or move her. That's why we gave specific, tips on how to use Rapunzel in the video. I think you got a good spot for her. It's just getting her to face the right way. That's the tricky part. And there's no way to force that. So anytime she starts her animation and she's not facing the right way, just go back to the toggle, hit choose, and put her right back in there. Each time you reset her, you'll have a chance to get her facing the right angle. The other thing I would be careful of is leaving a lot of, like when you go indoors, right? Like if you're indoors, you're going to be able to hang all these beautiful things on the wall. I think in the case of this, like, this would have probably been better as an indoor scene, but it's still very 4K worthy. But like, I don't really see why you did this outdoors. If you're going to do outdoors, the whole reason I would consider outdoors is for the depth of field. So like if you want to do an outdoor workshop, you can have these like openings with these beautiful, backdrops. But if you want to make your indoor kind of scene a bit stronger, make sure you add texture to your walls. You can do that with tall items, like this tall item. Now we have a flower pot up here, adding some texture. We're clipping blossom trees through the wall here, so it looks like, cherry blossom kind of vines growing on the inside of the workshop. We're adding texture to the door frame here by using wood beams and Corona pillars. So just because you're doing indoor-outdoor for your room setting doesn't mean you have to leave all this wall space kind of empty. So, like, we have all this wall space here, like above Rapunzel, and then back here. Clipping some of those blossom trees through your wall here would look so good because you'd have this beautiful pink, almost like vines growing across the top. That's going to look really nice. But yeah, you could have done this exact scene and had lighting just as good as this, maybe even better. But this is optimal lighting, so I wouldn't say better. I'd say the same because I don't think lighting can really get much better than it is here. But if you'd have gone indoors, you could have had the same kind of lighting we have here, but you could have also had a bunch of stuff on the walls and some great details in the back. I know some people avoid doing indoor snaps because they're just not used to it, or they're so used to going outdoor that they feel like every snap needs to be that way. But as I mentioned, I've never had an indoor snap get less than 4K. Every indoor snap I've ever done has performed very well. And with how you structured the scene, I think indoors would have been really nice. All that said, very strong scene, very likely for 4K. As mentioned, optimal lighting. Like, the lighting here is just perfect. I love the storytelling angle here. Mirabelle, very upset. The way Stitch is pointing and laughing is so cute. The paw prints on this one with Tramp. And you're highlighting multiple different types of art. You know, you have the sculptures back here. You have some of the items we talked about, like the alchemy stand, or, you know, the alchemy shelf here. I think you have the fabrics back here, but we can't really see them. So, like, what if we took the fabrics? I think that's what's back here. What if we took the fabrics and we put them, like, right here? That way you can highlight your sculpting, your painting, and your fabrics. Because you also have the spinning wheel here. And if you interact with that, you can actually get it to glow. So if you interact with that spin wheel, if you just turn it on, you'll get this really cool, mystical, kind of glowing effect. And you have a great spot for that right here. Great spot for that. So yeah, final thoughts. Already very likely for 4K, but if you wanted to make this even more competitive, I would clip either magnolias or blossom trees kind of through here to get some vines going, or use some tall items in the back to kind of fill out more of this wall and get some more added detail back here. What could look good back here in this corner would be the Hercules statue. The one that's carved out of stone. It would fill out this corner really, really well. It's a big item. It's going to kind of come up, you know, close to the almost top of your wall. It'll be a couple feet below that, but that's going to help break up how much of that empty wall we see. And that's kind of what the big advice I have for you is break up the empty wall. You can also incorporate wood beams if you wanted to, or pillars, but you don't absolutely have to do that. But yeah, very likely for 4K, but I think you could definitely make it even more competitive, and you can likely get an even higher rank. Wishing Stardust is item I haven't done inside in a long time. I was struggling to make it look thought through and not block any of the story. Think for suggestions. Oh, that's cute. So we have you kind of working on a diorama here. And then we have Stitch here with the socks, and you have him here with the socks. That's really cute. I like that you have characters paired with their dioramas. That's super fun. And you even have Rapunzel painting back here. Wonderful job. Now you have a couple of variations here. Okay, I like this one because we can see the diorama a lot better here. Because I think the strongest storytelling aspect of this snap, Wishing Stardust, is going to be Stitch posing here with the socks and the diorama of him here on the pile of socks. So I would definitely try to prioritize making sure that's very visible here even if you had to take the diorama and kind of put it next to Stitch, right? Even if it covered a little bit of this scene, I don't think that would be the worst thing. And even if you had to face away from the camera a little bit, I think as this is, though, it has a great shot at 4K. I think both of these do. This one gets nice and close to the avatar, but with the, you know, with the camera angle low like this painting table is taking up a lot of real estate. The avatar's taking up a lot of real estate, and then, of course, the diorama is too. But you do have really good storytelling angles in here. I do think this one could be a bit better. Because it really highlights one of the most impactful portions of this, which is what's going on in the foreground. You creating this diorama of Stitch. But if we were able to take this diorama and move it back just a little and angle it more towards the camera, like you can take Stitch and move him left a little, and you can have this back and tilted a little bit. If we can get this kind of facing the camera, not directly, just angled slightly, just so we can see this really well, even if it covered a little bit of what's going on back here, I think it would be worth the trade-off. But yeah, I really like the storytelling angles here. Again, great shot of the characters with their dioramas. That's super fun. It looks like you might have a different wall texture here. It looks really gray back here. I would do the same wall on this side too. Keep that fun color alive, because it looks like it's more gray wall over here. And we don't see much of this wall anyway, so you might as well. Yeah, very solid Wishing Stardust. Very solid. Very unique play. Love the dioramas. Bella. Hey, Sabai. I feel something is missing, but I'm not sure what. I tried to think of good pocket items to drop, but nothing came to mind. I also tried the Casita House animation with the gold and pink sparkles, but that seemed too much. Anything else greatly appreciated? Okay. Definitely has a great workshop feel. One thing we've talked about a lot, Bella, is, you're getting artsy. Like for the avatar, I think that's going to be really important as far as being competitive. Like you're covered in paint, and you have the paint here, but you're the only one that's not painting, like, or not checking out art, right? Like you're kind of welcoming us in. I think the more competitive play this week, as I mentioned multiple times, would be these snaps that are showing the avatar actively getting artsy, where they are actively working on creating something, with the challenge being called getting artsy, showcasing that the act of getting artsy is going to be very competitive. So you want to have a good workshop feel, but there's a lot of people that don't read the description, like your average selfie submitter, and they're going to read the title. And with the title called Getting Artsy, playing that up at the front of your scene is going to be very competitive. You could be just finishing up a project right next to it, like this, right? Like, she's covered in paint. We have her paint towel here. We have the brushes. And then she's got her painting, right? She's getting artsy. There's some really fun ways to pitch that this week. Now, aside from that, the whole roof kind of concept here with all the wood beams, it is making your snap really dark. So you have a Chandelier of the Deep on the far side over here. Have you considered maybe, since you're outdoors, the Chandelier of the Deep, sadly, is the only light casting option available. So you have to use it. But if you had one over here, we could light up this whole section. And you could have one on the opposite end too. So you can have one chandelier here where it's super dark, and you can have one here where it's super dark. That's going to help light up both sides here. You could even have one here if you wanted. The only problem is it has to be on like a table. And with the Hercules statue here, not going to be able to put one there. Now you could put one here because we can't even really see anything, like we can't see behind this like fabric crafting table. So whatever you have back here, you really don't need. We can't see past Flynn. We can't really see past the table. So a table with the chandelier or the deep on it right here would be really nice. And then, I mean, if you had to, you could move the statue up a good bit and then put the chandelier back here. But I would try to figure it out to where you have it even on both sides. If you're going to build these big ceiling structures, you've done the reviews long enough to know. And you've seen the results, Bella. You know, you've seen what works. You've seen the advice at play. And you've seen the effects it can have. What do we always say is the most important thing aside from theme? Like, what comes after theme? What's the second most important? Lighting. You know, we mention that every week. Lighting is very, very, very critical when it comes to Dreamsnap success. It is extremely important. So, I would definitely, that would be my main focus. You know, since you're trying to go the route of having these ceilings in here, you really, you know, look at how dark the sewing materials are, like the fabrics, you know, the tables. I would not even go the direction of building ceilings. I mean, look at what you can do without the ceilings, right? Look at this. Bigger is not better. Dreamsnap performance is not tied into how much time you spend making your scene. It's tied into the strategy. So how do we get optimal lighting? How do we showcase the theme and make it extremely clear? What kind of villager poses could we use? A snap like this is going to have a much easier time than a snap like this, even though yours has more depth of field, more villagers. But that's not what motivates voters. Depth of field plays a very minor role next to things like lighting. So, rather than building these elaborate ceilings, you know, if you wanted a ceiling, you could have just gone indoors, right? You could just go inside. But creating a ceiling where you can't add light and just making these really dark sections, I think is very risky. That said, you could still get 4K. Just depends on what you pop up against. Another thing I often discuss is, you know, your color balance, right? A lot of white here. It's kind of funky because your building is made out of wood and stained glass. You have wood beams here. You have wood and glass walls. But then we have like a marble floor. These two things just don't really fit together very well. Which again is I think why this would have been a lot stronger indoors. And you know, it's funny too because I remember during the Cozy Holiday Cheer Challenge, you had an outdoor snap, and I was like, you know, you should just pivot and go indoors, and you were kind of, you know, not very thrilled about that at first, but then you ended up getting in the top 5 because you went indoors. If anybody should understand that indoor snaps can be really good, it should be you. Like, you should be one of the first ones that's like, oh, I've actually done really good with indoor snaps. I'm going to do an indoor snap. Instead, you're trying to force it to be indoors and outdoors. Like, but again, the dark of the ceiling has to go. This is very, very risky. Lighting is key. So, you got 2 options, really. 3 options, I should say. You could add the chandeliers of the deep in here. That's going to add a lot of great light, but it's going to require you to make space for the tables the chandeliers go on. It's fine, though, because you can still have people painting. You can still find a place for this. But if you're going to keep the ceilings here, you must get the lighting figured out. You have to if you want to have a great shot at 4K. The front lighting is fine, right? Because you have the daytime light coming in. It's all the space back here that's going to be risky. So option number 1 would be to add some lights. Option number 2 would be, if you're going to do indoor-outdoor, don't focus on impressing your voter with things that we know don't impact results as much. Like, if you look at 4K snaps, some have good depth of field, some don't. It's not that, it's not like 80% of snaps have good depth of field. What 80% of 4K snaps do have is very good lighting. That's way more important than like building these ceilings and making this workshop really big. That's a much, much better bang for your buck, and it takes less time. So option number 2 would be to refine your workspace and get away from the idea that you have to have these like big dark ceilings and like all this depth. You really don't. Like, look at how strong this is. This is practically a guaranteed 4K right here because they nailed every aspect of the challenge and they have perfect lighting. And again, that's not just my opinion. That's what we see every single week. It's not really about what I like. It's about what we see in 4K week after week after week after week. And finally, your third option would be to just go indoors. That would be option number 3. You can take whichever of these options you'd like. You could stick with your original build, but if you do, you got to get these chandeliers in here to get some great light into your scene. Because this feels way too dark to be a workshop. Like, I don't even know how they can see back there. And then for, option 2 would just be to kind of pivot to make a smaller studio where you bring the walls up. That way we don't have to see the ceiling. The ceiling can be implied, right? The ceiling is implied here. We don't see it, but we see the walls. We see the doorway. So our brain is like, okay, they're inside of a building. There's a roof above their head. We can't see it, but it's implied. Or you can simply go indoors, because as I mentioned, if anybody here should know that an indoor snap can do well, it's you. The first time I managed to convince you to go indoors, you ended up in the top 5. So, it works really well. Also, you left your touch of magic items on right here, and you're covering Rapunzel, probably one of the best villagers to showcase. So if you're going to do this pose, why stand right in front of Rapunzel? You could also just use a smaller hairstyle instead of this super big hair, and we would actually see Rapunzel back here. But you're kind of prioritizing Snow White with this, like, light flare motif, which we can hardly see. I would have Rapunzel here. That's going to be way better. I get the idea is that Rapunzel's painting the castle, but we can't even see it. We can't even see her painting the castle, so it's not going to really do you much good back there. And if you do stick with this one, my last word of advice would be to find some kind of flooring or pathing. You can use like large rugs of some kind, but I wouldn't go with white, right? How many times have I brought up that we want to try to steer clear of that? The white on the outfit is fine, but we want to minimize how much of what we have here. And we want to find some kind of ground texture that's going to make more sense with the wood here. Like a wooden building with marble floor is just kind of out there. They're not going to vibe as well. It's not going to feel as natural. So yeah, this could work out really well if you the biggest issue, resolve the lighting. Or you could pivot, you got some options. Bethany is next. Hey, Zabai, this was a hard challenge for me, as what we building and describing for this week's challenge is exactly what I was visioning. I have 2 buildings, and I'm looking for some advice. Outside is my go-to, as it's something I normally like doing, but I also built an inside one with more villagers, and I really like that one as well. Can you tell me which one is more competitive and how I can enhance the skills you've given me so far? Thanks for all you do. All right, so we have this one here. I really like the motif here. Great job there. Good shot of Rapunzel. And then we have this one here. Both are good, but I would say the lighting is a lot better in your outdoor one. If you wanted to do an indoor scene like this, so you see these lights you're using, they're not actually casting light. Now, these wall sconces you have are casting light. So, you know, look at the wall sconce. You see how the wall around it is glowing? Like the wall itself is lighting up. Now, these lanterns, they will cast light if it's after 6 p.m. your time. These wall sconces will cast light anytime. But that's why your ceiling is so dark. That's also why you're not getting any light on the avatar. You're not getting any light on these characters. You're not getting any light on this jar. If you watch my lighting guide video, and you know, if you're not used to doing indoor snaps, that's going to happen. So biggest tip for you is if you want to do indoors, the biggest advantage to going indoors is that you get really, really good control over lighting. Like these wall sconces are fantastic. You see that beautiful warm light we get on the edges? Imagine that kind of light on the ceiling and on the avatar and on the villagers. That's what you could have if you were using different lights. Now, these will cast light if it's after 6 p.m., but these are one of the ones that will not cast light unless it's after 6 p.m. But after 6 p.m. your time, there's way more things in the game that will actually cast light. So if you wanted to go with this one, I think this could be really good, but you'd really want to fine-tune the lighting. That's extremely important. You know, next to theme, it's the most important thing. Now, this one, you have the sunlight, so you're not worried about it as much. Right, in this one, you have great sunlight on the avatar here, on Rapunzel. Everything is very well lit. You have some great storytelling with Mirabelle and Flynn here. He's kind of hurt. She's angry about the portrait. Very funny. That said, one of the big tricks to going with an indoor-outdoor build is you want it to feel like it's inside. Kind of hard to feel like it's inside when we could see right over the wall. Now it just feels like a giant wall. It still works, though. People still vote for photos like this all the time. But you don't have to build a ceiling. That's not really what I'm saying. The ceiling is implied if we can't see over the wall. So I've done a lot of indoor-outdoor builds, and we've seen a lot of indoor-outdoor builds in the top 100 over the years. But what we see most with these indoor-outdoor builds in the very high ranks of Dreamsnaps is that you don't see over the walls. The ceiling is implied. Though, as mentioned, you could definitely still get away with this. It's a great workshop. You know, if you did bring the walls up, it's going to be hard to get all these details in here. So, at least you have great colors back here. You know? And who, you know, it could always be an open-air workshop. Why not? Why not? I do think having the implied ceiling is a bit more impressive when it really feels like it's inside even though you're outdoors. So I think a scene that's built like this is usually going to do a lot better versus scenes that are built as this one is here. But I do think this is very strong. I think this has a great shot at 4K. So I would go with this one between the two. Now, this could be the stronger of the two. I don't have time to like go through all the different lights that cast light indoors. So it's something if you want to increase your skills and increase your Dreamsnap knowledge, that's something you'll need to do on your own. What you'll do is you'll go inside sometime before 6 p.m. Before it's 6 o'clock. And I've actually already listed those lights. If you watch my lighting tip guide, I've listed all the lights that cast light regardless of time of day. Like these wall sconces, for example. They're in the video. As for everything else, all the lights that cast light from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., they're not listed in the video because I only focus on the things that always cast light. For all of those lights, you're going to have to go into the ceiling light section and just drop lights and experiment with them after 6 p.m. If you do that, you will be able to approach your next indoor Dreamsnap build while having some great light casting in your environment. You see how I have those same exact lanterns you do, but in this one, they're causing all this light to explode on the backdrop? I wouldn't have them that close, of course, but, you know. And then we have all this beautiful warm light hitting the walls back here. And also it's hitting the characters, so we get this great light on the characters. Lighting is so important. Whenever, you know, you're making an indoor snap, that's going to be your biggest advantage over opposing outdoor snaps, is that you have a lot more control over your lighting than they do. You have so many other things that can cast light onto your backdrop. Like, you know, we have these chandeliers in between each one of these sets of bookshelves. These two chandeliers back here. And then we have another chandelier at the front that you can't see. That's lighting up this globe and this book and this. And also lighting up the avatar. So we get all that great lighting on her. But there's items after 6 p.m. that cast light, like these chandeliers. These usually don't. You know, they don't cast light at all until after 6. But look at how beautiful and warm the light is. Look at how bright the plan is. Look how bright the couch is. We get all of this amazing color. So if you want to have the knowledge and equipment to really make the most of your indoor snap, just open the game sometime after 6 p.m., go through all your ceiling lights, place them close to walls, which ones are casting light onto the wall and which ones aren't. A quick tip here, most of the ones with just candles, like, you know, those branches with the candles on them, do not cast light unless it's a chandelier. Almost all of the other ceiling lights do cast light if it's after 6 p.m. Almost all of them. So you can get really amazing lighting indoors. Like, really amazing. So this could be your stronger photo. But we just have these big pockets of light. It's not casting light anywhere. You know, that's why you have all this bright light up here, but no light on your character, no light on your painting, no light on these items. Because the only item you're using that casts light at all in this entire photo would be these wall sconces. Now, these will cast light after 6, by the way. But yeah, this is definitely the stronger of the two for now. Last of the tier 2s, Lisa. I have 2 different builds. I had 3 different ideas. First was almost identical to your video, so that was out. I tried to make them so they were not too much like yours. Not sure which one I like more. Wait. Well, I wish you would have included the one that was too similar to the one I did in my example scene. Because I feel like I hear that sometimes and people are kind of off the mark on that, you know. In order for your picture to feel identical to mine, you would have to kind of just copy it. Like, it's not going to happen naturally. Like, for example, you know, we have robbery snap here, right? And then we have my example scene here. Now, both of them have the easel in just about the same place. Both of them are doing the same pose. And they're both using the same walls. But aside from that, like, there's no way these are going to be just copies of each other because There's no way. I highly doubt you had all the items exactly like this. I just really don't see that. Maybe it was just that you had your walls just as close as I do, which is good because you don't want to see over the walls. And maybe you were doing the same pose. But this is going to be a super popular pose this week. And you have to be about this distance in order to fit the motifs on it. So I'm not sure, you know, listen. Before you say, oh, my first idea had to be scrapped because it was like your video. No, it didn't. Just send it to me if you feel that way for your review. Include it. You get 3 photos. You only included 2. Why not include the other one? That way we can, you know, really see. Because I really doubt it looked just like this. There's no way. There's no way it looked just like this. Now, we did make this on stream, so I guess if somebody was watching and they just copied, you know, step by step as I built it, which has happened, not from you, but like from lurkers. I've had, you know, the naughty lurkers. They're not the good lurkers. You know, they just like feel. I found these pictures while voting. And they are legit carbon copies of what we built as an example on stream. Now, I mean, I'm honored. I'm glad they have such faith in the process. But unless you're doing that, there's no way your snap is too much like mine. Because there's really no such thing. You know? There's going to be loads of snaps out there this week that have this kind of format. This is just a format, you know? I highly doubt you use the same wood beams here. Highly doubt you use the chrono pillars here. You know, you might have had the fabric over here and, you know, the avatar here. But, I mean, I really don't think you had, like, the Mickey sculpture here. But yeah, if 5 of the things are the same, there's bound to be multiple snaps out there that are doing a lot of the same things I'm doing here because we're all doing the same thing. So in the future, unless your snap is literally a carbon copy of my snap, you should not feel like you have to scrap an idea because they're similar. We're doing the same theme. So that is not something you need to be concerned about. It never, ever is. Same thing for yours. We talked about with the last one, you know. You want the ceiling to be implied. The snaps we see performing really well with the indoor-outdoor concept typically have the walls close enough to where we can't see over them, so it feels like it's inside. With that said, there are plenty of snaps that get 4K where we can see over their walls. You know, happens all the time. It's just that in the higher ranks, it's less common. You know, the top 1,000, top 500, top 100, you'll see a lot of snaps where the ceiling is implied. But yeah, you know, it's okay to show a little bit of the ceiling here if you want more depth in your workshop. And if you wanted to, you could even clip some of these branches through here. But actually, no, I wouldn't, because since we can see over it, we're going to see that it's just branches coming through. That's the benefit of having the ceiling being implied versus being able to see over it. Because these look like vines growing on the wall with pink petals or leaves. It just looks like vines. But if we could see over the wall, we would see the other branches and we would just know that it's a tree. So that's another benefit, you know, since we can't see over the wall, these look like vines growing. But in yours, yeah, I wouldn't bother clipping the branches through because we'll just be able to see that it's trees. It'll break that illusion. Pose is very good. You know, you can hide the... Well, you're probably going to keep the broom because if you lean here, you'll block some of the motif. I would also be aware of your motif going out of the portrait here. So you can just take this portrait, move it up just a hair. And that way you don't have this, you know, the painting just somehow going off of the canvas. I'd be very mindful of that. Try to center that motif. I do like that you combine these 3 motifs together. This is a really clever idea, especially with your subjects right here. So this is really strong. And you got a great shot of Rapunzel painting, too. This one is also really good. I think you got some great storytelling here. I'm not sure what the pose is meant to communicate, because it looks like you're doing the monkey pose, but we can't really see what you're pointing at. So I feel like there's definitely a better pose we could be using here. I do love the storytelling here with Flynn and Mirabelle. But yeah, I'd say this is definitely the stronger of your two snaps right now. The pose is much better here. The fact that you're kind of leaning after finishing your work, and you got Rapunzel and this great painting animation here. That said, for both photos, I think you should really try to focus on getting your motifs in the frame. Even if her motif goes into the shadow a little bit, so be it. That's better than it going off of the portrait. But yeah, I would lean more into this one. I think it has a great shot at 4K. All right, moving on to Tier 1 primaries. Johnny's up first. Hi, Zeb. I tried an indoor snap this week. I felt it was better for the theme. I felt inspired. As always, looking forward to your feedback. Very good job here, my friend. Love to see some great, bold indoor settings. Amazing job. This workshop feels really good. I don't think you need this motif here. Like, I think it's supposed to be on the painting, but you see how it's kind of crossing over Rapunzel here? I would just leave this canvas blank or try to get Rapunzel to do her painting animation. You know, Rapunzel's hair is so big and she's covering so much of this portrait, you know, we don't know what she could be looking at, but we don't have to throw this leitmotif here. It doesn't look like it's part of the painting anyway, because it's kind of coming out over her. And this is so strong, you really don't need that. You don't have to rely on that. It's also okay to leave some of them empty. You know, like this one back here, it could just be lined up for somebody to come paint on it. The one I think that's most important would be this one here. But I would lose the giant pencil, to be honest. I get it. Pencil works with art. But you're wearing painting overalls. You're covered with paint. There's paint all over this cloth here. And look, it really, you know, the story you're telling is that you're painting. So holding a comically large pencil that's like too big to even yield, there's so many poses you could be doing that could be a lot stronger. So that'd be my biggest advice. Lighting here is really good. You got some good light casting. You know, these chandeliers here are casting light all onto this side. These ones here casting light onto this side. If it's after 6 p.m., there's some great lights you can hang down that can cast here as well. Like the little Mickey lights. They're very small. They're under Mickey and Friends. There's like a platinum one, a gold one. But they're very small, and they can help to add some fun light in the back if you wanted it. You don't absolutely need that. But there's some really, really good poses you can do here. Like doing the Pluto pose where you're taking a step back and like kind of looking at your work. There's a lot of snaps where people are kind of showcasing. But like, this would likely get 4K as it is. But I would be willing to bet that you could get a much higher rank from whatever this does get if you get a bit more creative with the pose and if you embrace the painting thing. You know, because we have all this paint here. We have all this paint here. You got an easel in front of you here. I love that we can see who you're kind of creating here. And if you also moved away from the giant pencil, we would get a bit more room on your canvas. And you could layer some motifs. Like you can have one motif behind him to make it look more like a, you know, masterful painting. Could be really cool. You could do like the Olympus cloud with the lightning bolt maybe like right behind him. That could be really neat. But yeah, the workshop is really strong. Even if you don't change the pose, I feel pretty confident this will get 4K. That said, I do think you can make it even more competitive. Final thoughts here would be stick with creating Hercules, but try to get really creative with your pose and how you showcase that. You know, move away from the comically large pencil. Leave this motif out and just have the canvas blank, or try to get Rapunzel in her idle animation. And lastly, if you wanted to, you could add some small lights back here. And if you don't add small lights, you can also add some fun vines just to make this feel, you know, even artsier. Beautiful work there, Johnny. Amanda's next. Thank you for the review. All right. So we don't have that building or room that the, you know, workshop definition brings up. But as mentioned, if you are going to leave that out, my big recommendation is just make sure you have the other key elements of a workshop. So a clearly defined workspace, teamwork, or learning. And you do have those elements. I like the pose here. The leaning pose is really strong this week, you know, because you can kind of go right up against the easel, which is really fun. Plays really well with that. You do have a good clearly defined workspace. Using these arches on the edge, kind of going out of the frame, so you can have these little buckets with the paint on top is really nice. And you have multiple different types of art. Like we have the crochet stuff back here. And I love how everybody's painting. Only downside is that, you know, all the other canvases are empty. And there's not much you can do about that with the canvases facing the angle that they are facing and with them being further away, because there's no way to get the motifs small enough to really get them on there, unfortunately. But yeah, you guys are getting really artsy. I'd say this has a great shot at 4K. Biggest threat to it, of course, would be the fact that, you know, a vast majority of the regular high rankers, right? Like Mama Dukes, for example. I knew she was, like, this is what I mean, guys. If you look at the people that just stay in 4K, that just live there and have lived there for, like, years or more, every single time I come across their snap, it's indoors, or it's an outdoor-indoor build to look like a workshop. You know, they've built a very clearly defined workshop. Not because they had to do that for 4K, it's just competitive. It just ties in directly with what the theme said. Again, you can still definitely get 4K with what you have, but I think the biggest threat to you would be the fact that so many players have kind of gone out of their way to create a room or building scenario for these workshops, and that means a lot of them will be inclined to vote that way as well. But yeah, I think this has a great shot of 4K still, though, regardless. Because even though all those people are doing that, they are a minority. You know, like only 5 to 10% of the Dreamsnaps player base is like really, really skilled. And it's, you know, it's not as likely you're going to come up against snaps like that. So since that's only like 5 to 10% of snaps, you know, I think this will easily beat like 80 to 90% of what's out there. And if you can hold your own against some of the good 4K snaps, then you'll have a great shot at 4K as well. Messy Mothercrafter, I did 2 different versions. First time using motifs in a snap. I think they work. I hope I didn't do overkill on them. Wonder if adding a villager on my main canvas into my scene would work, or if this theme is better alone. I do highly recommend a villager this week, because there's just really, really great opportunities for storytelling. I talked about that a lot in my video, and we've seen it today as well. Right? Like, you already kind of know the answer to this, because you've seen us review some really strong snaps. Snaps where Mirabelle has been painted with this goofy-looking motif, and she's angry, and Stitch is laughing and pointing. Snaps where a lot of villagers are gathered, and they're all painting together. Again, there's just so many opportunities. You don't have to use a villager. But what gets 4K consistently, it's not about how much time goes into a snap, it's about the strategy. And if you want to win votes, the absolute best strategy is to find a way to impress the voter, because it's very likely you'll match up against snaps that are just as beautiful as yours. So how do people pick when both pictures are really pretty? How do they choose which one to go with? Usually it's going to be the strategy that went into it. Who's telling more stories? You know, who's whose snap elicits some kind of response or emotion. And that's why villagers are so strong. But you can definitely go it alone this week and still get 4K for sure, Messy Mothercrafter. You know, it just really depends on what you pop up against. What's tricky about that, though, is that almost every snap I've reviewed has at least one villager, and most snaps I reviewed have more than one. So having none, you know, if you match up against this and we can see who she's painting, and, you know, we see this fun interaction over here, we have all of these different storytelling elements, but an equally beautiful environment. It's going to be super hard to beat snaps like that if you don't have those storytelling elements. So yeah, potentially a villager back here painting could be really nice. The avatar looks great, though. I love the clearly defined workshop. It's definitely on theme, and I think it has a great shot at 4K. Its biggest threat would be getting matched up against all of these storytelling snaps, you know? Miss Spock, here's my submission for the theme. Thanks again for the review, as always. I know I'm probably a little too far. I tried getting closer, but would clip through my table. Do you think me being that far would hurt my snap? No, you're not, you know, I've got plenty of snaps where I'm not right up against the camera, guys. Getting close to the camera is great, you know, like where we have a little bit of space here, but that is not always going to work. You can still get a great rank not being right up on the camera. Like, this was a top 100, right? For Journey into Imagination. You can almost see my shoes. That's how far away I am. As long as you're not small, as long as your avatar is clearly visible, that's really what matters. So, I usually play pretty close to the camera, like this. But there's plenty of times where I don't, and I still get a very high rank. It just depends on how I'm building the scene. So, yeah, you do not need to stress getting closer to the camera here. I think you're fine. I do think another motif on top of this, like the lanterns, could be really cool. Kind of like what we see here. I think these just look really good over the cherry blossoms. If you wanted to use that, you could. Or it could be something else. I like that we can see Rapunzel over here checking out some work. And yeah, really pretty environment, really pretty environment. You've been watching the reviews for this week for a while, Miss Spock, so you already know the drill on the workspace, you know. These buildings and rooms this week are, I think, going to see very, very high performance. And I think they'll be the biggest threat because they have more of a workshop feel. It's tough for this to feel like a workshop because it's just two painting tables and an easel. So it doesn't feel quite like creating an artist workshop. But you'll be fine if you get voters that are just looking for the title, Getting Artsy, because you're getting artsy. As long as you're getting artsy this week, you got a shot at 4K. But with the challenge asking us to build a workshop, it's kind of a stretch to call this a workshop. You might be okay, though. M. Chenry. So, with the way you set this up, M, it almost looks more like a gallery, because, like, it doesn't look like anybody's really making art. They're kind of thinking about it. And we can't see the easels, so we can't see what's on them, and everyone's just kind of like, huh, oh, wow. You know, it looks like they're checking out the art. The overalls are on theme, you know. The other thing is it doesn't quite have a workshop feel. I mean, you do have a lot of easels, which helps. And you do have some tools back here. But I think a scene like this could have been, I think, potentially a bit better indoors. It does have a decent beauty factor to it, but it's also very dark on the edges. The main thing I would try to work out here would be lighting. Figure out where your shadows are coming from and try to fix them. If your sun is behind the camera and to the right, You're not going to get any light on the edge of these bamboo trees here. And another thing that's very competitive this week that you've seen a lot is, you know, people are going out of their way to show their avatar getting artsy. So you already unfortunately don't possess the workshop feel that we see from a lot of the high-ranking players. You know, where they have these buildings or rooms that have all these tools of the trade, all of this art on display. You know, it really feels like a workshop. And that's, you know, we can look at the challenge description here. Create an artist's workshop. That's how it opens. That's the first statement. Create an artist workshop. So this has that artist workshop feel. Now, since you're kind of outdoors in this, like, field with the grass, and we don't, you know, the tools are, like, way in the back, it doesn't have that workshop feel that a lot of snaps have. And if you don't have that, then I would highly recommend playing up, kind of like Miss Spock is here, prioritizing the getting artsy aspect. Show yourself getting artsy. What are you creating? What are you making? You see how she's taking a step back and looking at it, thinking, with her finger up to her chin as she reaches for more paints? Right? She's getting artsy. She's actively getting artsy. Now, in your scene, you're wearing things that are on theme. You're holding a pencil, which can be tied to art, but it is kind of just clipping into your hair. I'll definitely do a hairstyle where it doesn't just go through it. But you could be getting artsy. You could show us you making pottery or you painting. As I keep mentioning, and I want this to set in for you, M. Chenry, and everybody else. When it comes to Dream Snaps, it's not about how much time you put in, it's about the strategy. So, how could we make this stronger? Well, first off, all the poses you're using, everybody's thinking. Nobody's actively painting. So one strategy would be to use poses where their hands are out and position them a little closer to the easel so it looks like they're getting artsy. Another strategy would be to find ways to get artsy with your avatar herself. Look at Sunshine here. See how she's getting artsy? You see how she's got her hands around this project? She's actively working on this project. You'll find this being employed by pretty much all the high-ranking players. All these people that consistently perform very well are actively highlighting themselves getting artsy. No matter where we look, you know, we just keep seeing it. So yeah, the overalls are on theme, and you have a lot of on-theme items. But I would really think hard about the strategy. This is pretty, so it could get some votes. But how is it going to measure up against snaps that really impress the voter by telling stories and really showcasing the avatar getting artsy? Anna is next. Very excited to use Anna. Rapunzel. Nice. Oh, very pretty, very pretty. I love the workshop feel here. I like that you're holding her frying pan. That's a clever pose. That's clever. This is what I mean about strategy, guys. That's good strategy. Very cool. They would have the little chameleon on the table, too. Yeah, I like that we have the painting featured here. You got some fabric, some yarn. It definitely has a great artist workshop feel. Now, I'm not sure what time of day you're using, but it does feel like midday lighting. And if it is, my biggest recommendation would be to kick up the saturation a bit. If you're not using sunset time of day, I would go with 0.6. Now, if this is sunset time of day, I would go with 0.2 or 0.3. But I do think a little bit more color here, because we see so much of the brown in the glass. I think a little bit more color here could really be nice for the snap. We do have a lot of gray down here because of the type of ground you're using. I don't know if you can have like a nice big square rug here and then maybe some other rugs on the sides. But yeah, a lot of strengths here too, you know. I'd say this has a good shot at 4K. Maybe instead of the beanbag chair, right? What if we had more workshop stuff? You know, what if we had some more tools or sculptures? You know, you've already got fabrics, you've got painting. What if we had a little bit of sculpting over here too? That would also eliminate this really pale color here and allow us to bring in, you know, some more colorful items. You could do the pottery mixing table, the one we get from Timon. It's like green and brown, and you could put a vase on it. You guys could be doing some clay, some pottery, some clay work. Could be really nice there. Mama Dukes. Absolutely beautiful scene here. Look at this workshop. Look at all this detail. So let's go back to the challenge. Create an artist workshop. Yeah, nailed it. Show off sculpted pieces, sew magical outfits, or paint enchanting works like Rapunzel. She did all three. Even though it said or, Mama Dukes did all three. This is why Mama Duke stays in 4K, guys. There's your painting. There's your sewing magical outfits. There's your sculpting. This is a real artist workshop. They've even got clay and pottery. The painting table right at the foreground. This room is filled with all the tools of the trade, and she's even included music as another art form. So not only do we have all the art examples the challenge mentioned, we even have examples it did not mention. And, you know, that's exactly what we brought up in this example scene. You know, we're highlighting all of these different types of art. We're really getting artsy, right? See how amazing work here, Mama Dukes? No recommendations. Very strong. Incredibly likely for 4K. Great light casting with the wall sconces in the back. Look at that nice warm light on the back wall, paired with this really beautiful warm light from the little lanterns hanging down here. Absolutely beautiful. Clay pots in the foreground here. The statues. This looks great. This looks great. I also love that you're using this face paint to, like, show that you have paint on your face as well. That's really fun. Really clever avatar customization there as well. Chica's next. This is my second time using motifs. I have a few options using motifs, but I can't decide if any look good. Thank you for the review and recommendations. All right, number one here. Wow, really beautiful interior design here. I really like this. The rug right in the center. The Main Street path. Oh, you know what? That's probably what I would recommend for Anna here. Main Street path, I think, would look a lot better because you'd swap out that gray for like a nice reddish brown. It's going to complement your outfit well, too. I love the detail of the Corona pillars here. Add some good texture to your walls. Very nice. Cozy World of Ash, thank you for the raid. All right, you have this one here, and then this one here. This one, I think you did the best job with the motifs. They're all perfectly inside of the canvas. And this one, it's kind of coming out a little bit near the top. It doesn't look quite as convincing. And then you see the rose kind of coming off here. In this one, it kind of comes off on the edge here. And also the motif kind of drags on to the bottom of the easel. But here, you've got it shrunk down perfectly. You also have a great shot of Rapunzel painting here. Well, she's painting the same way in this one. But yeah, I think this one is your strongest of the three. Oh, sorry, not this one. I meant this one. I'd say this one is your strongest of the three. You do have an opportunity down here, and you see how dark this pocket is? I would consider hanging a Chandelier of the Deep, like, outside of your shot, just to hit some warm light into this pocket. And also, you can put a small table down here. You could take another painting table and have the corner of it coming in so we can see, like, paintbrushes. There's some great options for you right here that are not going to block this sewing machine. They're just going to add some detail into this bottom left corner. I like the clay jars here, the pottery stand, the fabrics. You know, you're checking all the boxes here. And I would also recommend maybe trying this same scene with the vignette border off. It's always on by default, but you see how dark your stained glass is in the corner, and we already have shadow down here. So this natural vignette border, it is pretty dark here. And I think we can really bring out the beauty and color of this scene with that vignette border deactivated. I have the vignette border on in this one, but we are using the chandeliers of the deep to cast light into these corners to make up for that. Looking good, Chica looking good. Delionica. First one here, and now you have a remake. Oh, solid. Hi, sorry I totally missed the workshop, but I reworked it here because y'all were so right. Well, excellent job on the rework. Absolutely incredible. So we have the first one here. Keep in mind, Elionica, this could have still gotten 4K because you were getting artsy, right? A lot of people just look for the title. As long as it feels like it resonates with the title, a lot of the times you'll be okay. But it's a lot safer to incorporate exactly what the theme says. It's how I've stayed in 4K. It's how a lot of our, highest ranking community members stay in 4K. And I think you've really nailed that here. Beautiful workspace. Love the magnolias kind of coming through back here. You have some great detail along the walls. I like these trees on the inside here. Great shot of Rapunzel painting. And then you kind of admiring your work. Very, very fun. So great outfit. Oh, I love the paintbrushes here on the side. That looks so good. Yeah, nice job. Nice job. Very clearly defined workshop. Beautiful colors. Beautiful lighting. I love that you have the green smoke bomb back here just to add a little bit more, color to the backdrop. And we can even see another easel back here. I think instead of another easel back here, though, what about like a small sculpture? I think that could be cool, But don't set up your whole scene and try to catch Rapunzel again just for that. If you happen to be tinkering around with it, that's like my one recommendation is maybe a little sculpture back here. Could be fun. It'll incorporate another style of art. Miss Joe is next. Any advice on what I can change to make this more competitive? Oh, this is looking really good, Miss Joe. I don't think there's much you need to change at all here. The minor recommendation here is if you want to make these indoor-outdoor builds really competitive, the ones you see the most in the top 100 typically don't show over the wall. That way it kind of implies that there's a ceiling, and it really feels like a room or a building. Kind of like we see here where we can't see over the wall. So in this one, you wouldn't even have to change everything. You could just pivot the camera down just a hair, and you'll get that same effect. Or you could use group select and select your foreground and just move everything back a hair to where, this bottom line right here comes up to the base of the photo. Lighting is really nice in your scene here. I would try to keep your motifs inside of the canvas. Also, if you did move your foreground closer and you kept this where it is, it would be way easier to fit those motifs in there because now you're going to be closer to your canvas. I would also consider maybe trapping Rapunzel, but like trapping her in this doorway, kind of like right here. And if you can pause her actually painting, I think that would be even more impactful. I think that would definitely make this more competitive. But yeah, looking really good. Looking really good. Very solid work. Tigress, thank you for all your advice. I'm stuck on if there's more I can do here. I'm not sure. Maybe a rug or something in the open spots. Thank you again for advice. A rug? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Anytime you have a lot of open ground here, it's always a good opportunity to break apart, these repeating colors. Like we have the same kind of, red and blue alternate pattern going across the floor. Maybe different rugs for different workspaces. Like you can have a little rug over here for Anna who's working on the pottery. And then we can have like maybe 2 rugs kind of connected here on the left-hand side for the painting side. Or it could just be a couple small rugs. You can use like some of the small rugs, like the purple octopus rug. Because there's a lot of little small round rugs that you can just have one right under this table. Then you can maybe have one, right under you. But yeah, I would definitely experiment with rugs a bit. I think that's going to be really nice. Also, since you're indoors, you do gain access to a super, super useful wall decor item, which would be the painted windows. There are these windows with paint splatter. I think those would look really nice here, kind of showcase that, even further that this is an artist workshop, even if it's over here by the pottery. Like right here, it'd be fine because you guys probably paint this stuff too. But yeah, I think the rugs could be really nice. I do love Rapunzel kind of painting in the back here. And I love that you're highlighting multiple different types of art. Now, the last thing I'll say is, you're getting some good light casting with these chandeliers, but they do hang down really low and they are really big. If you wait until after 6 p.m., there's a lot of lights you can use that attach to the ceiling that are far less invasive. They take up less space. These rustic chandeliers do fit the environment you've made, though. So if you want to show them, that's totally fine. I'm just letting you know, if you did want something that would open up our visibility into the background a bit more, there's some great options out there. You can also add ceiling decor, like when you're talking about adding rugs to the floor. I definitely think you should follow through on that. But you can also add things like vines or hanging plants to the ceiling, just to give it this very whimsical, artsy vibe, A lot of artists are known for being unorganized, like chaotic genius kind of way. So making the scene feel a bit busy, I think, is a good thing. You don't want to completely overcrowd it, but those extra details can really add to that, the visionary artist. Beautiful work. Fallen Angel, first indoor snap. Let me know what you think. Any suggestions you may have. Thank you for feedback. Oh, wait, I'm on PS5. Your suggestions won't work. Yeah. My only suggestion is to throw your PlayStation out of the window and go buy a PC, you filthy console player. None of my advice will work for you. No, this is actually really solid, Fallen Angel. This looks really good. This is your first indoor? Wow. Yeah, considering this is your first ever indoor snap, I'd say you did a very good job here. You even got a cute companion here. You brought villagers in, multiple villagers. I love the storytelling here, too. Like, Rapunzel over here made this masterpiece of a vase. Meanwhile, Flynn, it's looking a little limp. You know what I mean? I think he's having a hard time getting it up. Because, you see what I mean? It's like kind of falling down. So, yeah, he's having a hard time. Having a hard time getting it up, and it's small. So he's like, oh, I swear this doesn't usually happen. So really good storytelling opportunity here. I like the paintings. Lady's super cute. The kitty cat's super cute. Yeah, you did a great, and the lighting is really nice here. You have some great light casting back here with all the warm light. And you have the vines. You have all these nice artsy details here. The hanging orbs. And then the hanging lanterns as well. All these light elements near the top, they do make it rather bright. So it does get pretty bright up here. But at least, none of that light haze is down here where we have all of these great scenes. And I do like the details up here, so I think you're fine to keep it that way if you'd like. If you want to show a little bit, if you want all the bright pockets to be a little less visible in the scene, you could take your vines and move them back a hair, and then you could tilt your camera angle down just a little bit, but I don't want you to feel like you have to do that. I think this is already very, very, very strong. Really good job here. You can always give it a try and then do secondary, but yeah, that's looking great. This was fun. The ceiling's a little foggy. I like the lights, but is it worth the fog? I don't know. Thank you in advance. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, that light pollution that we get. Yeah, that's the tricky thing with the lanterns, That's kind of what we were seeing with this one here, where we get that kind of fog. But as long as, we can clearly see all the beautiful colors under it, I think that's fine. That's a tricky thing with those hanging lanterns, but they are great. They are great. And it looks like you got a few options for us. So we got this one here, and then this one here. You made so many different styles for this. This is fun, the Monsters, Inc. kind of style. I would say, Jedi, out of your current options, I actually like your first one the most. The warm colors are really nice. They match your outfit really well. You got some great colors on the ground too, breaking it up with the rugs. I love the dioramas in the back. This one just explodes with a bit more color. This one feels just a bit darker and a bit grayer. And this one's super unique, but bold, vivid colors typically perform very well, and this one has a lot of pales, like the very pale floor, the very pale ceiling, the pale walls. I think if you went with this one, I would definitely crank up the saturation so that the blues and the greens come in really well here, just to offset the pale walls and floor. I think this one is likely your best bet of the three, though. I really like this one. The colors are really nice. And if you're worried about the light haze pollution, you could try something other than the chandelier, because it's going to have this yellow haze all in this pocket. But there's some lights that kind of hang down, like the little Mickey lights, that could work. The other thing you could do is you could always tilt your camera angle down a little bit just to show slightly less of what we see up there. But yeah, looking solid there, Jedi. Anxious Murph, I call this the ADHD hobby graveyard. I love the awkward face, but do you think the smile is better? I think you're in advance for any advice. All right, so we have this one and this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. I usually hate the awkward smiles in a Dreamsnap, but I really like it here. The fact that, you know, Mirabelle's like, that is not what I look like. And you're like, I tried. This is actually super clever storytelling. I've never seen somebody successfully use the awkward faces, because, like, usually people are just doing the regular poses. And for whatever reason, when you use the facial expressions, the avatar always looks at the ground, which kind of ruins the shot. But in this case, looking at the ground makes perfect sense. You're kind of avoiding Mirabelle's eyes as she judges this horrible painting. You have really good lighting in here. Like, look at this great warm light in the rug, all this fun color here. And, you know, you've really steered clear of a lot of, like, whites and pale colors. You have a lot of great warm color. Now, I do have one recommendation for you if you wanted to stick with this one, Anxious Murph. I don't know if you did the Neverland Star Path, right? The one we got with Peter Pan. But there's actually a wall sconce from that Star Path that will cast light. These little simple lights here, they just glow with white. That's all they do. They won't actually light up the pocket around them. But there is a light that does. It's called the Hooked Lamp, and it's a wall decor item. It is a wall sconce in the game. You will see it right here. And that's why all of this wood behind these two is glowing. It's because of this little wall sconce. We actually saw a few other people using it today. It's very strong, but I think those are going to look way better up here if you have them. If you don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You could stick with these, but I think the hook lamps are going to look much better there. Great job getting a lot of art in here. You know, we have Rapunzel over here with an easel. We have the pottery in the back. We have a guitar. We have the little spinning table. We have the fabrics. This really feels like an artist's workshop. This is very well done. And the storytelling here is just so solid. I just love the awkward smile. It's almost like when you put them together, it's like it's telling a story. You know, you're like, hi, everybody. Oh, she's mad. Oh, hey, everybody. Yeah, she's coming. So, yeah, great job here, Anxious Murph. Great job. Taters is next. Hey, Zamai. I've got 3 pretty different builds this week. I know they all need some tweaks and additions, so any pointers appreciated. Thank you in advance. All right. So you have option 1 here. Very good workshop feel. All these different painting tables, different sections for people that are working on their projects. Some sewing over here, the painted windows. This one, a little riskier because we don't get to see as much of your decorating potential. We don't get to see as much of that workshop feel. It's more like an isolated pocket, but it could still work. And then we have this one here. So my advice I think this is one of the stronger options here. Hey, yo. Moringa Young, thank you for the jewels, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Messinace says, am I crazy? The art tag is not counting for me. You'd be, I mean, have you looked at what's under the art tab? Because, like, a lot of things you would think would count as art do not count. Let me add that to the goal. 4269 plus 15. 1 second, you guys. 1 second. Appreciate the jewels, my friend. $46.84. And if you guys are enjoying the Snap reviews, if you get good value out of these review streams, consider supporting the content. We are very close to today's goal. Less than 1,400 bits to go. The equivalent of $14. So thank you again for the support, you guys. Greatly appreciate it. All right. So if you were to go in this direction, just keep in mind, Tater, something we talk about all the time is what we see most consistently in 4K is bold, vibrant colors. So what am I always saying to stay away from? The very pale whites, the pale grays. That's why we don't pave with that pale gray brick. It doesn't perform as good as some of the other pathings. That's why we stay away from more of the paler grounds. So you have this very pale green on the walls, and we have this very pale white on the floor. This snap, same floor, right? You don't have to use this. You can do a very colorful floor. Like in this one, the snap where we see the least amount of the floor, you have probably the best floor option, which is this dark brown. But if we look at some of our other scenes here, this is what I mean about colorful, right? If you look at Anxious Murphy here, Black Knight, thank you for the hundo. Look at these walls. Look at these super colorful walls. They've been painted all over, right? So when it comes to having an artist workshop, where you have paint all over the windows,
notice me, senpai.
It would be great.
Notice me.
Tazzy, thank you. Takai, thank you. Black Knight, thank you. Much appreciated, you guys. Wow, you guys are about to knock it out already. Thank you, thank you. So you have all this paint splatter on the window, right? Look at the colorful walls, and look how they're not going with like a pale white floor. We have this wood grain, then we have this brick for the ceiling. Look at how well all these colors play together. Mama Dukes, thank you for the 420 as well. Much appreciated, much appreciated.
Thank you as always.
Of course, of course. I really got to figure out how to set up alerts there. Thank you for the gold coin, Moringa. Because I always have to come back to YouTube to see who did it. The gifts are new. The gifts are new. Waterfall, thank you for the hundo as well. And our goal is donezo. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Scylla, appreciate the big 5 hundo as well. Another day, another goal. Well done, everybody. Well done. That marks 234 consecutive goals here on the stream. And you guys knocked it out of the park. Thank you. Yeah, we were only like 1,400 away, and you guys, that was like over 20. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I can add Mama Dukes to it as well. 6184. Mama Dukes with the 420 there. So we'd be... Oh, oops. I should know this off the top of my head. 6604. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, and the jewels, too. So 6609. There we go. Dang. A new record. A new record. We have now officially hit 234 consecutive goals in a row on this channel. Bro, you guys never miss. There we go. All right. So what I would focus on here, Taters, would be making sure you play up the bold, vibrant colors, because that's really eye-catching within Dreamsnaps. Also, your biggest benefit of going indoors is the way you can play with lighting. So you see how all these lights are off? Now, I don't recommend keeping these if you're going to turn lights on. But when it comes to making an indoor snap really thrive, when it comes to the biggest benefit of going indoors, it's lighting. Look at how beautiful the lighting is here. That's because they're hanging lights here and the lights are hitting the floor. Like, the light actually casts when you're indoors. This does not happen outside. The only item that you can put outdoors that casts light right now is the Chandelier of the Deep. The Vitalis Lantern used to do it. They got rid of that. It doesn't do it anymore. But when you're indoors, you have all these different things that can cast light. And I keep coming back to this. Every time there's a challenge where indoor is an option, I see a lot of people that aren't really taking advantage of those indoor scenarios. Another player here that has done an exceptionally good job working with indoor snaps would be, of course, Mama Dukes. Mama Dukes does a good job with just about every snap she creates. But I want you to notice, Mama Dukes is one of the higher ranking community members here. She pretty much stays in 4K. Look at the light casting. Look at this warm glow, right? These wall sconces actually cast light. So you see how it's actually sending, it's not just a ball of light around it, it's actually sending light into the surrounding environment. She has a chandelier hanging above us right here. That's why we have such good light on the pottery. This is not natural. This is manufactured. Mama Dukes made this lighting happen. You don't get this lighting just by putting things in a room. So if you really want to be competitive with an indoor snap, you gotta learn about indoor lighting. There's a lot here that I can't teach you. It's mostly experimentation, guys. After 6 p.m. your time, a whole bunch of stuff will cast light. A whole bunch. But only indoors. Now, if it's not 6 p.m., you can watch my lighting tip video, and I'll mention every item that always casts light, regardless of time of day. But after 6 p.m. your time, there's loads of good light casting options. And if you want to be really competitive with your indoor snaps, you're really going to want to take advantage of that because it's a big, big deal. Again, 2 most important things with any Dream Snap. Theme and lighting. Lighting. So you have some light coming in from the windows, but there's so much opportunity here. I don't think this little bit of light coming out of the window right here and here is worth the trade-off of not having any light casting elements in your entire room. So I would be very mindful of that. I would be mindful of what color walls you're using, what color floor you're using. You're doing a really good job with the setup. This really does have a good workshop feel. You have great items in play. You've done a great job with your villagers. So as this is, it could definitely get 4K. But you could certainly make this way more competitive if you took into account what we see the other players doing. Like here you have some light casting on the walls, like kind of on this section here, but you have these kind of flipped where they're facing the other way and all the light is kind of just concentrated against the wall. It's also very empty here on the sides and here. So I would say out of all your snaps so far, this is definitely, I think, the best snap. But I would really, really be considerate of what kind of wall you choose, what kind of floor you choose, and how you play up your lighting indoors. This one could do well. It's just a little, it's riskier. It's got a good, for like just a corner of a room, we don't get to see very much at all. And there's going to be a lot of competition out there, as you've seen, where we get a really good look into these amazing rooms, these amazing workshops. It's going to be super hard for just a corner to compete with something like this, where we see an entire workshop. Because that's what the challenge told us, was to create an artist workshop. Now, this does feel like an artist workshop where you guys are painting in this corner. We just don't get to see much of that workshop. And a lot of your competition will be showing much more. Which is why I think these would be the safer bets. Like these two. Just keep in mind, taters, all the things we've taught, not just for this week's theme, but for what we see consistently in 4K. Vibrant colors, bold, warm, unless the challenge determines otherwise. You want to avoid pale grays. You want to avoid whites, like this marble kind of floor. It doesn't need to be some like highly professional, like schoolroom type of, focus on theme and beauty. Use floor textures and wall textures that bring out your colors, not ones that suck away the color. But yeah, I think you're on the right path here with your build. Your build's looking really good. Just keep in mind, how important lighting and colors really are. Lisa, thanks for taking a look. Of course. So, very good job. I like how you put a little mustache on him. And she's like, that's not how he looks. I also love your little hat here. It's such a great artist feel. The painted windows featured very well here. You got some great items with the painting table. And you have these great colorful walls. Some good lighting elements. Now, I don't think it's after 6, unfortunately, because I don't see any... Actually, maybe it is. I think it's the way you turn these. I don't think we're getting any light on the wall here, but it's all concentrating on here. But lighting is good. I don't think it needs to be reworked. Really good storytelling with these two. I think this is very likely for 4K. Only minor drawback here, Lisa, would be kind of the same thing we were talking about with the previous snap. There's a lot of snaps out there. I'm not going to go back to them. You've seen them enough. There's a lot of snaps out there that showcase a lot more of their workshop, like Mama Duke's or like, Sunshines or some of these other snaps. Those snaps, it could be tougher for you to contend with since we only see a little corner of your scene. But it is a very good corner. And if you are going to have a smaller pocket for your Dream Snap, it really needs good storytelling, and you delivered on that. You delivered on that very, very well right here. So yeah, great job. Performance is really going to come down to what you pop up against, because, I feel like if you don't pop up against snaps that are really strong, that showcase more of their workshop environment, I think you'll get 4K. But if you do pop up against a lot of them, they could be harder to beat because they'll probably have really funny moments like this too, but they'll show more of that beautiful environment and that artist workshop. So could go either way for you. Alex Ray Fox says, I was really excited about the idea of sewing party for my ARTSY thing, especially since we got the adorable crochet outfit in the shop this week. So here's my initial attempt. Okay. Lighting. I don't really see any. Right? You don't just want to focus on the theme, and that's it. Theme, lighting, beauty, right? Storytelling. All of that stuff comes together. I like that you're actually kind of showcasing that you're working on something. I think that's great. But you could make this so much stronger if you had some light casting. Again, if you want to be successful with indoor snaps, you must learn the light casting. You will see such a big boost in performance. So, after 6 p.m., log on to your game, go inside, go into ceiling lights, experiment. Place every ceiling light you own by itself, up against a wall, away from a wall. Learn those lighting tricks, because you could draw out a lot more color here. It looks like you have light over this, because I can see light on the top and on the wings. But look at how dark the walls are. Look at how dark this side is over here. There's opportunities to light up this environment so much better. And the reason I say you should learn more of the lights is because there's some really good small lights you can put very close to the wall. They're going to make these walls a lot more impactful. You have a couple of lights in the scene. I can tell there's one over here in the back left that's casting light onto this fabric, and there's one over this item right here. There might be one back here over Cruella, but there's lights, since you're pointing your camera down so much, there's lights that hang down a little bit more so we can get some light on the walls here. And aside from that, the other big issue we have here, Alex, is just how empty the bottom of the shot is. After this mosaic, there's nothing in the bottom left. Kind of nothing going on down here. I would be very cautious of an angle like this where the avatar is very small and the bottom of the scene feels rather empty. One rule of thumb I have for pretty much all of my snaps is to fill out the corners. In this, you're going to see, in this corner, we have plants, flowers, and the relic. And in this corner, more jungle plants. If we go to another snap, in this corner, we have the celebration day baskets and fireworks. And in this corner, same thing. It's foreground. So you want layers in every snap. You want to always have layers in your snaps. Whenever possible. Foreground, midground, and background. Smallest items in the foreground. These are small things that help you frame your photo. Small things at the base of your scene. Midground is medium stuff. Stuff we can see over. And then finally, background is going to be your tall stuff or wall items. Windows, if you're indoors, stuff like that. So if you took something like this celebration day basket, you see how you have this way back here? This is small. It's a little ground item. Why not put that right here in this bottom left-hand corner? And then why not put a light above that to make this whole corner and all of this floor a bit brighter and more vivid? So my big advice here would be to tinker with the lighting a good bit before finalizing this. Also, I don't think you need this many villagers. It's kind of hurting your storytelling. Like, we have... Alice is here, but we can't really see her. She's kind of buried behind Moana. So we have Moana, Alice, Elsa, Mulan, Vanessa, aka Ursula. There's Sally, Cruella, Aurora, Maleficent. More isn't always better. It's really... What's impactful about using villagers is what each of them are doing and how visible each of them are. Focus on less villagers, but making sure each one is very clearly highlighted with an impactful pose. So maybe 2 villagers behind this drafting table, both doing the thinking pose, right? Now, instead of just everyone standing around and just kind of a hodgepodge of random players, pick 2 and have them both behind it and just go to the confused pose, because that's when they start thinking. So 2 back here behind the table thinking. This is great for Cruella back here throwing her hands up as like, God, they don't get it. That's fine. That's perfect. We don't really need Vanessa. She's just there to be there. You don't want to put villagers in your scene just for the sake of having them. Every villager you're including in your scene, there should be some reason you want them there. You should be using some kind of particular pose. And you want to make sure they're clearly visible. You want them to be impactful. So yeah, Vanessa feels like she's just there to be there. Alice feels like she's just there to be there. If you want to impress voters, be very intentional with who you use, how you use them, and how visible they are. So my 3 big tips for you here. Number 1, work on the lighting a bit more. You've got some good pockets, like having a light over top of this item to make sure we can see the top of it is great. But if you had another light a little further away, it would actually be lighting up the front of the outfit as well. You can also light up these walls in the back, especially these dark corners thanks to the vignette border, if you had some lights a little closer to the wall. So lighting is the first of the tips. Number 2 would be your villagers. Again, don't have villagers just for the sake of having villagers. Be very intentional. In fact, you could get rid of all 4 of these villagers and just put Sally back there doing the confused pose. So now Sally's back here thinking because she's trying to help you with this outfit. You guys are working together, right? I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm just giving you examples. So be very intentional with your characters. Make sure every villager you're using is clearly visible, and try to be very creative with what pose you have them doing. And tip number 3, to make this photo a bit stronger or more competitive, would be to not, anytime you have big empty space like this, you got to view it as an opportunity. So you have a great opportunity for foreground down here to help frame this whole photo. You have a perfect item for it back here with this basket. Just take that basket, put it down here in the bottom left corner. The last thing I'll mention here, Alex, is the avatar is very small in your photo. I want you to consider something we talk about almost every single week, which is the Dreamsnap meta. Meta just means most effective tactics available. And one of the biggest things in the Dreamsnaps meta, because here's another sewing snap for you, right? One of the biggest things in the Dreamsnaps meta is having the camera close to the avatar, showcasing the beauty and the emotion of the avatar. This helps snaps resonate with the voters more. So here's Beyblade, right? Right up at the front of the scene. You can see them clear as day. Beautiful smile on her face, well-customized avatar. And then here's yours, right? You're very tiny. We can't really see your expression. Your angle, you know, the whole bottom 20%, actually 30% of this photo is mostly just empty space. So why do this angle? You know, why tilt it up? Why go to free mode? Why zoom back? We already know what works well. We see it every week. We research it every week. We cover it every Wednesday when we get snap results. I'm not saying it has to be painting. You could do sewing and fabrics. But I would definitely give the voters what they like if you want to get 4K. Or you could just ignore the voters and say, whatever, I don't care. But I think you do because you're submitting for a review. So you want 4K. So my last tip for you, in addition to the other 3, is if you want 4K, you need to be more considerate of what the voters like. And if you don't know what that is, just look at 4K snaps. Every Wednesday, I post on Facebook. Once results are in, I ask everybody to share their snaps. We get hundreds and hundreds of 4K snaps shared there. And you can just scroll right through, and you'll see most of them are straight up portrait shots like this, with the camera pushed up close to the avatar, just like what we see here. Voters love these shots. And you could always say, well, I don't care what voters like. Okay. Cool. Good luck getting 4K with that mindset. It'll happen every once in a while, but it can be a lot harder if you don't, you know, it's just like running for office. You got to get votes. So you got to appeal to the masses. Mon-Fri Games worked on it during Friday's stream. I don't know if I should add anything else. Well, the biggest thing I would consider here, Mon-Fri Games, is you didn't do anything with the ceiling. You just got this white ceiling. That's a lot of white. Why not put some kind of ceiling texture up there? Look at all the color you have. Great floor, really nice floor, great walls, great windows. And for whatever reason, you're like, yeah, plain old white ceiling, that'll work. Come on, Mom. Come on, Mom. You know better than that. You know better than that. I don't know why you got me telling you this. That's like Dreamsnaps 101. You can change the ceiling. So that's first tip. Now, for the avatar, one thing I would consider, again, we've already mentioned this many times this week. So I won't go into too much detail or give you too many examples because we've already covered it. But there's a lot of ways you can pose this week that shows you getting artsy. Rather than just your average, like, hi, everybody, welcome in. Why not get artsy? Why not choose a pose that shows you reflecting on your work, actively working on something? We've seen countless examples of that today. You've seen countless examples. You watched the Friday stream when we did the reviews. You saw what we praised. So you made this while watching that. Yet you chose not to interact with any art or show yourself getting artsy. Why is that? You know, I would consider it. You don't have to do it for 4K, but it will make you more competitive. Now, for the room itself, beautiful. Absolutely amazing. I think you did a great job with your workshop. You got the tools of the trade. You got your easels. You got these great Corona pillars. You got the art windows. The room is great, except for the ceiling. I can't believe you did that. I'm going to shame you out of ever making that mistake again. No, I'm kidding. Last thing, aside from the ceiling, the only other minor issue I have with your studio here, with your workshop, is I would make sure I stick to showing off art instead of like motivational office posters, right? Like winds of change. It's a poster, you know, like just hang art. Hang some art up, hang some glowing wall sconces up. There's some great stuff you can hang. Like, this is perfect. These paintings on the back, perfect. These are perfect. But like one of the things we can see better than anything else is like a motivational office poster. No. You gotta swap that out. You gotta swap that out. Be intentional with every item you use. You want it to really fit into that space. I like the outfit design here on the avatar. Very fun. I do think it would be worth taking this table and moving it all the way to the left to fill out the left corner, and then putting a second table here on the right. I have that backwards. So take this table, move it all the way to the right to where, you know, it just comes in enough for us to see this brush and this paint bowl, and then take another one of these tables and put it on the left-hand side. That way we have an opening and both of your corners are full. Lastly, I don't know what Belle reading has to do with any of this. Like, is she doing art with you guys, or is she just like ignoring everything and reading a book? What's the story here with the pose? Again, intentional. Be intentional. You want your story to be obvious. You want your, you know, like for this, we can see Rapunzel's kind of not feeling whatever she was painting or something. You know, we kind of get that idea. Hercules, he looks a little lost, maybe because he's never really done art before. Belle, she's just reading a book. I don't see how that does, you know, it's not a reading challenge, it's an art challenge. There's so many different things you could do. Maybe it's an art book, but there's not really anything there to tell us that. And she's right at the front of the scene doing this. So maybe instead of Belle doing the reading pose, you could have her laughing, maybe giggling at Hercules who feels lost. And if you were doing a different pose, maybe we could take Hercules' easel and move it closer and put like a really bad painting on it. So now Hercules looks confused because he doesn't know why his painting turned out bad. Belle is giggling. Now you got a story, right? It's about the strategy, Mama Bear Games. Looking good so far. But let's up that strategy. Let's get rid of that white roof, that ceiling. Let's address the foreground by splitting these tables up. And I think you'll have a 4K snap on your hands. You know, overall, it's pretty solid so far. Reptile Mom says, I'm between these two. I love both of them. Any advice, please? Thank you. Okay. Then we got this one and this one. So, big tip number one, Reptile Mom. You see how your motifs are completely out of the portrait? This kind of ruins the benefit of the motifs, right? You want it to look like they're paintings. But have you ever seen a painting leave the frame? Probably not. Unless it was a magical painting. And if so, point me in its direction because I want to sell it for millions of dollars. So you're going to need to move these easels a lot closer. Again, all of this was covered in the Friday video. So my advice to you, because it looks like you might have skipped the video, is just to watch the video. Because there's a lot of things here I can tell that, you know, we have a lot of other snaps to review. And everything I have to cover here is already covered in the video. So the theme itself, the workshop aspect of the theme, how to use motifs. So my biggest advice for both of these snaps would be to watch my Friday YouTube video on this challenge. That's going to help you with how to use your motifs, how to position motifs, even how to layer multiple motifs. It's going to help you out more with the theme itself. And if you want the best value out of these reviews, if you really want these reviews to be more impactful for you, my other word of advice would be to always watch the YouTube tip videos on the challenge before submitting your snap. Because if you don't, I'm going to do exactly what I'm doing right now. And my advice is going to be to go watch the video. Because it has everything you need. It has everything you need. We could focus on ways to make this more competitive, but we got to focus on the basics. Because you left a lot of them out. Author is next. So we got two options here. We got one working with the fabrics here. Lots of fun outfits. I like Daisy's outfit here. Very nice, very nice. Good display for the avatar here as well. Great outfit. Very fashion forward. I love that top. And then we have this artist gallery. Now, with this one, why is it so dark? What's going on? Like, it's not dark in the sense that, I mean, you have great light here. Like, I can see that you're casting light onto your environment. It almost looks like the picture saved improperly or something. Because I know it's brighter than this. I just don't, like, was there an error? Because, like, this is fine. This is, like, how your pictures usually look. But something weird happened with this one. Where it just looks darker. And I don't know why. Really great shot of Rapunzel painting. I like this is what I was recommending for somebody earlier. And I love the way you've taken the camera and tilted it down a little bit to minimize, you know, you're not showing any ceiling, which is great. That's great. Very little negative space in this snap. Pretty much everything we see is the workshop. That said, I think this is your better option between the two, author, but I think it has one major weakness. And it's that right now, it's actually feeling a bit more like an art gallery than it is like an artist's workshop. And yeah, I know you got the tools in there, right? But with everyone kind of walking around and talking, and with people like inspecting the work, you know, if it's an artist's workshop, they should be working on things. But this is a big crowd, and everyone just seems to be observing. So you're not working on anything. You're not getting artsy. And we don't really see anybody else getting artsy except for Rapunzel. So I do think this will be your better option. But you really don't want to confuse voters into thinking that it's a art gallery. You want it to be very, very clear that it's an art workshop. So maybe including another easel here on this side. Try to position somebody so it looks like they're painting. Maybe position, instead of these like marble pillars here, maybe use the Lion King one that's made with bamboo that has the spinning design. And you can have a villager pose with their hands like kind of around a vase that they're currently spinning. Or you can have the clay pot baking stove, and you can have, you know, a villager kind of interacting with that, but showing villagers making things rather than it just seeming like they're showing, because, you know, it looks like Hercules is like, yep, that's a statue of me. It was made this year. And he's like, wow, that's so impressive. And Moana looks like, oh, what a pretty vase. But this isn't a gallery. It's a workshop. Rapunzel gives that. You have an opportunity to give that with the avatar as well. If you don't want to block the background, maybe you can have like a little piece of pottery or something the avatar's working on. And then again, I would try to figure out the lighting. I'm not sure why this photo is like kind of dark in the middle. I don't think this is right. Like what I'm saying is I don't think this is your fault. I think something happened when you saved the photo, because I can tell you have really good lighting. Like, I don't even think you have the vignette border on. But for some reason, it's just showing up a lot darker. Like, it almost looks like there's a film over it. I don't know. But I do think this could be your strongest bet. The angle is really nice. I would say less villagers is better for a room, because you don't have a lot of space and you don't want it to feel like a crowded gallery. Focus on making sure whoever you do add into the scene is actively participating in workshop activities. That way, it's very clearly not just a gallery. That includes the avatar. Claudia. Hey, so here's my snap this week. The difference is Rapunzel's poses and companions. As always, thank you for any advice and suggestions. I changed the third snap, added some pottery items. Well, let's just go to the third. We won't worry about the other one. Very cute painting. I love that. I love that. How we have them all together here. I like the kitty cat over there too. So we have the little rainbow. You have the rainbow up here. So we can see your subjects being painted. And we have a very clearly defined workspace here. Lots of paint. We have a pottery stand. I like the addition of the pottery spinner here at the front too. You know, as we mentioned, if you're not going to create a traditional workshop where, you know, you have, whereas a lot of people are going in this direction where they create an atelier or studio, a room or a building where lead artists, students, and helpers work together to make art. So that's the conventional artist workshop. However, if you're not going to do a room or building, you really want to prioritize the other key features, which would be a clearly defined workspace, teamwork, and or learning. It doesn't have to be all those things, but it's really good if it is those things. So for your snap here, Claudia, considering you did not go the room or building route, it's really good that you have a clearly defined workspace. The fact that we have like these paint tables arranged here to showcase lots of painting tools. We have your avatar here painting right at the front. We have a space for Rapunzel painting. And Maximus and Flynn look great here on the side. Also featuring your subjects, like featuring who you're painting, I think is a really good play. And this is a really cute setup of these three. Great lighting in the scene. Overall, very solid, very solid. Beyblade, Haizamaya decided to attempt indoor to take advantage of the decor. I have 3 photos with different lighting and camera settings. All advice is appreciated. I don't want to lose my 37-week streak. I definitely don't think you will. Great job using the hooked lamp. This thing is amazing for that nice warm light. The vines are fantastic. This has such a good artsy feel, especially with the fabrics in the back, like with the crochet stuff. That looks great back there. Oh my god, the fact that you have Gaston sitting down so proud of this is so funny. And Flynn back here, once again, just can't get his pottery up. Look at that thing, you know? I like the limp. Why is this limp wiener-looking pottery the go-to for Flynn? Like, what are you guys trying to say? What are you guys trying to say about Flynn? The painted windows in the back look phenomenal. The way you frame this is so good, too. Like, this little bit of green coming in from the painting table here. The paintbrushes right at the base. And then on this side, we see, like, the little paint holder, the paint bowl, the brushes here. So these 2 strategically placed painting tables. And I love how you're so proud of your capybara, and Rapunzel's kind of like, it could be better. What I really like about this is you actually checked every box, which is something that's been pretty rare this week. Not only do you have a conventional, like traditional artist workshop, right? You have an atelier or studio here. It's a room where a lead artist, students, and helpers are working together to make art. That's exactly what's happening. And the key features, you have all of it. You have the workspace, you have teamwork, and you have learning. This is a snap I would be extremely inclined to vote for as a very picky voter. Unlimited skips is probably my favorite thing in this entire game that they've added, aside from like good camera tools. Because I'm extremely picky with my votes. Not because I, judge anybody harshly. It's just because I often see snaps that got a lower rank than they deserve, so I try my best, or at least that's from my perspective. But everybody's welcome to vote the way they want. But I love to go out of my way to support people that are really going above and beyond with the theme, and you absolutely exceeded with this snap. I think you did a great job. Great storytelling here. Great storytelling here. Even some little storytelling over here with the fabrics, because you have Mirabelle's fabrics, and she's looking right at them. You have great light casting elements here with the wall sconces. And the way you frame the photo is exceptional. The green going across the top with the vines, followed by the green in the corner here, and the little green on the plant here. We get this nice, lush color throughout the snap. Now, you have some different color variations. This one, you have the lights on. I would say this one's probably my favorite. Where we have the light, these like B lights on as well, but we still have all the color that we had. This one, it gets a little darker because I think you're using the sunset time of day. I would say if you go with this one could be the strongest because I think you can have really nice bold colors here, but you might need to adjust highlight a hair just to get it to the same light factor that this one has. Maybe that's what you've done in this one, or it might be time of day. But yeah, all three of these are worthy of 4K. I think all three of these are going to do very, very well. Rapunzel's pose slightly changes. Just Flynn's pose slightly changes, but they're both very strong, regardless of which one you use. This one, it looks like you boosted character lighting as well. But yeah, all very good options. All very good options. Really beautiful work. Silver tab. I started my build outdoors, but decided to save it and move indoors. Let me know what you think. Oh, wow. This is so cozy. Look at that. You know, minimal white. Look at the brick textures and the dark brown texture. Look at this geometric light casting light onto the ceiling. Look at how much detail that brings out in that ceiling. That extra bit of color. Beautiful. Then we have some great light casting from the LeBou chandeliers here. We have the tangled lanterns, which have a really good artsy feel. I love that Eric is kind of disappointed with his project here. And you're basically telling Joy, you did a great job. This is actually a lot like Beyblade, Silvertap. This is really good. You're checking all the boxes. You have the conventional artist workshop. You're highlighting that learning and teaching, like you're the lead artist here. And you're telling Joy that she did a great job. Meanwhile, Eric's not too confident with his work. And we have Rapunzel back here painting a masterpiece, of course. Not only do you have all of this great painting, but in your artist workshop, you highlight multiple different types of art. We have sculpting back here. We can see the little pottery stand with this Nala on it, and we see the muse back here. And then over here, we have fabrics on the right-hand side. I think this pivot to an indoor build was... I don't know what your original looked like, Silvertab, but this photo is really good. I love the character design. I love the hat. I love Joy's painting. She would totally paint something like this. Like, this is so Joy. That's so on brand. You got the motifs perfectly framed by having the easels close. And I love that you're highlighting all these different types of art, and you have some great storytelling here. You've got a great traditional artist workshop. Again, you know, snap performance is not always tied to, like, who has more depth of field, who has more, you know, who has a million details. It's all about the strategy. It's about how well you communicate the theme while making a beautiful photo. And I would say, you know, these two past photos, Beyblades and Silvertabs, are a couple of the strongest I've seen. These are really good. I think both of you guys are going to do really well. Dreamy Dewdrop. Oh, this is also beautiful. Hey, somebody tipped in my first official indoor snap. Definitely felt a little iffy doing it, but I feel like it came out fairly decent. I went with the sunset time of day, but if you think it looked better during day hours, let me know. I'd love to know how any other thoughts you may have to improve this. Thank you so much for all your time. Of course, of course. Ooh, beautiful scene here. Like the vines at the top. Very nice. So we have some sculpting back here. Flynn showing us capybara. Rapunzel questioning it. Love that. Love that. Good red hanging lanterns in the back. I love the Hanfus. That really ties into the wallpaper and the lance slash blade. The dragon sculpture on the ground here. Oh, of course, Vanellope would want the guitar. That's super cute. Oh, it actually looks like Sally is working the spin wheel. Very clever. And then you're making a mini statue. Very fun, very fun. So my only thing here is I would love to see it maybe without the Star Path light projector. I'd like to see it both. I might like this one more, but I'd want to see it without because I want to see how all these beautiful colors look without the blue light layered over top of it. This might be the better option. But for the re-review, Dreamy, I would love to see both. I think you're looking at 4K here, most likely. But on a re-review, I think you did a fantastic job with your first indoor snap. On a re-review, I would love to see one with and without the blue light. And the other tiny recommendation I have for you, this geometric light right here, very tiny light, only casts light like this after 6 p.m. But you do have a great spot for it since we can see your ceiling. So you see how you have this plant here and you have the vines here? You have space on the right and space on the left. What if you had a little geometric light right here and a little geometric light right here? That way we can get some nice warm colors in your ceiling. You'll bring out this, nice wood note. It won't look quite as dark. It'll look dark around it, but we'll have a nice color pocket of light. That might even counteract the blue light being a little strong here. So for a secondary review, I would love to see one without the blue light with 2 geometric lights on either side, and then one with the blue light with 2 geometric lights on either side. But yeah, you did an absolutely fantastic job on your first indoor snap. Really well done. Heathen Dove, when I tell you I fought to get Rapunzel in the right place, I'm not even kidding. It took me over an hour. We got there, though. I can't wait to hear what you think. Oh, beautiful work. Beautiful work. Yeah, this is very strong. Really nailing that artist workshop feel. I like your painting so far. I do think I wouldn't go with the light flare on this because it's so pale. It kind of just blends in to the painting. I think what would look better as a background for Stitch and the turtle would be like a little rainbow. Kind of like we saw with like Joy's, but then the problem is your arm. The rainbow would just go over your arm. So maybe... this could still get 4K just as it is, if you don't want to struggle with Rapunzel again. And I kind of like the tilt a bit more than the one that's not tilted. The other thing is the drafting table here, this big wooden desk, is really large. If this wasn't here, we would be able to have more storytelling elements with villagers. And then also with this bookshelf here, it does have some good painted qualities. But if you look at, and this is, not for 4K. I think these are 4K worthy for sure. This is just for the competitive aspect. If you look at some of your competition, the last 3 submissions we've seen, they highlight more than just one villager. They have multiple avenues of storytelling. And if you don't want to worry about getting Rapunzel painting, having her as the workshop's judge or somebody that's helping others is also going to be a very good play for Rapunzel. But the other thing we see in all of these scenes, whether it's Silver Tabs, Beyblades, or Dreamies, is that they're all highlighting multiple different types of art by giving us more of the room. So here we see sculpture. We see pottery and clay work. We see fabrics. And we see painting. And we even see crochet. So we have like 4... This is getting really artsy, right? We have all kinds of different art on display here and being worked on here. And it's the same in Silver Tabs, right? We have sculptures. We have paintings. We have fabrics. And then we have all these storytelling elements with the villagers. So these are really strong. I think these have a great shot of 4K. But the biggest threat these would face in a 1v1 would be going up against snaps that show a bit more of the room, that don't have these really large items taking up a lot of space, where they can showcase multiple different types of art, and they can also showcase that workshop feel of people working together to make art, learning how to make art. There's some really good opportunities for that as well. But you could just go with this. I think it has a great shot of 4K. Lighting is really nice here. And you do have some other types of art, like, the sculptures here with Stitch. So, we do have painting and sculpting. First time doing an indoor build. Happy to hear your advice. Oh, very good. Well, great first time indoor build here. I love the light coming in from the windows. That's beautiful. Beautiful light here. I do think you have an opportunity, geometric light here maybe, or another small light, because these windows have this beautiful gold framing. If you put a light somewhere in this area, it's going to really light up the gold framing on these windows. It's going to look really nice. Trust. Great foreground here with the painting table. You can always do another small table here with the pencils on it, just to kind of fill out this pocket, or you can angle another painting table and just have like the paint bowl kind of showing. I love that Flynn is really impressed with your painting, and so is Rapunzel. She's like, oh my god, my flower. Mirabelle over here with the fabrics is a nice touch. And then we even see Alice over here, you know, eager to learn about art. So some really good storytelling, really good framing in the scene, and I think you did a great job with your lighting. For this to be your first indoor snap, I think you did an outstanding job. Again, really great job capturing the light coming into the room. My only recommendation for you would be, you do have some opportunity, especially with something small, something that doesn't hang down a lot, right? That's why those geometric lights can be really nice. If you put a geometric light kind of in this corner, you're likely going to get some good light. You know, as long as this fabric item lets you put it there. It might not let you put something above it. Sometimes items can be funny like that. But if you can put one here, and then one here for balance, you will probably be able to bounce some light off these gold frames and even light up some of the corners of this item here. I think that could look fantastic. And yeah, you do have a small opportunity for foreground here. But yeah, looking really good, Camzel. Looking really good. Sabelina. Beautiful lighting. There's those geometric lights we were talking about. They're casting a lot of light here. I do think you could probably pull the geometric light back by like 1 square just so these don't get too washed in light, so we can see, because you see how on the bottom ones we can see Vanellope's face really well, but then she starts getting kind of blurred out here. If you pulled the lights back just a hair, because there is a lot of space here for them as well, so if you put them like right 1 space back, maybe 2 spaces back, we'll still get good light on that back wall. I love the hanging lantern here in the corner. That looks fantastic. Another thing that could work really good here, Lena, would be vines. Because you have all this plant, right? You have this plant here. We have this hanging plant right here. You have these flowers here. So you have a really earthy kind of feel in your workshop, which is fantastic. I think you can add to that by adding some of the greenery to the top of this scene. So if we look at, for example, Dreamy Dewdrops with the vines here. But the one I really want to focus on is Beyblades, where we have these kind of vines at the front. And the green comes in really nicely. So these green vines, I think, would look absolutely fantastic in your scene. Because you have a great spot for them kind of right here and right here. And they're going to tie in so nicely with the green at the bottom. Aside from that, you know, the only other thing is that there's several snaps out there that have a few more people in the workshop. I wouldn't clutter it too much, you know. I think this is fine. Even if you didn't want to add anybody else, just you and Rapunzel is totally cool. But with the little, you know, figurine here, you could maybe get, like, you know, a little villager working on it if you wanted to mess with that. But I think it's fine with just you and Rapunzel. The main thing I would work on is incorporating the green at the top to balance with the green at the bottom. I think that's going to look really good. Lighting is really beautiful in your shot, Lena. Poppy is next. Hi, as always, thank you for the review. Not a fan of indoor snaps, but gave one a try. 2 picks this week, indoor and outdoor. Okay. So we have the indoor here. The face paint feels a little weird, this particular face paint. Maybe the idea was that you've got some paint on your face from working, but like, it's so intricately designed, it doesn't give that. I think it would be better without the face paint, but there is one you could use if you have it. I think it was like a Monsters, Inc. one or something. I know Mama Dukes used it in hers. It looked really convincing. Yeah, she's using the eye makeup we got from the recent Star Path that adds these sparkles. And then I think she's using another face paint that has blotches. And there's also this green line here. So it really looks like paint splatter on her face. Whereas for yours, it kind of feels a little too uniform to be like paint splatter. And it just feels a little off, if that makes sense. I would either go without it or I would go with something that makes it look more like paint splatter. I like that you have your Hercules painting here and you have your subject clearly defined in the back. Great foreground with the easel and with the painting table. Be careful having the motif go over Rapunzel's arm. If you have to, you can move her back just a hair. And maybe since Rapunzel's such a good artist, maybe have her doing this pose with somebody else. You might have to move them back a little bit so they don't block Hercules. But maybe Flynn is working on this and he's like, look at it. And she's like, it could be better. You know, that could work well. Another thing is you could put another motif behind Hercules just to fill out your frame more. You have these magnolias in the back. You can always put magnolia flowers behind him, you know, or you can do the Zeus cloud behind him. You can make this look like, you know, a bit more of a painting if you wanted. The other thing is something I discussed in the Friday video. If you haven't seen it, there's definitely some great ways to texturize these walls. Now for your indoor, same thing with the face paint here. Lighting's pretty good for an indoor scene. But I think where indoors really going to shine are in a lot of these indoor builds where we can see more of the workshop, right? There's some great opportunities when you go indoors. If you go towards the front of the room and you show the whole room. That's something I typically always do when I do an indoor snap. And as mentioned, I've never had an indoor snap get less than 4K. I don't know which one I'm going to do this week. But if you look at my indoor builds, they always follow that kind of example. Now, this is a long time ago, before we were pushing the camera up, before we had a lot of the sliders, before we could change the ceiling. But this still got rank 19. And we have Rapunzel back here doing her painting thing. This was Dreamlight Art Gallery. You know, we can see a lot of the room. And that's a big reason why this performed so well. Cozy Holiday Cheer ranked right around the top 100. I think it was like 112. And again, we can see pretty much the whole room. We see this beautiful holiday party. We see all these details. That's where indoor builds really shine. We can highlight just how strong of an indoor scene you can create. Now, there's still going to be snaps in the 4K range that only show a portion of the room, kind of like this. But what's more common in the 4K range for indoor snaps are scenes that really showcase the room exceptionally well. You're not too close to the wall. You get a great view of everything that's going on in the space. You get more opportunity for villagers. So I'd say between the two right now, this is probably your better bet. The indoor scene could be really strong, but I would definitely try to highlight a bit more of the environment. Danielle. So we do have Rapunzel painting. You're really going to want to swap out your ceiling, right? Always consider your ceiling. There's also great colorful floors you could be using. I do like the rug. The other thing is, I don't really understand the pose. You're writing magic carpet in your workshop. What does that have to do with the challenge, right? When it comes to getting 4K, Danielle, it's not about how much time you put in your snap. It's more about how much thought you put into your snap. What pose works best with this theme? The theme is called Getting Artsy, so our goal is to get artsy and to highlight this workshop. So what does writing magic carpet have to do with getting artsy? Well, nothing. Nothing. So look at your, look at your friends here. Look at the community members. Notice how people are posing with their art. They're like standing with it like, oh, look what I just finished. They're getting artsy. Lean over here, kind of stepping back, admiring her beautiful work so far. We look at Camzell leaning on this beautiful portrait. Rapunzel's like, oh, wow. And Flynn's like, look at that. We look at Heathen here. Same thing. She's actively painting a picture. That's just a few examples. Just a few examples. Meanwhile, you're just writing magic carpet for some reason. You want to be strategic, Danielle. You want to be strategic. You don't just want to do a pose because it's cute. You want to try to find some kind of way to be really clever with the theme. On top of that, magic carpet's literally like clipping right into this flower log you have here. So you got a great shot of Rapunzel. But you could also be posing, with your art. You could be showing what you're painting, what you're creating. The other thing is you have these paint splatters all over the windows. But then we have this super clean, like it's so clean, it doesn't really make sense. Like, how come the windows are covered in paint, but then like the wall is just extra clean somehow. You got to think about that. If you want to use these painted windows in a setting where they really make sense, why not use a wall that's covered with paintings, right? Like this wall in particular has all these paintings all over it. So of course the paint splatter would make sense because somebody went around and painted this whole wall. And the other option for the painted windows would be these speckled brick walls. Because this speckled brick looks worn down like it's been scrubbed a million times. But it's all about strategy. It's all about strategy. So think about your pose. Think about the items you're using and how they work together. You also got a lot of space around here that you can fill out with all kinds of fun things, even more villagers. But make sure you swap out your ceiling, really rethink your wall, and then, even your floor. And then the most important thing I would say is the pose. I really don't see what the idea is here with Magic Carpet. It's a big risk because most of what you'll pop up against that is going to be around the 4K range are going to be these snaps where people are somehow leaning on their art or showcasing their art or actively working on their art. You have all these people going out of their way to get artsy, and you're just on a Magic Carpet. Think about it. Babbitt says, hi, Semi. These are updated from the original submission. Would love to know what you think is best. My favorite is currently submitted. Unfortunately, no kitty in the Goofy one. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about the kitty. It's more about the art, more about the setting, the lighting, the color. The kitty's cool, but, not a top priority. I think you did a really good job with this scene. Fantastic here. Flynn kind of defending his work. Also, I love Anna back here waving. Great shot of Rapunzel here. You got this lined up very well. I love how you're reaching for the paint towel, too. Really good job. Lighting in here is magnificent. Great wall to pair with the windows. The Van Gogh painting kind of in the center here. I call it a Van Gogh painting, but, I love the paint tables here in the foreground as well. And you said the Goofy one's the one you have submitted? Or the Goofy doesn't have the kitty? Well, I actually like the first one the most. I like Anna kind of waving because she's very noticeable there with her little wave. I think that's super cute and fun. Tinkerbell and Peter look great back here. Yeah, no recommendations for this, Babbitt. This is really good. Exceptional work. Very strong snap. Great indoor scene. The kitty's just an added bonus. I don't think you need the kitty at all. I think you could totally get away, you could totally get away with not having the kitty, but everything else here is so strong that this is the one I would roll with. Think you did great with this. And also, I love that you're showing little to no ceiling here. Just really great framing in this artist workshop. Wonderfully done. T-Dow, this is my first indoor snap. Oh my gosh, summoning the villagers inside is a mission, and then quickly having to hide them before they all talk to each other. I had two options. The first one is one I completed before watching your stream. The second one is with minor tweaks. Excited to hear your thoughts, as always. Oh, beautiful work here. This is really good. What a great first indoor submission. Wonderful storytelling here. A little tricky with the Cappy here, though. Yeah, I think this is the better option. But your lighting... Your lighting and angle are much better in the first scene. In this one, when you lean, you cover this beautiful dark pink here, which kind of helps break up the scene. And then also there's an angle change where the angle is a little further back. I don't think you need the red hanging lanterns here. Just because you see me using something doesn't mean it'll be good for your snap. I think it's better without. If you want to add some good light to your ceiling up here, I would go with the geometric lights. They're these little round ceiling lights that'll cast light into this pocket in particular. But I think the lighting, the pose, and the interactions are best in the first one. If you don't have time to bring all the villagers back and work on it again, just go with this one. I think it's the better of the two options. Sure, you know, the motif's kind of wonky here, but at least we can see the Cappy. That's super cute interaction for the Cappy. Flynn looking down on it. Everything here is really strong, and your lighting is much better. The color's much better. This one, it gets a bit more pale because I think you added in a few more light elements, and also with you leaning, you kind of cover some great color back here. Now, if you did feel like recreating this one, I would kind of do this same pose you're doing here, but instead of the hanging lanterns, I would probably use geometric lights here and here on each side. But I think you're pretty safe for 4K just with your first submission. Waterfall. Hi, Waterfall Glow here. So this is my very first Senpai review. Excited but nervous. Love watching your review videos as I've learned several things since I started watching them. I'm striving to continue in that and keep getting even better. I really like my snap, but interested to know your thoughts. Alrighty. Give me 1 second here. Okay. So, first off, Waterfall Glow, when it comes to lighting in Dreamsnaps, you know, you already know, you've been watching me for a while, lighting is key. So theme and lighting, very, very, very big deals. Notice how pale the colors are in the scene. This definitely has a great shot for 4K, but there are some ways you can make it even stronger and even more competitive. So, look at your shadows. You see how the shadow for this stool is like just right below it, and your shadow is very short? That means your sun is very high up in the sky, and you're currently using the midday lighting. That's why the avatar is super pale, and the pinks back here are super pale. Everything is whitewashed. The only bold color we have is from the motif because they're like stickers, right? So look at your lighting versus the lighting we see in your competition. Notice how warm and bold the colors are. Now, I know those are indoor, so let's look at an outdoor example. So look at this scene, right? Take note of the rich, bold colors, the vivid colors. This is what performs well, whether you're indoors or outdoors. Those bold, prominent colors, voters gravitate towards them in mass. That's why most of what you see in the 4K range has bold coloration. They avoid grays and pales. They have, you know, nice bold colors for their pathing, deep greens for their grass, dark blues for their sky. Now, the way they're doing this is they're using a very particular time of day, which is something we cover all the time. The sunset time of day. Very, very strong, very strong. So, let's see. Go back to your photo here. You're using just midday. So, the sunset time of day, you'll need to change your time offset to 6 p.m. your time. That's when the sun starts to set. So 6 p.m. is when you're going to get that good sunset lighting. But keep in mind, this is only going to work if your sun is behind the camera. So sunset time of day, sun behind the camera, you're going to get really good lighting in here. Now, the other thing is you have this like kind of like bronze iron kind of floor. And there's no rugs or anything to break this up. So it's very repetitive, and it's also very pale. Look at some of your alternatives, right? We can go back to that same photo we just opened. Let me close all of these. So instead of a bronze, floor with this like kind of pale brown, they're using the main street path. Notice how they're also adding rugs into the scene to break up the path a little bit. We have a rug here, and we have a rug here. So they're not, you don't just want to pave and call it a day if you want to, be competitive. You want to break apart that paving with extra details, extra textures. And that's not just with decor items. It's not just with the bottles and pocket items and books, but rugs. Imagine the beautiful tangled rug under you guys, that beautiful purple, right? And then imagine another fun rug under the fabric set over here. A lot of opportunity for more color and for more detail in this pathway. So I would definitely consider changing out this path for maybe the Main Street path, because it's going to give you better color. But the most important thing here would be your lighting. This midday lighting is very pale. If you're going to use the midday lighting, it's best paired with a very high saturation boost. Here in this snap, I'm using the same lighting you are, but it sure doesn't look like it. Why is that? Well, that's because my saturation in this photo is set to 0.6. I didn't just leave it at 0. Since I'm using the midday lighting, which whitewashes everything, I made sure to enhance my colors. Now, if you're using the sunset time of day, like here, you don't need 0.6 saturation. You can just do 0.2. But midday lighting, boosting that saturation is going to be very helpful. Now, the best case scenario is you can switch to sunset and the sun will still be behind the camera, and then you can get really good quality lighting in here. But if the sun is not behind the camera, if that doesn't work, then you'll just have to go with the saturation boost. But my biggest recommendation here would be to swap to a different kind of pathing so it just doesn't feel, as pale. Main Street pathing would be really great for this environment. And then my other recommendation would be to use rugs. Put some kind of square rug over here under this side to kind of show that this is its own section. Maybe put that big, beautiful, tangled flower rug right under you two. And since you have so much room here, you do have an opportunity to have more villagers working on things. Rather than just like a laundry basket and 2 pieces of fabric here, why not set up, another easel and have another villager over here working on a painting? Lots of opportunity. So final thoughts here. On the right path, it's a decent workshop, but when it comes to detailing your environment, pocket items are great, but that's just for added details. You don't want to fill up spaces with like, just things that you drop. Because, like, why are these here? Like, what are they doing? What are they part of? They look more like they would belong in this section. And this spot here would be a great opportunity, to kind of play up your workshop more. So you could have another easel there. You can have another pottery set up there. You can have more villagers. And if you want to get 4K, the goal is to impress your voters. The more you can tell stories, kind of like you are here, where Rapunzel's got her hand towards the clay, like, it looks like she's about to start forming it, that's great. But if you could do that again with another villager and another type of art, it's going to be even more impactful. Then you can have somebody back here maybe painting in the field. There's all kinds of different avenues you can go for. But the 2 key things you need to start with here. Number 1, lighting. These colors on your motifs are really bold. Everything else is really pale. Number 2 would be breaking apart this really repetitive path. So I would swap the path for Main Street, and I would use rugs. I would use rugs in this environment. That's going to give you some great texture. Cozy with Lala. Hello again. Thank you. Always appreciate your help. Oh, very good here, Cozy. Very good. Rapunzel's reaction to Hercules is really funny. We can see a little bit of your ceiling. I would swap it. That little white is really easy to notice. I mean, you could even do like a brick ceiling so you don't see it at all. Phil and Timon here are really fun. I like that you're holding out the paintbrush for us. That's a cool way to show the avatar for a challenge about painting. I would make your makeup a little bit more prominent. Looks like you have a very pale pink here. Maybe a bold pink to match your hat. Since you are an artist, I feel like bold makeup would be good in this case. I like the foreground with these 2. The hanging lanterns here are nice. Now, having these tangled lanterns flipped around and casting light this close to the wall creates a very bright pocket. I do like the light over here from the Mickey light, but if you pull it back just a little bit, it won't create such a big light flare. And I would also balance it out on this side the same way. Lastly, if you put some hanging lights to where we can't see them towards the front, you can actually get some great light on these tables too if you want it. That same warm light would hit your avatar too. Caroline, thank you for the feedback. I'll probably just have Monday to work on this. Currently having a crazy week. Family emergency. Oh, no. Well, hopefully everything's all right. Good-looking artist workshop so far. Like the rug down here at the base. We got your easel here. I do love the pink blossoms kind of coming in to the workshop. That's fun. Now, I know you won't have a lot of time to really work on this. But if you do find the time, I think finding a way to open up this scene just a little bit would be worth considering. Like, you have the foreground items right here kind of in front of the easel. Whereas if we had them pulled back and we had a little bit of space here, you could be interacting with the easel in some way. Either doing the lean pose. There's some fun things you can do there. And then I would also try to find a way to have Rapunzel working on something, if possible. That said, if you don't have time to really work on this with the family emergency stuff, don't sweat it too much. I think this is a great shot at 4K because it's very clearly an artist workshop. It's got some good beauty elements. Your biggest threat factor in the 1v1 scenarios are going to be these spaces that are a little bit more open, that feature multiple villagers, and highlight the avatar and the villagers actively working on the art. You're kind of posing with your art behind you. But there's some kind of ways you can show it off. Like, again, the broom pose where you're leaning on the easel is very strong. Doing any pose with Rapunzel where she puts her hands out, you can kind of have her reaching for this pot. But if you don't have a lot of time, don't sweat it. This could potentially get 4K as is. But there are a few ways you can make it more competitive. Bailey, I want to say thank you for your reviews and advice and approaching with such kindness. I've been watching for a couple of weeks and I'm really trying to improve. I will say this challenge was tough. Game crashed multiple times on Switch. When your Rapunzel do a repose at the right angle, yeah, that can be annoying. Even though I will not be attempting to redo this photo, I do appreciate your critiques that I continue learning. Okay, well, if that's the case, if you're not going to be making any changes, then I'm going to be very brief because that's the whole purpose of these. Not to only teach you about things you can do differently in the future, but also to seek ways to make your photo as competitive as possible is kind of the main objective here. Overall, solid build, solid build. Lots of good interactions. Rapunzel painting, Flynn with a thumbs up. My only major recommendation here would be when it comes to indoor shots, try to position your angle to where we don't have the descending lines at all, if at all possible. Like if we go and look at snaps from very consistent players like Beyblade on 37-week streak, look at how straight the line is across the back. Like how the angle of the room is perfectly straight across. Let's look at another player that has been in 4K just as long, possibly longer. I don't know. Mama Dukes. Look at that perfectly straight line going across the back, right? They get their angles dead on, and they don't have descending lines. Now, if you do a corner shot in a room, you can have the back corner meet at the center of the shot as well. So, in this scene, right, how these two descending lines meet right in the center where the star is. Balance is very helpful when it comes to rank and performance. But yeah, we won't worry about too much else because you will not have time to make tweaks. Overall, solid work, solid work. Cam Bam, thanks for taking the time to review my snap. I've not done an indoor one before, but I wanted to try it out. I think overall I'm liking it. I am just unsure on how I feel about the lighting. Well, one thing that's going to really help you with the lighting is getting away from the paler walls. You want to get walls, when a wall is white or a very pale pink or a very pale blue, casting light on it just makes it whiter and paler. Now, when you have like a dark brown or wood grain or a dark brick wall, casting light on them makes their colors come to life. And that's kind of the key to casting light indoors, is you want to cast it onto the right things. Like here, where you're casting it onto these golden frames, look at how good the light reflection is on that golden frame. When the light refracts off of your wall, if it is a, you know, there's some great walls to use here. Like these painted walls, right? They have all these colorful but darker colors, like this bold dark yellow, this bold brown, these hot pinks. When you cast light onto walls like this, those colors really come to life. But when you cast light onto a very pale wall, it just makes it even paler. That's probably why you're feeling like the lighting is a little off in your snap. And if we go up to, let me go back to Mama Duke's here. Notice how the walls, floor, and ceiling that she's using are darker. That's because she's casting a lot of light. So we're casting light here on this painted wall, and this yellow. Look at how warm that yellow becomes. Look at how bold that brown becomes. If this was just a light pink wall, it would just look like a bright pocket of white back there now. And that's why you want to be very, very cautious and very particular about what you're using for your walls and floors when you go inside. Now, overall, the scene is really good. The way you've positioned everything, you know, all the different art, the fact that you're painting, she's painting. We've got the Muse statue here. The main thing I would consider here would be your walls, floors, and ceiling. My advice would be to try some different approaches with those 3 items. There's a lot of things in the game that are going to catch light a bit better than the blue that we have on the floor and ceiling. And then there's a lot of walls that are going to respond much better to the light that you have in this room. And that's probably why you're feeling like something's off with the light. It's not that you did anything wrong with the way you put the light in here. It's more about what that light is hitting. That's what has you feeling that way. So my advice would be to, you know, try some alternatives. Because you can switch out this floor and wall and ceiling as many times as you want while keeping the rest of this scene exactly as it is. Dory, hello. I thank you in advance for your opinions and advice. First pick, I'm wondering if not seeing the avatar's face will turn voters away. I got second place faced away from the avatar, so that's not necessarily true. It just you need to have a good reason to face away. The second and third pictures are very similar with subtle differences. All right. Okay, well, second and third are definitely better because you see how in the first one we see over your wall, right? This makes it feel more like we're in a room of a workshop now the ceiling is implied, right? But before we know the ceiling was just missing, but now it's implied. So this is a better option for sure. And I think out of these 2 options, both are good, but in this one, we're not really quite interacting with anything. And this one, we're kind of facing Mirabelle a little bit, but she's not quite facing you. And with this being like kind of a, you know, silly drawing of Mirabelle, I think you do have an opportunity here to use Mirabelle's angry expression. Like if you moved her to the right a bit, and then you can have somebody like Flynn or Gaston that might not be good at painting, looking confused or defensive, and Mirabelle's like, that's not what I look like, and they're like, oh, I tried my best. You know, we've seen that play several times. I mentioned that the day we got this challenge about how that would be such a good, clever play because we talked about this motif in particular, and it could be a really good humor factor for this snap. Now, I do think you could use this pose, but I don't think this is very strong either because your hands are kind of out. It's not really clear what you're interacting with, and even if you are interacting with something down here, like what exactly are we doing with it? I like the idea of kind of being the coach or the teacher in this art workshop a bit more. So I think a pose like this could work. But in this one, since she's kind of looking at you and you're just facing away, not quite as impactful. I would kind of experiment with the poses, right? You can try the Pluto pose. You can try several different poses to try and make it seem like you're helping or teaching. Even a pose where you're kind of giggling. If you do the Mirabelle play, where you have like Flynn defensive over his Mirabelle painting, and Mirabelle is doing her angry expression, you could be over here doing the Pluto pose where you laugh. It's a little giggle. That'd be like, oh, my students, they're so silly, right? And the pose I'm talking about here would be this one, right? Where you have Pluto on, you pause it at the right moment, and you'll kind of have your hand up, and you have this smile, and it looks like you're laughing, like you're giggling a little bit. That could be a really good play there. You'd be kind of interacting with your students a bit more. This one, you're interacting, like, it looks like you're looking at Mirabelle, like you're telling a good job, but she's just not looking at you. And it's also more of that side profile there. But yeah, the workshop itself is very strong. You got lots of great details in here. You have like the sewing and the stitching. You have all this painting. You have pottery. It's a very solid build. I do think, you know, for your path inside, since we can't see it, you could go with the main street path inside, and then you could do that beautiful Rapunzel rug under you. I think the purple and yellow is going to look a lot better than like the cream color and the brown and orange here. I think that could look really nice under your feet. Overall, solid work, Dory. Solid work. Mags. Couldn't make a decision which way to go. Did several. All right, let's take a look. So I like all the different art going on here. I would tilt your camera down just a little bit, since we can see right over here the idea of an implied ceiling vanishes the moment you show that little bit of blue and that little bit of green. If you fix your angle just a tiny bit, if you pan the camera just a little left or touch it down a hair, we won't see that. Now, as far as your pose, I can't really tell quite what you're doing. It looks like you're looking at the pillow, but there's not too much going on to let us know that you're crafting the pillow or that you just made the pillow. There's different poses where you can maybe have your hands out towards it. I mean, you are interacting with your art, though, which is good. And you have some great storytelling in the back. You know, Rapunzel is actively painting. We have this nice painting table in front of her. These three talking about fabrics totally works for this artist workshop. And then Flynn, once again, with his little limp pottery item here. Alice is laughing about it. We have the clay baking stove here. Very nice. And then we have some sculptures back here. Yeah, my biggest tip would be to try to minimize us seeing over the wall here, because you're so close to having like that wall very well hidden. And, you know, the blossoms breaking through the wall are really nice because they look like vines, but the fact that we can see this dark tree going straight through the wall, this doesn't quite feel like vines. It feels a lot like clipping. The color does look fun there, though. Overall, very solid workshop. My only advice, if you end up having time to tweak it at all, would be to try and hide the little bit of exposed sky we have here, if possible, and to experiment with your poses a little bit, you know, and with whatever item you're highlighting. If we can find a way to really showcase that you're actively working on this, or maybe just finished it, again, this pose could totally work. You know, it's not horrible by any stretch of the imagination. This is better than any shot out there where they're just not interacting with their art whatsoever. So it's already better than a lot of snaps. I would say, you know, just experiment with it. Maybe you can find something that feels a bit more convincing as well, and maybe a more flattering pose on the avatar too. Crafty Joe, I have two Dreamsnaps, different lighting. So we have this one here. This one gets really pale. If you want to use these stage lights, I think it's going to be better to move them back a little bit and have them just barely come into the edges of the frame. Notice how your motifs are all really bold in color, but everything else is washed in light. That's because these motifs go on top of the photo. So they go over this light, which is kind of tricky here. So I think the lighting here is much better, but it's also very dark towards the front. Why not take some things that cast light? Doesn't have to be this big old chandelier, but if you put some things that cast light near the front of the scene, we don't even have to see them. They could be like further back, like almost against the wall behind you, casting light onto this easel. We can get some great wood notes to light up here. You chose great walls, great floors, great ceiling. I would maybe do a different floor or ceiling so you're not using the same one on the top and bottom. The casita floor could be really good here. It's got some great painted features. There's also a mosaic floor that can work really well. Or if you want to keep this as your floor, you can go with like a nice dark wood note for the ceiling. I probably wouldn't do like the snot rags here. I feel like there's maybe the idea is that it's like, you know, towels with paint on them. But I feel like there's all kinds of great things you can utilize in its place. And then the other recommendation I would have would be consider the storytelling elements. Like you have Mirabelle here, but she's kind of just there smiling. She's not really doing anything with the environment. If we look at some of your competition out there, Crafty Joe, if we look at some of our community members, we see some absolutely amazing storytelling, right? Like where Eric's like, oh, I'm not super proud of my painting. And Joy's like, yay, I did good. I get a gold star. And, you know, the avatar's like, you did great. You did great. You don't have to use a ton of villagers. Like this one, we just have 1, 2, 3, right? 3 villagers, and it adds so much value. When we look at Beyblades, you know, we have Mirabelle thinking, confused pose. She's trying to figure out which fabric to work with. Flynn looks kind of disappointed with his limp pottery. Gaston, of course, is always so sure of himself, so he's proud of whatever this is. And Rapunzel is kind of judging, you know, the avatar's work here. So all of this unique storytelling. So if you want to make this more competitive, consider those strategy elements. Again, you know, getting 4K, it's not just about how much time you put in your snap, it's about the thought. So you included Mirabelle, but it's not the most flattering pose of Mirabelle, not the most flattering painting. And we could have her acting kind of funny about it, or we could maybe have Flynn making this, and, you know, that interaction we've seen between Flynn and her many times today. This is a very large item for your foreground. If you took this spinning wheel and you put it, you know, maybe back here where she is, and you put some fabrics behind it, you could have maybe Sally working the spinning wheel. Lots of good opportunities here. I would also either use vines at the front or do your best to show less ceiling. This is something I tend to do in a lot of my indoor snaps. You're rarely going to see a whole bunch of ceiling. I typically get my camera angle and I point it down just a little bit so we minimize how much of the ceiling we see and we maximize how much of the room we see. So if I didn't point the camera down here, we wouldn't see the cookies. We wouldn't see the hot cocoa. We wouldn't see this beautiful plant. We wouldn't see these presents. Instead, we would see a whole bunch of ceiling and a little bit of room. You kind of want to avoid that. That's the tricky thing with doing an indoor scene is, you know, if your camera's way at the back of the room, if you don't adjust your angle, like the top 25% of your shot is just going to be ceiling. Now, if that is the case, you can decorate the ceiling, but we haven't done that yet. We have like one hanging plant over here, and then you have the lights in the back, but this whole section here, you know, you could do vines, could do all kinds of fun things. And then also, like, you know, this big cupboard. This is taking up a lot of real estate. You know, if we didn't have this cupboard here, maybe we could take this cupboard and this chair. We could take this spinning wheel, we could put that in that section, and we can have Sally working that. And then we could put a small painting table right here next to you that we can see over. So there's a lot of opportunity here to tweak this further. Glitter Elk. Beautiful, beautiful scene here. Great job. I like the way you did the ceiling. We have a tiny gap here, but it's so small, I don't think anybody's really going to catch that. So I think that's fine. I love the shot of Rapunzel, kind of looking at the point of the paintbrush here. Really good shot for Rapunzel. Maximus back here is fantastic addition. And then we have a really cute little painting, layered a couple of motifs here. I like that you're kind of facing your painting, but you're looking back at the camera. And the speckles on the face, I think this actually works for like paint splatter. The little Flynn motif is fun. And then the Rapunzel rug, perfect touch for the center here. I like the way you detailed your greenhouse walls by adding these wood beams. Those look really good. And the wood beam here also looks very nice. Looks like you got some good detail in there as well. Yeah, very solid, very solid. Great workshop, great workshop. Clearly defined workspace. I love all the floating lanterns here too. Like the ones on the sitting on the ground here, and then we see some floating up in the air here. I also like that you have the new eco buildings kind of outside the window. They look really pretty out there. Looks like you guys are in like a really pretty place. Very well done, Glitter Elk. Very well done. I would say the only tough challenge a photo like this would have would be getting matched up against some of the snaps where people have like a little bit more storytelling, but the beauty element here is really good. And the people that have like a lot of good storytelling, that's probably like 1% of snaps. So it's not something I would really worry about too much. Unless you just have like the world's worst luck and it's like the only thing you pop up against. Queens, thank you so much for all the help, somebody. Instead of keeping me in 4K, the mods need to give you a raise. Bro, the mods don't pay me. I should be paying the mods, to be fair. Okay, nice little art studio. I like this. I like this. So have you kind of showing your art here? You're painting Vanellope of these blossoms layered behind her. This great shot of Vanellope, and then she's like, check it out. That's me. That's really fun. That's really fun. I like the hanging lights here. Also, I love the Eastern vibes of the room. We got the Van Gogh kind of painting on the side. These hanging tassel lights look great. And it looks like you are casting some light directly on to your easel. Good job there. Since you are so close to the wall, there's not really much I can advise you on here. If we were further away, I think you would have an opportunity to, you know, highlight more competitive plays. Not something I would worry about this week, but I think it's something you should keep in mind for future indoor snaps. They do offer a lot of opportunity with multiple villagers. And as I stated, you know, whenever I do an indoor scene, I'm usually a good ways away from the wall, so I do have that opportunity to utilize more villagers, more of a presence, show more decor, highlight more of that environment, because at the end of the day, you know, you just want to build something that can truly impress voters and match up against most other snaps. That's the best way to ensure 4K. So, you know, building a scene where you have room for a bit of storytelling, I think is always a great thing to consider. But if you know, want to do something closer to a wall, maybe you don't have a ton of time that week, or you just want to crank something out, this is very strong. You know, I think this is looking really good. I think it captures the theme really well. Very clearly defined workshop. Vanellope is fantastic here. I really like that. So very strong, very strong. But yeah, for future snaps, especially if you go the indoor route, my biggest word of advice would be to give yourself a little bit more distance from the wall. That way you can incorporate a bit more decor. You can incorporate, especially villagers for storytelling. With workshops commonly being, you know, some of the key factors of workshops tying into things like teamwork and learning. There's definitely a great opportunity there for storytelling this week. But yeah, great job here. I think this will still get 4K, though. Unless you get unlucky, you know. Becca, I have 2 builds. I don't have the brush motif. Appreciate your help. Oh, you don't need the brush motif. It's not a brush. It's a broom. It's from the Wishful Thinking Star Path. I like that your studio highlights multiple different types of art here. We have like pottery, then we have fabrics, then we have you with the painting here. And then we have this one. Oh, you're kind of doing graffiti. That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. But I would probably avoid this as it is way outside of what the theme specified. So, you know, the theme this week was to create an artist's workshop. So that would be a studio or an atelier, a room or building where a lead artist, students, and helpers work together to make art. Street art, now if it was, you know, your street art shot could potentially still get 4K if you're lucky enough to get nothing but voters looking for people getting artsy. So this works with the title, but it does not work with the description. So I would avoid it. Really fun concept though, especially with the outfit. I like that. This is more on theme, but really pale colors for the floor, wall, and ceiling, and no light casting. You have lights coming in from the windows, but that's it. The light coming in from the windows is beautiful, and I would go back and show you all these scenes where they are casting light, but you've already seen them. You know, we've gone back and looked at Mama Dukes' snap like 20 times, like Beyblades a bunch of times. We've looked at those glowing wall sconces, and we've looked at a lot of really strong indoor snaps today. And what you see with all of those snaps, that the strong ones, they're all using light casting. I've gone in great detail about what those light casting items are, how to access them, the time of day you need to be at. Keep in mind, changing your time of day offset will not affect that. It's only going to be impacted by the real world time. So after 6 p.m., you're going to get a lot of those light casting elements. But, you know, that would add so much fun color, but you also don't want to pair it with pale walls. Now, this could still do good if it pops up against the right things, but I think if you pick different ceilings, different walls, different floors, and you added light casting, you would really gain the benefit of being indoors. That's like the biggest boost to indoor snaps. And you know what? I will go back just to like one photo. We can just find like one good indoor scene. That one's really good. This one's really good too. But in this one, we have lights casting onto this back wall, this painted wall. We have these rich, bold colors. And I'm not saying these are just inherently better. I'm just letting you know this is what voters keep choosing. This is what they choose week after week after week after week after week. You can go look at 4K results. Sure, you'll find some snaps with an abundance of pale colors, but that's not most of what you'll see. About 80% of the snaps that are going to be in 4K have bold, vivid colors. So when you use pale walls, pale floors, it's going to be hard to deliver on that. Not to mention these bold colors, they match with the motifs a lot better. They make the motifs actually feel like real paintings in the environment. But, you know, having lights that actually cast light into the environment and onto the floor, and then going with rich, bold colors, like they're using the casita floor, they're using the tangled rug, they're using this tangled, like, painting wall, which actually works really well with this kind of Van Gogh fireplace. Like, look at how the colors kind of play together. Whereas, you know, using that particular fireplace with, like, this pale pink kind of wall, it just looks a little out of place there. So you can keep most of the scene exactly how it is. I would just experiment with your walls and floors, and we see a lot of your ceiling. So why not decorate the ceiling at all? It's just like a wall and a floor. I would not advise leaving the ceiling completely open like that, especially when you put so much work into the rest of your scene. You know, you did so good with your floors and your walls. You put so much detail into them. So why not give that same level of love to your ceiling? And if we look at, let's see if we can find Beyblade here. Well, here's Mama Dukes anyway. I was going to show the vines and Beyblades, but Mama Dukes is the same. You know, instead of vines, we have these little hanging tassels. So you can use vines, you can use these little honeycomb lamps, but you see how much detail that adds to the ceiling? And do you see the benefit of not using those very pale colors? And the light casting? I have a whole video about what casts light all times a day. And then as far as everything else, a lot of things cast light after 6 p.m. We're getting there. We're getting there. Scuttle. I struggled with this one hard. I was similar crafted care. Did not go well for me. I decided to confront it head on and went back to indoors. Yo, Venus Swan. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate the big 10, my friend. I did happily discover that sweet blue chandelier that casts light indoors prior to 6 p.m. The middle shot is currently submitted. Thanks for your help, as always. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this one. It wasn't out when I made the video. It's the, this is the Alice one, when we got with the Alice update. I don't like it because it's pale. It's like a pale blue. But it's not bad. But there are options you can use that are much smaller, that are not going to block up your wall as much. That are going to cast light just the same. The other thing is the wall choice in the back. The floor, I think, is a perfect choice. The ceiling, I think, is a great choice. And the orb lights, I think, are a great choice. Really good storytelling with Aurora. Really good job with Rapunzel here. Unfortunately, we don't get you interacting with a piece of art. But, you know, you do look like maybe the lead artist in this workshop, which is good. And you've got plenty of great art featured on the walls. With the warm notes on the rug down here, the warm colors and the ceiling lights, and all the warmth of like the earthen jars, the fireplace, the vase. I think that painted wall that we keep seeing, the yellow one with like all the paintings on it, would be stronger in your photo as well. Like we see it here in Anxious Smurfs. We see it here with Mama Dukes. And I think we see it in both Mama Dukes and Beyblade, which I would say are a couple of the most consistent players when it comes to getting 4K. They are very, very consistent. And I think there's a reason that wall is so popular, because it looks like the entire wall has been painted by hand. And that just ties directly into the concept of the theme. So my advice here, even with this as it is, I think you have a great shot of 4K. It's looking, I think, a lot stronger than your fashion-forward snap. Your crafted with care snap, I believe. I think you did a fashion one for that one. But you have some really good color in here. I do think, you know, playing up the painted Tangle walls would be really nice. They do pair very nicely with this Van Gogh-like fireplace. And then, I'm guessing you use these because you had to find something that casts light before 6. But if there's any way you can make this snap after 6, you'll have a much, much, much wider array of light casting options to choose from. And if you do take that route, there's things that won't hang down as much, like the geometric lights. They'll still cast light down below them, but they'll be more highlighted there. And then, you know, you have these nice little vines hanging back here. If you use the geometric lights, you could still add vines in the back if you wanted. I mean, if you want to use these chandeliers, you can. And they do have, like, little painting features on them. Trying my hand at indoors again, hoping it goes better than my last indoor snap. Since I did painting for the Crafted with Care, I decided to go in a different direction. Not sure about my pose. Well, let's take a look here. Yeah, I wouldn't really do the pickaxe unless you're more posing with this, but I do like Maui flexing with his statue over here. I like all the, you know, the statue concepts. I would definitely swap out the roof. I would not keep the roof white. You could do you know, you have this kind of dark wood floor. You could do another form of wood on the top. There's also like brick mosaic structures you can have on the top. That's gonna help balance really well with the bottom of the photo, because we have this like nice dark green for the wood, and then we have like this very textured wall, and then the ceiling is just like kind of a pale white. I would 100% swap out the ceiling anytime you do an indoor snap. Now, I like the statues. I like all the carvings here. I think that's really fun. For your pose, the only reason you would want to wear this is if you were handling something hot. This mechanic's outfit, we talked about that in my video. So if you're actively baking clay pots, like there's a clay pot baking stove in the game, and you could be reaching for one of those clay pots. But if you're not doing that, if you're molding clay, you don't need these super thick gloves or this outfit at all. So the outfit doesn't really tie into the pose or what you're doing. So I would be considerate of that. This outfit could be really good if you're handling something hot. That's the whole concept of like the super thick gloves. They're to protect you. And if you wanted to do this Pluto pose, you would just need to rework it to where you're actually lined up with the object. I think your indoor build is really good, except for the ceiling. I would definitely change the ceiling and maybe add a little bit more light casting on the far left-hand side, maybe a little geometric light over here, maybe one over here on this corner. That way we can get some great light on these walls. So there's a little bit of opportunity for some detail in the ceiling, a little bit of opportunity for extra light. But overall, I mean, it's a pretty strong build. What I would be more concerned with, if I were you, is your outfit and your pose and how well you're performing them. It's hard to get the Pluto pose to be actually reaching for an item on this, because it has a lot of space in between the item slot and like the player. So if you chose a different table, you can have maybe a taller pot, so you actually have your arms around it. We saw some on Friday that were really good. Or you could just do a pose kind of showing your work, you know? You could try the broom pose where you're kind of leaning on, if you can find a statue that's the right height, or a carving, you know. But as far as the super thick gloves and the super thick overalls, you know, we talked about this in the video because they can be really good for, you know, pottery baking. Because once you form clay, you have to bake it. It gets really hot. And there is a little stove in the game that has 3 pipes that come up from these burning coals. And on top of each pipe is a clay pot. And it is right about the height that you're at. If you were to have that item kind of like right here, you could be going to grab one of those. But yeah, looking good overall, Catterday. Like I said, for your indoor build, I think you captured the, you know, the statue and the pottery really well. I would just focus on ceiling, a little bit of extra light casting. Villagers are good. But rather than being worried about, you know, you're snapping indoors or not, I would be more focused on how you're presenting the avatar and making the pose feel convincing. Really try to impress your voter with your pose. Alfira would love your feedback. Thank you as always, Senpai. Wow, beautiful here. Beautiful. Look at that light casting. Also love the headphones. Really nice feature here. And you're using that same face paint Mama Duke's had. You know, that has like the little speckles and the little line on the cheekbone here and the little dash on the forehead. It really looks like paint splatter on the face. Mirabelle here, she's like, I tried my best. Now this time she's the one with the limp pottery instead of Flynn for once. And then we have Rapunzel back here in front of this easel and a beautiful atelier, beautiful studio. My only advice for you at all, Alfira, is if you wanted any more detail in this build, a tasteful tiny bit of green vines maybe here at the top. I know you won't be able to put any over here where these orbs are, but maybe something like right in the center, if you can get a little bit of greenery right here, that color is going to balance really well with this frog and with the green legs of this bamboo pottery spinner. So a little bit of green vine action right here. Just barely hanging down to the top of the scene. Could be really nice. But yeah, your lighting is very optimal here. Great light casting back here. Just look at that warmth. Look at how these colors really come to life. Look at the light reflecting off the window. This is what I mean about indoor snaps having a lot of potential with lighting. This is exactly what I mean. Very, very good job. Great studio. Beautiful work. Joe Canning said, my first review. I hope I'm doing it right. Time zones are off, so I might not see and still have for the stream. Struggling this week, but hope I'm on the right track. Yeah, you're definitely on the right track. I think this is looking really good. I like your pomegranate painting. That's fun. So we have Rapunzel painting the castle back here. Great that we can see what's being featured. Daisy working on the fabrics. And then you broke up your pathing by adding some rugs down here and a little item right here. And your studio has sculptures, fabrics, paintings. Really good job. I like that you're bringing in some of the pink vines. The tree, I would be careful bringing that in. The reason we like the blossom tree coming in is because it looks almost like pink vines growing on the wall when they clip through. But if we clip the tree through, we can actually see a lot of the tree on the other side, so it feels like it's kind of breaking in. I don't know, I do like the green, though. It does add a nice green. So if you want to keep the tree clipping through, I think you can. I think you can. I would just be careful with it. My biggest piece of advice for your snap here, Joe, is you have an opportunity for some kind of foreground element in this bottom left. You see how Rapunzel's feet actually disappear into this carpet? We can hide that. You know, you can take another one of these painting tables and you could put one right here as well. Even if you flip it around to where we see the same kind of thing, you'll actually have this little paint holder at the front and the paint bowl at the back if you flipped it the other way. So we can have one of those tables kind of right here. So now we have, you know, and you don't have to have it at this exact angle either. You could have the other one more at a straight angle to where it's just kind of in there on the corner. But that would be good to balance out your snap. Or you can just do like a potted plant down here if you wanted. All kinds of fun options. Or you can do a little table with like the little pencil holder. There's these little pencil holders, right, from Storybook Vale. Or you can do like a little, you know, some little sculptures, some little pencil holders, little mooshu. Lots of fun items. Lots of fun items you can put in there. Or you can do this, you know, like we were saying, have that paint table kind of in there at the edge. Totally up to you. Totally up to you. Lots of fun options there. But yeah, I would say you're definitely on the mark, Joe Candy. Lighting is looking great. You got some great villager presence. You did excellent with Rapunzel's pose here. You're featuring multiple different kinds of art. Only big advice is that, you know, any kind of opening, any kind of empty space, definitely try to view that as a great opportunity. And I see a really wonderful opportunity down here in this bottom left-hand corner, whether it's a little table with the pencil holder or another painting table. This is rather big, though. If you don't want something that big there, I'd go with a small table. The one I'm using here, that's like super small. This table is very short. It's from the Neverland Star Path we got when we got Peter Pan. It's a pirate table. But you can't tell, you know, when you slap it in a photo. But what I love about the table is that it sits very, very low to the ground. So it's a great foreground element to add little things like these pencils or like this sculpture. That way, even though they're on a table, they're still shorter than the paint desk. You know, they're still, even with the items, they don't even come up to that height. So they could be great to really fill out that corner. So I always try to fill up the left corner and the right corner whenever possible. But yeah, looking really good here. Looking really good. Hicks here. Edit, I made my dream snap a bit better in the comments under my post. I still feel like it isn't the best. Would love to hear your advice. I changed my dream snap a bit. Did it on PC instead of Switch. It kind of helped. And I guess. And Rapunzel did the pose. Nice. I'm glad you were able to get Rapunzel in the pose. So my big advice for you here is exactly what we were just talking about. Open space equals opportunity, right? So you have all this space down here. Now, that doesn't mean we just want to, like, dump a bunch of items here. But you could take this painting table here And you could put it right down here in the bottom left corner. You can have another painting table down here in the bottom right, or a small table. But what I tend to do in all of my snaps is fill out these corners, right? Left corner and right corner every time. I always fill out. It's just a great way to frame your scenes. We look at this one, we see the same thing. Painting table here on the left. And then on the right, we have a nice little bit of pottery. The little planter. So it's just a very strong way to frame your scenes. The other thing is when you're indoors, light casting is such a big deal. And you also want to try to avoid showing a lot of the ceiling. So real quick, we're going to take a very fast look at some very high-performing players and what they did with their indoor scene. First one I found, Silvertab. Silvertab, very, very consistent. Been getting 4K for a long time. Look at their lighting versus your lighting. You see how their lights are actually glowing? They're not just balls of light. They're actually casting light. You see how the light is reflecting off of this gold frame in the back? You see how the light is actually hitting the easels? It's actually hitting this painting. It's actually making the wood light up around it. That's called light casting. So you have lights in your snap, but they're not casting light. There's a very, very, very big difference between light casting and just having lights. So when you're indoors, you have access to something outdoor players don't, which is light casting. You see how warm and lit up this back wall is? You see the geometric lights here once again? You see this red hanging lantern casting light all over this corner pocket over here? Absolutely beautiful. So we have all of these high-ranking players utilizing this light casting strategy. Now, you've already done a good job getting away from, like, all this white. I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see that. But still not the best choice for your wall, and you're using the same floor and ceiling, and you're showing a lot of ceiling. You can also be much closer to the camera with the avatar if you have the Vizier's Alchemy table. You place that in front of you, it'll push the camera forward. The other thing is no rugs. You have so much open floor here, but it's just the same floor. You could put a little rug under Rapunzel. You could put a big rug under both of you guys. You can have a different rug back here where the items are. So there's a lot of things you can do here to make this more competitive. For your walls, there's a really good wall that pairs with Rapunzel. It's that painted wall we keep talking about. It's like yellow with a bunch of paintings on it. It's got all this trim and painting on the wood beams. It's really nice. It pairs perfectly with these painted windows. Like, you have all these painted windows, but then the wall we're using is just totally clean. Why not use a wall that's also totally painted? It would match very well with the windows in the back. And then, open space opportunity. You have these big empty corners, and then back here, there's not really anything back here. We could take, well, instead of just listing off a bunch of items for you, if you want to get the best value out of these snap reviews, I would highly encourage you to watch our YouTube video breakdowns on each challenge, because I laid out and listed a ton of good items, like over 50 items that would work for an artist workshop. I see a couple of them here. But there's all kinds of statues and sculptures and different pieces you can have in this whole area back here. There's so much opportunity here, so much opportunity in the foreground. Against the right things, this could do well, but if it pops up against some of the snaps we've seen today, especially from the higher ranking players, it's going to have a hard time contending with them. So, final thoughts here. Really try to find clever ways to utilize all this openness. What's really strong about this is that you're actually showing a lot of the room, which for some reason a lot of people don't do. But you don't really get much benefit from that if we're not utilizing all that empty space. Again, this is a workshop. We want it to feel busy. We want it to feel like a place where people can come and do all kinds of art. And then also, if you're going to be indoors, you really want to have light casting. That's not just light coming in from the window. There's a lot of items in the game that will actually cast light. after 6 p.m. your time. Bunbury, hola sabai, what was some co-workshop art session? What do you think? Completely forgot to turn the spin wheel on. So it has that pretty purple glow. Well, it wouldn't be too hard to redo it to get the spin wheel on if you wanted to. I don't see your spin wheel though. Oh, I see it right here. I mean, we can, I wouldn't worry about it too much. We can barely see it. I don't think that's a super big deal. At least with it not glowing, we can see the fabric mannequin behind you really well. I love the pose here. I also really like how you did the wolf, but you angled it to make it a night sky. Very clever. Your painting's actually really good. Flynn is posing as if he's working on the pottery here. Very fun. Rapunzel working on a masterpiece as always. I love the textures you put in to your walls. The fact that you have this, you know, we talked about how good these lanterns are. And then you have the wood beams tied into the greenhouse walls. Very, very well done for this workspace. And then we have these beautiful openings in the back. Yeah, this is gorgeous. I think you did a great job here. Only opportunity I see, Bunbury, if you wanted to tweak this at all, with some of these small open spaces, of course you want to keep this, you don't want to put stuff here because that's a doorway. But what about villagers? You know, what about, you know, a little Vanellope or Stitch, you know, like looking up at what you guys are doing? Like Stitch right here, if you do his sad pose, he looks up with these big eyes like, oh, he doesn't look sad, he just looks cute. So maybe a cute little Stitch right here could be fun. Maybe Vanellope looking at Flynn's giant pot. If you do Vanellope has an expression where she goes, like looks up at something like all mouth agape, like what? You can have her like right here looking at Flynn's pottery like, oh my God, he made that whole thing? You know, that could be fun. So you have some great storytelling opportunities with these small open spaces. We don't want to put furniture here because it's, you know, it's just going to clog your exit or your entrance to your studio. But villagers, on the other hand, it would look like they're there to learn, especially the smaller ones. And these are great spots for smaller villagers. Horizontal. This is what I have so far this week. I don't have the answer from the wishful thinking Starbath, or I would have done a snap because I much prefer that to this. I don't know. I mean, I think this is better than a lot of the wishful thinking outdoor-indoor scenes that I've seen. The thing is, most people that are using the wishful thinking Starpath walls are not building things like this. These are really rare. And most people are not building things like this. Like, most people are not adding good textures and pillars and, like, you know, that's a very, 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 very small percentage. And if anything, I'm kind of torn on indoor versus outdoor because I think indoor is just so beautiful. I've had a lot of success with indoor snaps. I've mentioned this multiple times, but I've never had an indoor snap get less than 4K. So I'm kind of torn on whether I want to do an indoor or outdoor. But I don't know. I like this. I feel like you shouldn't even want to do the other one because you did so good with this. You got a great shot of Rapunzel painting. You have great light casting. You're showing a lot of the room. You've added great detail to your ceiling. You're using your open space here with Stitch really well. And the fact that you're painting Stitch and he's playing the guitar in both, or his little ukulele or whatever it is. And the fact that, you know, Flynn is making Stitch is just, everybody's making Stitch. It's so cute. Everybody's making Stitch. You have really good storytelling. And, I mean, can't you see just how good indoor is? I mean, you made this and your thought is, oh, I wish I could have done something else, but I don't have that item. Are you serious? Come on, dude. Be proud. Be proud of what you made. This is very good. This is very likely for 4K. It's easy to always focus on what you don't have and be down about it. But, like, you should be very proud of your work here. This is a very solid studio. And even if you had the wishful thinking Starpath stuff, it would not look like this. You don't get to cast light like this. You don't get to decorate a ceiling. You don't get to add these painted windows. That's why I'm torn on which one I want to do. I know a lot of people, for my examples, like my outdoor more than my indoor, but that's only because my indoor wasn't as good as it could be. I literally just repurposed an old room. I know I can do something much better for my indoor. So I might do indoor, it just depends. I don't know how much time I'll have. You know, I haven't been able to touch it. So we'll see. But yeah, this is very solid. Great storytelling. Really good studio. And you did a great job with the light casting. Be proud, Holly. Ariana Venti, anything else I can improve? Is it too bright? Thank you as always for the feedback. So it's not the picture that's too bright. It's just, I'm not sure why you're turning up the character lighting so much. You're already in the best lighting, which is the sunset time of day. You get really good lighting in the sunset time of day. Let me show, for example, right? This got ranked 90, okay? Ranked 90. Sunset time of day. Guess what my character lighting was set at? It wasn't. I didn't touch it. Because it's the sunset time of day. I don't need character lighting. We have perfect lighting. Only when I face away from the sun at sunset will I boost character lighting. So if I'm doing a pose where I turn away from the sun, or if I'm in shadow, same thing with this one, This was another top 100, and it was our Fabled Relics, sunset time of day. You know how much character lighting we have here? None. Because nobody's in shadow. Like, it's not needed. You have such good lighting here. I'm not sure why we're turning up the lighting so much on... I mean, maybe Rapunzel's in a shadowy spot. Maybe that's why. It depends on where your sun is. It looks like the sun might be on your right side instead of behind the camera. Maybe that's why you're turning it up. Ooh, that's also causing a big light flare here, too. Well, this is, I think, a good example of why it's so important to have the sun behind the camera as opposed to on the right-hand side. This is something you have to do and set up before building your scene. Unfortunately, it's not something you can really change once your scene's already made. You would not have as much light reflection here, and you wouldn't need character lighting at all if your sun were behind the camera, which is why I'm always recommending that. And in those photos I just showed you, you can see my shadow going back. It's because the sun is in front of us. And it's the same in all of these. Now, if you've already built your scene and there's not anything you can really do about it, it's just food for thought for next time. What you can do this time around is just lower the camera lighting a little bit so they don't glow or light up, because I don't think your picture's too bright. I think just the characters are a bit too bright. Also, you want to be careful with your shadow going over. You see how the motif is a sticker that goes on top of everything else? So if you put the motif on top of your shadow, it just overrides your shadow. So that's why the position of your sun is so important when you're trying to use these tricks. I think you can still definitely get 4K with this, despite those little hiccups, though. It's got beautiful color. You got a great studio. If you want to break apart some of this bright light here, you can have some blossom branches clip through this wall. Just put blossom, because we can't even really see these flowers too well anyway. So you can just get rid of those. We can't see the sunflower barely at all. I can only see it if I click zoom in. So what you could do is you could make space here, and you can have, let me show you. You can put these blossom trees on the opposite side of your wall, and you can have their branches clip through, because it doesn't even look like trees. It looks like vines growing inside of your studio. So these just look like vines growing across. We see the same thing on this side. We have more of these like vine-looking elements. And that way, you can... The reason I encourage you to do that here is because the blossom branches are not reflective. And they'll clip through this wall, and they'll block a lot of this light flare that you're having from your sun's position. as far as the shadow, not much you can do about that. You know, that's why you want to be very cautious of where your sun is when you first set out to build your scene. Because if your idea is to pose in front of your easel, that's probably the first thing you're going to want to check with your sun. So my recommendation for you, Ariana Venti, is for your future snaps, before you build anything, look at where your sun is and then reposition if needed before you really get into the nitty-gritty of building your scene. I promise you that'll save you a lot of time and headaches. Also, you could use group select to pivot your entire build, but it's like 2 days away from deadline, so I wouldn't worry about that. I don't think it's to the point where you need to worry about it too much. You got a beautiful scene. It's more something to consider for next time. Crazy Cat Mom said I was able to get Rapunzel's idle pose in 2 different shots. I like the second one better. Thanks for your feedback. Okay, very nice here. That's the first one. Oh, I like the painting here. Oh, Tigger's painting. That's cute. That's cute. And then we got this one. So yeah, you do have a much better shot of Rapunzel here, but your lighting is better here. It's just that you're dark. You have good light casting back here, and you have some light casting back here. Why not hang a light a little bit behind you? Like, you know, whatever's pushing your camera forward? Why not hang a light right above the Vizier's alchemy table? That way you could have light hitting you, and you can have light hitting your painting. Aside from that, I think what else would be really helpful here, aside from getting a light at the front of this scene, would be potentially, instead of this couch, which is very fun and colorful, more workshop items. You guys are doing a lot of painting, but as discussed, you know, with the challenge being called getting artsy, you always have the opportunity to get really artsy. It says show off sculpted pieces, sew magical outfits, or paint enchanting works like Rapunzel. Why not all 3? If you look at a lot of the top performing players here in the community, they have built workshops that do all 3 and more. So, I mean, even in my example scenes, I made a point of that. So in this example scene, I haven't added villagers because it's just an example. I would definitely add villagers here as well. But we have painting, of course, given by the overalls, the painting table, and the painting itself. Then we have sculpting, given by our sculpture here, and some sculptures in the back towards the artist's house. And then we have fabrics. It's so magical outfits. So we're using a magical spinner, magical spin wheel. And then we have more fabrics over here. We have dioramas on the edge. And we even brought in music as an art with this guitar. And then we have, you know, pencils and different tools. And we have this painted lantern. So there's all these different types of arts happening in this artist workshop, which gives it a really strong artist workshop vibe. I'm not saying you absolutely have to do that, but, you know, instead of this couch here, what if you had a pottery, you know, section, and maybe, oh, hi, buddy, and maybe a villager working on that pottery? Could be fun, could be fun. I think you could definitely get 4K with this as it is, just depends on what you pop up against. You have, like, I know you said your second one you like more. You do have a better shot at Rapunzel on this one. But the warm lighting, this looks so much better in your background, but it doesn't look good on your avatar because you didn't cast light on the avatar. So what you know, best case scenario is you go with this lighting, but not only do you hang a light over here, but you also hang a light right over top of your Vizier's alchemy table, and you're going to get really good light on the avatar, really good light on this easel, really good light on this table. And you also have an opportunity to showcase more artist workshop stuff over here as well. Looking really good, though. Looking really good. Shuttermonk. Can you tell me which of these you prefer and what you think I should add and change? Currently have Sunset and the second one submitted, but not sure if the coloration is good, if the storytelling is enough. Thank you, as always, and may your power stay on the next time Storm rolls in. I appreciate that, my friend. I appreciate it. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. All right, let's see. Okay, definitely the sunset lighting, but I do have some big recommendations from you, which I think you will really like once you add them in. So, first off, Daytime lighting here, the colors are really pale. Compare that to your competition, right? You know, you're going to be up against some very vivid snaps like this, you know, beautiful colors. Or like Holly's here, this gorgeous indoor submission with all this warm light casting, beautiful light, you know, beautiful color. With those warm colors being so prominent in 4K, when you have this midday lighting where everything's a bit more pale, it's very hard to perform well against those snaps. Now, with the sunset time of day, now your snap is a lot more vivid. We got a lot of good color here. You got some good foreground elements. But there is something still holding this back. What really makes the sunset time of day work is that it has a great saturation factor. Really wonderful, natural saturation. Like, look at these magnolias here. You see how they're very pale? Look at them here. Now they have this nice, bold, hot pink. Same with the house in the back. Same with the green back here. But you know where the sunset time of day doesn't help much? On grays and whites. It just doesn't do much because there's not much color to saturate. So hear me out. What if you swapped out... Oh, thank you, my friend. Thank you. What if you completely swapped out this gray brick for the main street path? That's this like kind of natural reddish brown hue, which the sunlight is going to respond very, very well to. Now, on top of that, you can further break this up and add even more fun color to the base of this scene by also adding rugs once you swap to that new path. So my advice for you here, Shutter, is to trade out this pale brick for a more vibrant, well-saturated option that's going to respond well with the sunset time of day, which would be the main street path in this case. Once you do that, you can add some amazing rugs under your workspace. Think about the deep purple and gold Rapunzel rug, the one with the big sun, like glowing flower. You can have that right down here at the base of your shot, adding a lot more fun color, and it's going to really help because you have a lot of grays here that you kind of want to keep, right? You want to keep this stony vine because it looks like a carved piece of stone art. You want to keep these figurines because they're central to the story you're trying to tell. So we can't get rid of these pale grays. But we can do something about the path here. And that's going to help these statues kind of stand out more because it's not going to be gray on gray. It's going to be gray on that main street path or that deep purple of the rug. I would love to see this sent in for a re-review with the main street path and with some of those rug elements we discussed. But yeah, that's it, really. I mean, you know, you have some good foreground elements. I like Rapunzel working on the spinning wheel. Ralph, big guy, but he can't get it up, you know? The pottery, I mean, it's very droopy. And if you wanted to as well, you could... Oh, boy. You can also include, like, a painting table here. I know you're doing pottery, but you already have fabrics. Or you're doing sculpting, but you have fabrics, you have sculpting. You can keep the pots here on this side, but maybe we could do the edge of a painting table on this side to show that you guys are planning on painting these figurines as well. That could be super fun. Very good job. 2 left, I think Kimberly and Wag. This week has been a struggle for me, but for one reason, so I appreciate your thoughts. Oh, looking cool, looking cool. I like that you're leaning on the statue here. Good choice for your walls. I don't know what time of day it is in your game here, but I don't think you're actually casting light. These chandeliers, these tangled lamps, and this LaBouffe chandelier over here, they only cast light onto the floors, walls, and items around you if it's after 6 p.m. your time. And changing your time of day offset will not affect that at all. I don't think they're actually casting light because I don't see any light difference here. And on the statue, it should be warm light instead of the paler light, so I don't think we're getting light casting on there. Because I actually had it... Yeah, you see the color difference? You see how it's warm light on the statue? It doesn't look as gray. We're using a red hanging lantern, and it's making this statue feel very warm. It's casting the light onto the Hercules statue. We don't see that in your snap because you're hanging the LaBouffe chandeliers, but they do not cast light unless it's after 6 p.m. your time. That's also why it's so dark back here, because you have these light elements, but they're not working. Your scene is very well built. You got great villager presence. I love the sculpting here. I don't think you need to change anything about the way you've set up your environment, but you need to revisit this same room after 6 p.m. your time. And you can also take other lights like the small geometric circle lights and put them closer to the back if you want to get some more light on these walls too. And I can tell you the difference here. Again, you know, I can show you the difference with the light casting. Dang it. Oh my god, oh my god, bro. This is so annoying sometimes. There we go. So, look at the Hercules here and then here. You see how this one, the warm light helps him fit into the environment better? Because not only, you know, he's not like a cold gray anymore. He's more like a warm golden stone look that matches very well with the walls that we're both using. So if you had something casting light in front of him, not only is it going to light him up, it's also going to light you up. And then if you take this picture after 6 p.m. your time, these LaBouffe chandeliers will also cast light. And you can get great light back here. So the main thing I would be worried about if I were you would be your lighting. And I think once you resolve that, you'll be much happier with your snap, I believe. And again, you know, you can look at other snaps, right, that were taken after 6 p.m. that are casting light, and just look at how amazing the color looks in here. So in Alfira's case, she's got these beautiful like honey glow lamps casting all this warm light. Actually, there's a chandelier back there doing it. You see this hanging chandelier casting beautiful light in the back here. We got these orb lights, great light casting here. And there's another light we can't see that's on top of the Vizier's alchemy table that's casting light onto this table, casting light onto this painting, casting light onto the avatar, and casting light onto the pottery. So there's a light right at the center front that we can't see that's casting light all here. Notice how none of the back corners are dark. They're all exploding with light and color. Not to the point to where it's hard to see, but to the point to where it's easy to see. So if you're not somebody that's done a bunch of indoor submissions, it can be kind of tricky to learn, you know, how the lights work, because the game doesn't really walk you through it. That's what I'm here for. So the lights you're choosing to use, they will not cast unless it's after 6 p.m. your time. Now, there are lights that will cast, and if you want to see what they are, they'll cast any time of day. Just watch my lighting tips guide video. It'll give you the exact options that do cast light regardless of time of day. Wag and M's. Wag says, I'm so happy about that I play on PC and get to benefit from all your advice. I really appreciate the time you put into the reviews and the advice videos. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Very solid scene here. So we got some sculpting. I like that he included Pumbaa with the sculpting side since he was kind of a part of that. That's fun. Fun storytelling. Like the painting table here. Then we have a nice little Mirabelle portrait. Some fun storytelling here as well. Good fabric spinner on the side. I would try to have a few more. So you do have the blossom trees. I would try to bring a few more closer to have some more blossoms breaking through on this side, for sure. Just to get some more texture into this back wall. Because this is the drawback. If you're up against indoor shots, Wag, you're going to be up against shots that have all of these beautiful details hanging on the walls and hanging on the ceiling. So if you're outdoors, I would not just keep the stained glass the same all the way across. You're breaking through with a little bit of blossoms, but if you get those trees closer and rotate them, you can get them looking like vines going across the whole interior here. Also, right here, where these two walls meet, you already have this statue and this mannequin. We don't really need the dancing statue. In its place, you could take one of these Wish Blossom Ranch standing lights, and it has like a flower pot, and this could be really good just because it adds more texture to your wall by putting something up there. You know, it's going to put a flower pot up there, it's going to put a lantern up there. The reason these walls in this shot look good is because we've added so much detail to them. We can't hang things on them like they do in indoor snaps, but we can have these blossoms coming in like vines. We can have this pot of flowers here as if it was a wall decor item. And then on top of the shelf, you know, we have these little items here. Then we add pillars on the sides, and then we have, you know, the same wood beams that you have in yours. So a lot of opportunity here to spruce up the top of these walls a bit more. Also be very careful. We are seeing over your snap just a little bit. If you want it to really feel like there's a ceiling, don't show us over the walls. Try to avoid that at all costs. We get a tiny glimpse over the wall, which you know, it's very tiny, so I don't think people will really notice it, but just try to set it up to where they can't see over the wall at all. M's for the final review here. Bought a Switch 2 over the weekend. I know, Dirty Console Player. You guys are never going to let that joke die, and I'm here for it. I know, he's been running around me like a little shark. I also have a Switch 2, so, you know, I feel you. Holy cow, what a difference it makes to be able to see the graphics clearly compared to OLED model when making Dreamsnaps now. Ideally, Rapunzel would be doing her easel animation, but she was taking too long. I promise I did watch the Thursday video. I know I need to adjust angle at the top to make sure we don't see over the wall and fix so we don't see the edge of the floating island. Slight oversight on my part. I didn't realize until after I took the pic. Okay. Well, sounds like you kind of already know what would be good to fix. Good storytelling here, though. The very angry Mirabelle, the horrible portrait, and Peter Pan kind of cracking up. Very, very Peter Pan-esque. If you were able to get Rapunzel painting the castle, I think that would be really good. I mean, you know, I feel like that's the whole reason you put the castle here. If Rapunzel is having a hard time doing the animation, I would say one of the biggest culprits is likely how much space she has. And then another thing I recommend is if she doesn't do the painting pose within about 20 seconds, reset her. Just keep resetting her every 20 seconds. If you've waited half a minute, give up and choose her and drop her back in the trap, set her back to idle, and then unpause her movement, and eventually she'll just do it right away. That's what worked for me with Aurora, with Rapunzel. So just reset her. Some people will end up waiting a while and they won't know she's actually trying to do dialogue, or she's, you know, she's very focused on getting out of the trap for whatever reason. Every time you reset her, it just re-rolls what her next animation is going to be. So making sure she has a minimum of 4x4 squares, but potentially more. And then if she doesn't do the painting animation right away, reset her. Don't just wait for it. You know, waiting for it is a waste of time. You can force it. You just got to keep resetting her. But yeah, the wood beams here are good. You got some good details on the walls. Really good storytelling factor with these two. And yeah, if you end up submitting it with a little bit of the sky showing, it's not the end of the world. But if you could adjust the angle to get rid of the sky, I mean, you can always just tilt the camera down ever so slightly, and it'll fix that issue. All right. That's it for primary reviews. We got them all, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. We did it. Wonderful job, folks. Wonderful job. Looking forward to seeing the re-reviews. We got to take a look at a lot of amazing snaps here. And thank you again, my friends, for the beautiful 6769 on the goal. Big goal number 234 today. Tomorrow will be Big 235. And let's see. I wonder if it'll give me my updated plus program points at the end of the stream here. I don't think it's fully updated because it says 205 and it was 204 at the beginning. I know we had a tier 2 sub earlier as well, so I don't know. But all right. Well, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna get some dinner. I'm probably gonna order groceries because I have his groceries come in. It hasn't updated in a bit. Yeah, it'll be refreshed tomorrow. All right, y'all. We'll be knocking out secondary reviews tomorrow. And for those of you that make changes, looking forward to seeing what you do. Some of them, it's very minor. You know, changing your walls, changing your ceilings. Keep in mind, if you're playing with light casting, it doesn't work as well if you're using pale colors. When you want light casting to really be beneficial, you want to be casting it onto deep colors. So avoid, whites, grays, and, for some snaps, it's as simple as adding rugs or extra details, or it could be as complex as maybe finding ways to tell more of a story. No, I didn't lock the kitties out of the studio. Horty's actually been circling me like a shark. And now the little baby's in here too. Horty's actually been... I have my legs up right now because he was trying to bite my ankles. So he's been in here the whole time. Or the last 30 minutes. So he's getting very impatient. Like Jordan even brought him in here holding him like a baby because he just kept demanding that, I get off the computer. So yeah, they're both in here. Because his little sister follows him literally everywhere he goes. Hi, little shark. Come here. Come here, baby. Yeah, they're both at the base of my chair right now. I think she's about to ambush him. Yeah, she is. All right. Yeah, they're so cute. They're so cute. All right, y'all. I will catch y'all tomorrow. And yeah, you got the Dreamsnap forum should be reopened here. Actually, the secondary forum should still be open. So yeah, if you guys are going to be getting secondary reviews, go ahead and throw them in there. And for my friends getting primary reviews, if you have not had one yet, these primary review forums will be open again here in just a few minutes. Last thing I'll say before I leave, please consider adding me on Pokemon Go. We talked about it earlier today. And a lot of you guys added me. Hang on, let me see how well we did on referrals. I need people to use my reference code. Also, for anybody that's ever played Pokemon Go before, there is currently a free, if you open the game at any point this month for the 10-year anniversary, you get a free Master Ball, which can catch anything guaranteed. You get a Hundo Mewtwo, guaranteed perfect stats with a special background. And you only have to catch 10 Pokemon and power up a Pokemon 10 times. Super easy to do. But it's the craziest reward they've ever given. Also, I'm trying to get all my platinum badges, and I need 50 people. I need 50 people to... Dang, we got 14 so far. I need 50 people to use my referral code. So, yeah, if you want to use my referral code, it's in the Pogo chat. I play with Love Daddy as a friend. I got the Shundo too. Oh, you're so lucky you got the shiny. Dude, I'm so jealous. I was really hoping I actually have been playing since 2016, and I've never, ever gotten a Shundo. I got a lot of Hundos, and I've got a lot of shinies that are 1 point off. So funny. My Xerneas is missing 1 point in HP. I've got Shundos, but I made them with my bottle cap, with my gold bottle cap. My Zacian is a Shundo, but, it's only thanks to the bottle cap. I've actually never once had a Shundo appear for me, even though I've caught an absolutely obscene number of Pokemon. She's letting you hold her. Wow. What's a Shundo? It's a shiny with perfect stats. So... a Hundo is a Pokemon that is 100% perfect, and the odds of a Pokemon being both shiny and perfect are very slim, except for the Mewtwo. because that new Mewtwo that they're giving away for free, it's guaranteed hundo. So there's like a ridiculous amount of shundos of that, because 1 out of every 20 of them is a shundo. So there's a lot of the shundos for that Mewtwo. Same way playing since day 1. Also have Shundo, Groudon, and Lucky Shundo, Zacian. Yeah, I've got several 4-star Luckies, but not a lucky 4-star shiny yet. I always get bad luck on those. But yeah, I'm waiting for the day where I've had some good luck on certain things, but yeah, unfortunately not on the shundos. How do we use that code? Well, you can only use it if you have opened the game for the first time in 90+ days. But you got to go to friends. You can Google it. There's like a Google walkthrough. Basically, you go to your game, you go to friends, and then there's an invite button with a little letter. You click the invite button, there will be an option to put the referral code in, but you only get that option if you're a brand new player, or if you have opened the game for the first time in 90 days. I opened the game for the first time in 6 years, like 2 or 3 days ago. You might still have time, because it's 72 hours. Once 72 hours have passed, you won't be able to use it. So go to friends, and then go to invite. And if there's a spot on invite for you to put a referral code in, you can put it in there. If there's not a spot for you to put it in, it means the window's already closed. All right, I'm going to run. As always, you guys, thank you for being here. Stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. And I will catch you guys on tomorrow's stream as we knock out the rest of these snap reviews. Might go work on my snap. I'm either going to work on my snap, or I might just go, like, time bending with the best friend boost. Just get, like, a million miss tonight. Actually, I kind of want to go to bed earlier. The weather's going to be really nice tomorrow. The weather is going to be really, really nice tomorrow. So I might get up early and go biking. I had Pogo when it first came out, but I haven't played for years. Unsure if I have it on this phone, though. Trying to figure out if I want to do indoor-outdoor snaps is Blissfully Cozy. Both are great options, Blissfully Cozy. They both have their strengths. So whatever your heart is telling you, my friend. All right, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. And if you haven't made up your mind by tomorrow, Blissful, or you know what you can do tonight? You can always rewind this stream and, like, go back and just look at some of the snaps people have made and figure out what works best for you, because we've reviewed amazing snaps from both sides, indoor and outdoor. And I think they're both fantastic options this week. So maybe take a look at, like, the differences and the strengths between each, and then make your decision from there. All right. I'll catch you guys in the next one. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Thank you for being here. And yeah, if you go to the Discord, guys, we do have a Pokemon section, and there is a Pokemon Go section in the Pokemon section. My referral code is in there. If anybody has free time tonight, even if you don't want to play Pokemon Go, if you download it, I just need 50 people to use that code, and I'll get a guaranteed platinum badge. It'll be really helpful to level up.